Good morning. My name is Tom Gray, and on behalf of Kainos, our lead sponsor, I'm delighted to welcome you to day 2 of the 8th annual BelTech conference. Yesterday, we looked at 5G, hyperautomation, and distributed cloud in some depth, and I hope you found it of value. Thanks to Brian and Jason for making that possible. Today, Rebecca Walsh and Colin Duffy bring us a day of digital product delivery, and they've arranged some fabulous speakers for us. We've also got a really special keynote speaker today, and I'd like to invite John Healy, Managing Director of Allstate Northern Ireland, to introduce our keynote. John.
Tom, thanks very much, and welcome to BelTech 2021. My name is John Healy, and I am the Managing Director of Allstate Northern Ireland, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Allstate Corporation. Allstate is one of the largest insurance companies in the US, a Fortune 100 company with over 43,000 employees globally and revenues of over $40 billion. Allstate Northern Ireland was set up in 1999, and it provides innovative critical business support services to the parent company, and that includes technology, data, analytics, and cybersecurity, among many others. BelTech is now in its 8th year, and I am delighted to see it go from strength to strength. It again is curated this year by Kainos and supported by Liberty IT and Allstate and hosted by Ashleen Events. BelTech is split this year into 2 streams, the software engineering stream and the digital product delivery stream, and I am delighted to be introducing the keynote speaker for that digital product stream this morning. We are going to hear from Sarah Fryer, who is the Chief Executive of Nextdoor, the hyper-local networking hub for neighbourhoods. And Sarah herself comes from Sion Mills in Northern Ireland and now lives and works in San Francisco. Sarah has had a unique and remarkable career path that has taken her from Wall Street to senior executive roles in technology companies such as Salesforce, Square, and now Nextdoor. In fact, she was the chief financial officer at Square during its highly publicized IPO, and she knows a thing or two about managing super hyper growth through her work there. And it was while Sarah and Jack Dorsey, the founder of Twitter, were running Square that it achieved unprecedented success and became known as one of the fastest growing financial technology companies in the world. Whenever the company went to market in that IPO, it achieved $30 billion in market capitalization. Sarah sits on the boards of Walmart and Slack, and she is co-founder of Ladies Who Launch, a non-profit that celebrates and empowers female entrepreneurs. I can't wait to hear what Sarah has to say about multidisciplinary teams and how they come together to create amazing digital product teams. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Rebecca Walsh, a BelTech curator and design director at Big Motive. Rebecca, over to you.
Thank you, John, and I'm delighted to welcome Sarah here today for our keynote. So Sarah, it's great to see you. I'm just going to kick off with some questions for our fireside chat with you today. So can you tell us just a bit about what the last year has been like at Nextdoor and what have been the biggest challenges and opportunities that you've faced over the pandemic?
Absolutely. So first of all, such a delight to be here, even if it's just virtually. And I have made the promise that as soon as we can do it live, I'm going to find my way over to Belfast to be here live, hopefully maybe next year.
Brilliant.
So this last year at Nextdoor, I mean, we're about the neighborhood. We're about what goes on locally. And so, of course, huge changes. Local has never been more important. So what we saw right at the beginning of the pandemic was a massive surge in uses on the platform itself. I think we saw an almost 80% lift just week over week. Started in Italy, kind of came through actually the UK. We saw it happening in places like Belfast. And then, of course, the US, and then finally Australia. When I think back through the pandemic, there were almost 3 stages. The first was people wanting to give help. So the first thing people do in a time of crisis is say, what can I do to help here? People who needed help on the other side. The next phase, I would say, was all about local businesses. So people started to see local businesses in their communities struggling, and they wanted to make sure they were there for them. And then finally, I think people turned to areas like nonprofits and charities and said, okay, these are often the safety nets for our communities. How do we do more there? And so in our case at Nextdoor, we wanted to make sure we could serve all of those neighbors in the neighborhood.
Brilliant. Yeah, exactly. It's all about community now, and that's definitely shone through over the last year. So what about emerging trends that you've seen, over the last number of years, and how has your business changed and other businesses in Silicon Valley to meet that?
So we do a lot of research on what we hear from neighbors broadly, and we have a whole insight series. Look it up if you go to our website. And so I think first and foremost, clearly we saw a lot of people moving online. So things like grocery delivery, grocery pickup, more e-commerce, right? Kind of massive acceleration in those shifts in the last year. You've probably seen 4 to 5 years of trend line growth, all captured within just a 12-month period. And I don't think we're going to go back on that either. I think a lot of that is here to stay. From a financial standpoint, we've definitely seen neighbors become accidental savers. They were a lot less confident in financial security, and so they've definitely put more money into their bank account. And we see that in particular for women and for people living in more rural areas. Big trend is, of course, the evolution of work. And you've seen companies like Zoom that we're using right now, Slack, where I get the privilege of sitting on the board, really see their business models shift dramatically. And I don't think there is such a thing as going back to the way we were before. This changing world of work is here with us to stay, and it's going to be some sort of hybrid approach. And then finally, I would say on-demand services. So I've already talked a little bit about that in terms of things like grocery pickup and delivery, but just generally speaking, big surge in overall people wanting to do more things online, more people starting businesses online. And that's clearly great for companies like Square, my old alma mater that I love dearly, platforms like Shopify, and of course Nextdoor, because Nextdoor is also here for local businesses. And we really help them get in front of the customers that matter most to them, their neighbors.
Brilliant. And I suppose today in the product track for BelTech, we're talking a lot about accelerated product delivery. So, getting different products out there a lot quicker, and also just features a lot quicker too as times are changing. And we're also talking about multidisciplinary teams and how we need to hire diverse teams to meet these needs and work together to deliver more value with products as well. So my question is around, what teams are involved in Nextdoor in terms of product delivery? What types of people and types of skills do you have in-house?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I would say everyone at the company is involved in product delivery, right? We are customer obsessed. It's one of our core values. And when we build products, we always build them from, I call it almost the coal face, the customer insight. We use a framework called Jobs to be Done. Comes from Clayton Christensen's work, Competing Against Luck. So if you haven't read that book, highly recommend it, because it always tells you to go back to your customer for the insight. I think the second thing you're talking about, which is velocity, is incredibly important. So another core value we have as a company is experiment and learn quickly. And what we mean by that is just get the product out there, start having customers interact with it, the product or the feature, because you need to gather the data to start making data-driven decisions. So we have a bunch of interns in the company right now as schools and colleges have gone out for the summer. One thing we do with our interns is they have to push production code in their first day at work. So there's no such thing as, you build on something through a couple of months and then you have a big ta-da moment. We want you right out there pushing production code from day one. And that's all about velocity. And it's true for every engineer that joins the company. The final thing I'd say in terms of how we think about product teams or product groups. So to me, it's a pod. You have, of course, your engineers, your product manager, but also your designer, your insights, and your data science. And those are kind of the core components of when I think about a technical pod that is driving an overall product creation moment. That's who is there on the team. And it's really important to have the design, to have the data science. Often I think people forget about them as they rush to product management and engineering only types of setups.
Yeah, and as a designer, I'm delighted that you're saying that as well. So, so in terms of product, it's a focus sometimes that people don't have. So really nice to hear that from you. So, I suppose we are all working in this hybrid way now, and a lot of people are working remotely. Do you think it's here to stay? Do you have any thoughts around hybrid working, or what way has it worked for you in Nextdoor?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're in this beautiful period of time where we get to rethink the world of work, and it's rare that you get these moments. And so if we were just to fall back to what we did before, what a missed opportunity that would be. And so in my mind, we actually have stopped using phrases like work from home or work from the office, and we just are talking about the world of work, because it is going to be a mixture of all those things. I think embracing technologies like Zoom that we're on right now, I talked about Slack earlier, a lot of even different kind of fast messaging apps. I just joined Signal, for example, and I'm kind of getting a feel for how even a product team could work on an app like Signal. I think that really changes the game. I do think you need to be thoughtful, though, and principled in how you decide how and who and so on works in different ways. I would think about, first of all, from a job function, who really needs to be there often in real life? Where might you miss some of the serendipity and the creativity of kind of the kitchen conversations that might happen if someone's making a cup of tea and they're talking to someone from a different part of the company? So I don't want to say that it should all go virtual, particularly for a platform like ours that really espouses online to offline and believes that great communities can't be created without in-person connection. I think it would actually be inauthentic for us to say, but our whole company is going to go virtual. So think about that role and think about how creativity and innovation happens. I think the second thing is just the experience of the employee. There's a lot to be said about apprenticeship type models. Often it's not taught in a book. It's not taught in a training course. It's literally your lived experience, right? My prior life before tech was financials, and sitting on a desk and hearing how a trader was trading a stock or how a salesperson was pitching a stock, those were the great learning moments. It wasn't anything that I learned during training sessions. And then finally, I think we have to be really open to talent that can be coming in from all around the world. If our competitors are going to be open on how people work, we have to be too, particularly when you're in the growth stage size company that we are in at Nextdoor right now.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's really interesting just to hear about the water cooler moment, and how actually creativity is hard when everyone is just in their own house on Zoom. And as a design team, we're trying to look at ways that we can use the office for workshopping and have that hybrid approach where actually the creative moments are in the office, and then when you're on meetings and you're not there. So I'm just wondering about how that's changed for the team, and also I suppose really how communication has changed over the last year as well, and how you see that changing going forward.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much good that we've learned. I think we all had a fear of, if people went to work from home, would we lose all our creativity and all of our velocity? And I think the answer is actually people can be relatively undistracted when they're working from home. Like, I look back now with some of the madness of one of the things we used to do when an engineer joined Nextdoor, almost the first thing they would get was noise canceling headsets. So they could sit down at a desk or all open plan, put those things on, and then start coding. And now those people, why would you do that? Why would you make them commute a couple of hours a day with noise canceling headsets and not just let them have that quiet time at home? So I think, first of all, recognizing our madness at times has been a good thing. But I do think there has to be a carrot in real life. It can't be just, I think people get in constructs in their mind like, we're going to work 3 days in the office and 2 days out of the office. I wouldn't go for a construct like that. I would instead try to plan around events and moments, right? You talked about, the innovation moment or the planning moment, right? Usually at companies, there's a cadence, right? Where quarterly planning is a thing. And it might be a phenomenal time to get people excited to actually be there in real life because they get to see people all across the company. And I really believe that great ideas come from everywhere. It isn't just the product manager that comes up with the product idea or the designer that comes up with the look and feel. It can often be the person in what we call NOPS or support area. It might be the person who's out on the sales front line talking to the customer every day. So making sure all those people have a time to gather. I think you also want to make it about celebration. If you're going to bring people into the office, they have to want to be there and really feel delighted by it. And I think that's going to put the onus on us as leaders and as companies to find that carrot moment as well, so that when you are switching between, working at home, working in the office, even though I said it, we're not going to use those phrases anymore, that you think about the whole future of work as much more of an integrated hybrid outcome.
Yeah, that's so lovely. And I listened to a podcast last week about joy in work. So that celebration moment is so important, actually, particularly now when you are, you have this hybrid approach to working as well. So Sarah, you as a leader then, how has it changed for you over the last year? And how do you see that evolving as well?
Yeah, so to me, there are kind of two words that I use in my own leadership philosophy. One is empathy and the other is transparency. And I'm happy to say that in some ways, nothing has changed because those always were the way I wanted to construct my leadership. On the transparency front, as a company, we are incredibly transparent. One example I give often is we share our board materials. So everyone at the company actually gets the board materials even before we send it to the board. And that's because I want them to act like an owner, another core value of the company. When tough times hit, transparency really helps because people naturally have some fear, some trepidation. They don't want to think something bad is happening and they'll start to tell stories in their head. If you've already been really transparent, they don't need to tell those stories because they know that they're going to hear the bad as well as the good. On the empathy front, it's always how can I walk in your shoes? So if you're my customer, how am I really spending time with you and listening to actually your story, like your lived experience, not just maybe what I've read in a document that someone else has written. It is so important that you get proximate and really kind of understand your customers or your employees. The hard part during COVID is, of course, I can't do that physically. And so I've set up constructs like, for example, I do coffee mornings once every other week with different slices and dices of the company. And then I've also done those roundtables with my customers too. So I've literally done roundtables with neighbors in Australia, neighbors in Canada, neighbors in the United Kingdom. The great thing about being virtual is it's very, very efficient. Last night, I actually just did a roundtable with 3 small businesses and just heard a little bit what their experience is and what they need from a platform like Nextdoor. So I think you need to lean into transparency and into empathy. And I think as a leader, that gets you through these moments of crisis, but it also allows you to be innovative and creative about where your leadership is going to go, as we get back into a new situation.
Brilliant. And just, talking about leaders, I'm so excited to create the product track this year because, I'm privileged to know so many amazing female founders, particularly from here in Northern Ireland. So we have that during the day, which is brilliant. And I know that you found it ladies who launch. So I'm really excited about just, why it's important to you and what it does and, how it inspires women to be entrepreneurs.
Yeah, thank you. So we've actually done 3 events now in Belfast with Ladies Who Launch, and really grateful to Allstate that's always hosted us. In fact, the very last thing I did before we went into shelter in place, into lockdown, was I was in Belfast and we did a Ladies Who Launch event. And actually, frankly, in hindsight, I'm really glad it didn't become a super spreader event.
Of course.
But getting away from that, what Ladies Who Launch is about is 3 things. The first is community. So helping women entrepreneurs find each other. So one of the best ways people get mentorship is through peer mentorship. And in fact, all the research shows that women disproportionately ladieswholaunch.org, but often it's hosting webinars, it's doing podcasts. We have a great podcast called Real Talk with female founders. And we do now virtual. We had to pivot like everyone else. So we had to go away from in real life events to virtual events. And again, in finding the feature, not the bug. The great thing about a virtual event is now we can have thousands of people at that event. We did one in November. We had about 1,200 attendees. One of my happiest moments was seeing women join because their name would pop up in their location. And so I could see Lagos in Nigeria. I could see Cape Town, South Africa. But then I saw Belfast, 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 Belfast. I think there was a few County Tyrone ladies, my key type. And so it was so uplifting to think about the fact we were getting all these women together and being educated. And then finally, it's about inspiration. It's about someone who's been there, done that. And as you said, there are some phenomenal female founders out of Northern Ireland. Right? We've always been in entrepreneurship, but it's just so fantastic to see the women rise and to get those stories out.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's just been amazing. And actually, I've found over the last year, the female founders are so resilient over this time, you know, when working from home and, you know, I suppose having to homeschool and things like that. It's just been, I'm so excited about your next events and, you know, the podcast. So I'll definitely have to have a look at that. So in terms of, again, back to, you know, what you're doing in your teams, how do you measure success within the business? So what are your success criteria?
Yeah, so I would say it starts at the very top with our purpose. So we're a very purpose-driven company, and our purpose is to cultivate a kinder neighborhood to rely on. And I view a purpose as something that can last forever. Literally, when I'm not around, I'm no longer at this company, when the whole generation of people I'm working with has not moved on, but has kind of moved out, hopefully in retirement, will that purpose endure? And that's one way to really think about broad success. But of course, then you need to kind of boil it down into a mission. So we want the place where you tap into the neighborhoods that matter to you, so they are plug in. And then from there, we actually use a construct of OKRs, objectives and key results at the company. I don't think it really matters to have a framework, not which one you use. But what OKRs allow you to do are have a set of objectives that are clear and tend to have some longevity to them, but they're very specific and they're going to ladder up to that purpose. And then key results, so that in a period of time, there are very measurable results. Right, on a platform like Nextdoor, what are the things that matter? Number one is engagement. So we measure daily active users. Of course, we need to measure the impressions that we're generating because we're ads driven. Revenue and EBITDA, so your financials. Of course, your employees, so we have a metric. But then finally, we have a metric around neighborhood vitality because we don't want to be a platform that grows at any cost. And so we have that extra metric, which you would know immediately you were talking about Nextdoor because you would see neighborhoods and you would see neighborhood vitality.
Brilliant. And then, Sarah, your piece of advice for any female founders who are thinking of applying to Ireland Fund's Business Plan Competition of 2021?
Do it. It's as simple as that. Do it. Just go for it. You'll get a lot of no's in life before you get that. You have to be tenacious. You have to be resilient and just do it. Get on with it. Don't worry about perfection. I would say in my life, it was the thing that probably held me back most. I think it was a little bit of a Northern Irish construct, right? You know, I was always the good girl in school. I got the good grades. I almost didn't want to do things if I didn't think I was going to get the A+. And by doing that, you actually limit your ability to learn and to be challenged. Then you're not getting out over your skis enough. So I would say go do it and don't get held back by your own view of what perfection is.
Brilliant. Yeah, it's so true from North. Sometimes that confidence, you know, to just apply and then, you know, who inspires you? What and who inspires you then?
Yeah, so I mean, to be surrounded by some amazing leaders, and it evolves and changes. One constant is definitely my mom and dad. I always mention them when I'm talking store, but I'm inspired by how much they have put back into their community through their life. In terms of around me today, I have an amazing board member in Mary Meeker, kind of known as the Queen of the Net. She does her Internet Trends report every year. What inspires me about Mary is how she uses data to really look around corners and to spot trends. I've just never seen anyone like it. It's like she has a crystal ball. And then finally, I would say John Hope Bryant, probably a name not well known in this crowd, but he joined my board last year. I got to know John probably about 4 or 5 years ago. He has a phenomenal story in his own right. He grew up in Compton in LA. He's a Black man growing up in the United States. He's faced a lot of challenges. He founded, as well as many for-profit organizations, a nonprofit organization called Operation Hope. And it's really about how do you lift financially challenged communities up in life. He always says, once you get credit scores, which is how the US tends to think, up above 700, people stop breaking windows and rioting and they start shopping. So that's a very John statement because it has some humor associated with it. But that was my experience in Northern Ireland too, that as we went through the Troubles, if you keep putting people down to the point where they've got nothing left to lose, they have nothing left to lose. You will not get them to turn it around. But if you start giving them hope, which is what Operation Hope is about, and start giving them financial literacy, entrepreneurial frameworks, ways to kind of start giving them financial literacy, entrepreneurial frameworks, ways to kind of make their own money, make their own way in life, you can lift up whole communities, because it isn't just the parent that gets lifted, it's the children, it's the grandparents, it's the community that they need. It's so easy to kind of keep hearing, right? We all have confirmation bias in us, where you hear them say something and you're like, see, I'm right, they totally want this product. All you need to do is go observe them. Like literally it can be as literal, sorry, literally is literal, but it can be as literal as watching what they do. Like if you're selling, how do they buy it? How do they unbox it? How do they put it on? Maybe it's clothing or something. If it's something virtual, how do they open it on their, what's the first thing that they do? Of course, we can do it through technology too, because we can do a lot of monitoring of taps and so on, but really, really understand not just the functional customers using the product, but what's the emotional reason they're using the product, and what's the kind of psychological reason that they're using the product, because it's usually threefold. And often people stop at functional, and I think that can be the huge miss. And actually, that's where creativity and innovation comes from, is when we get all three of those pieces working together.
Brilliant. And throughout the day, we'll be talking to people who do a lot of research, validate and verify their features and their products. So it's an absolutely great closing. Sarah, I have to thank you so much for super inspiring, and I wish you all the best. And I, again, can't wait to listen to the podcast and see some of your events coming up. So taking the time to be with us, and thank you.
Thank you, and all be good neighbours.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much. Brilliant. And then we're going to come back and we're going to start listening to our speakers on multidisciplinary teams. So we'll see you soon. Thank you.
My hard work is rewarded. I look forward to payday drinks, summer barbecues, and our yearly kickoff event.
I'm looking at how our dedicated training programme, MAP, can get me to where I want to be and wherever my potential allows, whether that's across the business or around the world.
I know quite a few managers and developing leaders who have used MAP to plan their next move.
The world lives and works for more than 30 years. From one person to many hundreds, we continue to grow rapidly. Today we're a global business and there's always room for more talented ambition in our team. Just think what you could do.
And project managers.
It's Zoom Consultants. Experience design. Recruitment. We're working together to create new and better ways of solving problems and improving lives. Ready to change the world?
I had a friend who worked at Liberty and she was always raving about the place.
It's an unusual company. You do get to work on lots of really interesting problems, and then because the parent company is so big, you can move around in there. It's solving the problem and fixing something for somebody and making people's lives better is what I'm really passionate about. We'd always be looking to level up in terms of our technical capabilities, so we'll be sending people to conferences, exploring new emerging technology when it comes into the market. We'll be early adopters of things. Obviously, engineering is our bread and butter. That's the core of what Liberty IT does, so we're really excellent engineers. I think it's part of your DNA when you work in the company. It gets better every year.
Hi everyone, welcome back. I'm delighted to be here today for BelTech 21. It's great to have this again this year, and welcome if you haven't been here yesterday, and welcome to the product track, which is today. So it's been an interesting journey to create the product track. I think we have just some amazing speakers today, and like how amazing is Sarah Fryer? Just an absolute pleasure to talk to her, and some really great advice for all of our product teams out there too. And just brilliant to see somebody from Northern Ireland do so amazingly well on a global stage as well. So so that was a big opportunity to speak to her there. So I hope that you all enjoyed it. So I was thinking about this introductory talk yesterday, and I was thinking back to when Colin Duffy and myself had a conversation about what we could do in terms of themes for today. So the two themes we decided upon was one, diverse multidisciplinary teams and how they're really beneficial and so important to the delivery of product. And the second thing was really around accelerating product delivery. So COVID has really changed how we work now. We're working remotely. We had to get product out to customers very, very, very quickly. And I think that, as product teams, we have really diversified in terms of the tools that we're using, but in terms of what we really need, because gone are the day where we're putting out pieces of technology, and if they don't work, it's okay, because we can, fix it and iterate on it, and we can push it back out again. And our customers now look for something that is right first time round, and whether that is a smaller feature, whether that is an MVP that we've really researched and discovered about before we push it out, that's really what we're trying to do. So I am absolutely delighted to have our speakers here today. So we have Susan Kelly from Respiratory Analytics, we have Marty Henderson from Atlassian, and we also have Emma Mulholland, who is product manager for Instill, and then we also have Adam Hale from Allstate. And then later this morning, I'm also chairing a great panel discussion. So really wanted diversity in that panel discussion as well, in terms of skill set and the products that people are working on. So I'm really hoping that you will enjoy that panel too. And then I suppose Colin is going to introduce the second part of today, which is all about really accelerating that product delivery. And we have some amazing keynotes for you. So we have Adam from Facebook, and Adam is going to be talking about privacy and talking about data and policy in terms of designing for young people. And we also have Sam from Homebrew Agency in LA. He's going to be talking a bit more about advertising and about new ways of putting VR and AR out to customers. So really great mix of people. So I just wanted to say a bit about multidisciplinary teams here today, and really, the journey, I suppose, that I've been on over the last few years. So some of you may know my background is aeronautical engineering. I worked in aerodynamics for the first 5 years of my career. And really, as an engineer, a mechanical engineer, we have to work in big, complex, multi-stakeholder teams. all the time. So it isn't something that we choose, it's something that just needs to be done. So whether I was working with the design team, whether I was working with the materials and processing team, whether I was working with procurement, whether I was working with customer support, whether I was working with the R&D team, we had to include everyone in the design process because the product that you were working on had to be right. There was no room for failure with it. So when I started getting more into the tech world and started to meet some engineering teams, I was really surprised that some engineering teams are quite siloed, that there are teams who are just coding and putting stuff out to market and actually not thinking about their customer or thinking about the research or thinking about testing, and I just wondered why that was the case. So coming from an engineering background where you really are in meetings with multiple people and multiple priorities and multiple different ways of working, it really taught me how to bring these teams together, and that is I suppose my favourite part of the job, when I actually get to work with hardware teams and software teams and user groups and right from public sector to new startups and new founders. So really bringing that in, and I know that has actually started to really change. So product teams are changing, they're diversifying. The fact that we're working really remotely has actually shown that we can have people around the world with diverse skills on our teams and the value of that. So I suppose bringing that through to the digital space has been really exciting for me, and to be able to work with clients and to be able to show them the benefits of actually working in these teams as well has been really, really key to the success of a lot of projects. So with that and with the very beginning of the pandemic, starting to work on the COVID digital response was a big eye-opener in terms of complexity of services and also who needed to be involved at that early stage. So I just, as part of the introduction here, just wanted to really, big up the engineering teams, the medical professionals, the departments, the public health agency, and all the work they have done over the last year and 3 months on the COVID response, because it has not been easy, and they have absolutely trusted the design process. They've trusted the value in having these teams. They really, really trusted that we need to get out and we need to talk to members of the public and we need to test every element of that along the way. So really just wanted to say that, over the last year has been a massive learning curve for a lot of teams, and actually just being able to work with that diversity of skill sets has been, extremely interesting and valuable for me too. So that was a big thing over the last year, from working on the COVID Care app, which is all about symptom checking at the start of the pandemic, when we were actually starting to think about what did citizens need at that very moment in time. Well, actually they needed to understand what COVID symptoms were, what they had to do when they actually had those symptoms, and also then just a bit of advice around self-isolation, because if you can all remember back to that time, it wasn't as straightforward as staying at home for 10 days if you had symptoms. There were other things happening, and people needed support around that, particularly around social isolation. So that was a big thing, a big part of that, into working in contact tracing. And I'm so excited that Adam is here from Facebook today, because contact tracing, I suppose, was again an added layer of complexity around data and around what the public's perception of data and what we were collecting. And, I suppose really thinking about all those open source tools out there and how other countries were doing it and the pros and cons around that as well. So that was a big part of it. And again, adding more complexity and more stakeholders to that. Again, massive learning, but also very, very valuable in the development of that. And then through to, booking tests, and then then through to, you know, booking your vaccination, and now through to, well, actually, when can we all travel again, and how does that work? So, so really just thinking about, you know, the teams and the diversity of teams that are involved in that, and what we have to do around that as well. So, and then just around accelerating product delivery. So at the very start of the pandemic as well, when we were working on the symptom checker, and we were given a completely unrealistic timescale to get something designed and tested and developed and put out there. And it was actually 2 weeks. It was actually 10 days. So if anyone from Civica is listening in to BelTech, they will probably remember the timescales that we were given to design and test and put out. So I think that it is probably completely unheard of for the public sector to push an app out to the public in 10 days. And that's exactly what we did, but we were absolutely true to the design and development process of that. We took it from an early stage of, you know, talking to users, prototyping, testing wireframes, you know, having the development team with us the whole way along the journey, so that they could you know, work with us to understand what was feasible and what wasn't feasible, and really just, you know, I suppose meeting that tight deadline, but actually having something again that was valuable. So so it can be done, and we're really starting to think about various ways that we can do that. So so as I said, and actually from the you know, the Q&A with Sarah there as well, I think working in this way is absolutely the new and best way for us to work in product teams. And I think that we need to be taking the learning from this last year and 3 months. And, you know, from our speakers today, we're going to hear about the innovative stories, you know, the complexity of new products, you know, the understanding of user needs and what we actually have to do in terms of, you know, speaking to our user, testing, being agile as we go through, and then also to think about the challenges in working in these teams too. So, so even though we're talking about importance and the importance in, you know, diverse product teams and pushing things out quickly, that can bring with it loads of challenges. And I know that we're talking to Susan Kelly first, so Susan will be able to tell us all about the challenges as well of, you know, trying to get product out there and having so many moving parts and so many multiple players in that as well. So, so I think that with that, it would be really good to speak to Susan now. I wish you have an absolutely brilliant day with us today. Again, it is so amazing for me to be here. It has been an absolute privilege to create this track, and I hope there are 1 or 2 things in here that you can just take on board and, you know, and implement in your business or your team. So, so yes, I think we have Susan then, who is dialing in through Zoom, and there's Susan. Brilliant. Hello, Susan.
Hi.
Susan and I have had many long conversations about product teams and product over the last year. So Susan has loads of feedback on how it has worked for her. So Susan, just as a starter, would you like just to tell everyone who you are and a bit about your background?
Yeah, sure. And thanks very much for inviting me to join BelTech. First time for me, having a non-technical background. I was aware of it, but yeah, really delighted to be asked. In terms of my background, I guess I'm science trained. My degree, master's and PhD are all science, but like a lot of people, I've had a very varied career, and most of that has been spent in health. A large part was spent in the pharmaceutical industry, and a bit like you described, Rebecca, working in teams that occasionally can be siloed, but very much everybody trying to go in the same direction and take a product to market that's going to be successful. So again, as you described, I would have worked with teams of regulatory, clinical teams, sales teams, marketing teams. My focus in the pharma industry was market access, which is the period of time between developing a drug and taking it to market, or a technology, whatever it might have been. I had a lot of experience in working in multidisciplinary teams within the pharma industry, and then also translating that across into the health sector and trying to introduce new technology, which in itself, is difficult. The health service has a lot of challenges in bringing in new technology when there's new costs associated and maybe new pathways needing to be designed is a challenge. So, but I love that. I really, really enjoyed that particular aspect of my role in pharma and working in health. And that's kind of brought me to where I am today.
Brilliant. Yeah, I know it gives you like a really good grounding actually for any project or any industry that you go into, because I actually always say that I feel like healthcare is just as complex as aeronautical engineering. So it seems to be like an even power of stakeholders and multiple moving pieces and things like that. So Susan, you are CEO of Respiratory Analytics, and you're currently working on a smart device to improve inhaler technique and medicines adherence for people who have asthma and COPD. Would you like to tell us a wee bit about Aflo and your journey to that product?
Yeah, sure. So I'll maybe come on to team a little bit later on, but we're a small team, but we'd worked together previously on a respiratory project. In terms of the therapy area and respiratory, my husband has asthma and my children have asthma. And I've known for a long time about the complexity of taking those medications effectively. And then through pharma, I got to see and meet a lot of clinicians who really emphasized that this remained a big problem. Medications work really effectively and help users to control their symptoms. That's in asthma and COPD, but you have to be able to get those medications deep into your lungs. So going back just a little bit, we, as a team, we managed to get some funding last year, and not quite at the pace you did, Rebecca, in 10 days. We did set a fairly tight target in terms of building the product. So the product's Aflo, and what we're using is I suppose the best way to describe it is a hardware-enabled SaaS product. So we have a small piece of hardware that captures all the data of an asthma or COPD patient's inhalation technique. So inhalation is very difficult, as I said, to master. And then it gives real-time feedback to a user co-designed app. And then we have a clinical portal, and then all of that is aggregated with air quality data and viral data. And what we're trying to do is help users to self-manage and keep their symptoms under control, and then allow clinicians to remotely manage those patients as well and step in when necessary. And COVID obviously has made a lot of changes in terms of digital adoption. So there are a lot of challenges around, first of all, building the product and getting it right and having it user co-designed. And my background in pharma showed me the importance of that. I did a lot of work with patient organizations in the past around multiple sclerosis. I worked at the RNIB on a product for blindness, and I've also worked in respiratory. So yeah, getting all of that right and building Aflo as a tool that users really want it addresses the need and they want to use it was really key for us. And we're almost there. We're going to be doing a study in July and August. So yeah, hopefully helping patients manage their symptoms and helping clinicians to do remote monitoring and intervene as appropriate.
Brilliant, and definitely tight timeframes as well, Susan, for you too, so as you well know. So could you tell us a bit about the team, Susan, and who you have involved, or the types of skills that you have involved? Because I know you said there you have the hardware, but you also have the software, and you have medical advisors, but you also have 2 different user groups as well, if not more. So, so you could tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, sure. So in the team, there's Jim Harkin and Liam McDade. Jim, his background is in embedded software and electronics, which sort of speaks to the device, obviously. And then Liam, his expertise is in machine learning. And then there's me. My background, as I say, is in pharma and work with patient groups and patient advocacy and introducing new technology. I suppose for us, that meant that we had quite a few gaps, as I've described and as you've said, Rebecca. There's so much in this product in terms of building. So we had to go out and as part of our Innovate UK project, we had funding to go and identify good partners to work with. And most of our partners are based here in Northern Ireland. We have a partner in Edinburgh as well, because we've got so much going on. We've got a piece of hardware to build, we've got a printed circuit board, and all of the electronics to map on that in terms of the sensors that we need to use, the accelerometers, and just getting that component set correct. And then we have all the software to be built around the platform and the app, and then all the data analytics that needs to be managed as well. So we've had to work with a diverse group of partners, and we always call them partners. We've been very fortunate in that we have, I suppose, well-established relationships now and very clear timeframes in terms of what we have to deliver and do. So yeah, it's been very much a multidisciplinary effort, and not just our own small team, which we are expanding, and we're looking for a lead engineer at the moment. So if there's anybody out there, please do come to me. But yeah, we've got regulatory, we've got electronics, we've got hardware, we've got software, we've got user co-design and input. So yeah, quite a busy project to get underway.
Absolutely. And then, Susan, in terms of the skills, so I was going to originally ask you about the skills of the team, but you're managing all of these different aspects of it as well. I suppose from the project, is there anything that comes to mind around, managing the product, trying to get it out there? You've obviously said about applying for Innovate UK as well. And so you can talk a bit about, the skills that, it takes to be, a founder and a CEO and driving that, but also the skills that you need in your product team.
Well, I think, as I said, we've been very fortunate in terms of the partners that we've been working with. But just even as one, simple example, the building the right product obviously is key for us. And I mean, just looking at the market, there are literally thousands of apps out there to help, with asthma and COPD. But users tend to engage with them very briefly and then they drop off. So it's really important to us to make sure that we're building something that users will engage with and stick with, because the value in what we're doing is the data and the longitudinal data to start building up patterns in terms of, when people can potentially have asthma attacks, look at triggers and how to manage those. So in terms of the talent that we didn't have in the team, we needed really, to set about at the very beginning, making sure that we were building the right thing. We'd had some experience, I said, in the past, so we had a few clues anyway, but we were very keen to make sure that we got our user design right. So we set out from the outset, doing our discovery and incorporating all the teams. We had everybody present to try and make sure that we could bring all the talent that we needed and all the skills in immediately. And that has been fundamental to the success. Now, we're almost at the end of an Innovate UK project. We have, I think it's 19 days left. It's not very long. Yeah. But those 19 days are going to be critical. But I think the key thing for us has been keeping the multidisciplinary team working very effectively together and keeping the communications right. And that's not to say there haven't been problems. There have been lots of problems. There have been problems outside our gift to control global supply chain. I mean, certainly I can give you examples of, we had a dev board that was coming and it was delayed and we didn't know why. And it turned out it was coming from Texas, and you might recall there was the Texas big freeze. So that delayed components coming. Brexit's obviously had, a bit of an impact as well. But I think the teams have worked really well together because everybody's understood that we all have to be, doing the same thing, working together and pulling in the same direction. So that's kind of, everybody's been very trusting of each other. There's been a lot of autonomy given. I think that's been really fundamental, trusting people that have the skills that we just don't have, to deliver on a good project. And then meeting, at very close intervals to make sure that, if there's been something that kind of looks like it's going in the wrong direction, to bring it back. So yeah, I think that's been the key to delivering successfully as a multidisciplinary team.
Yeah, so having the same values and the same goals and wanting the same outcomes for the project as well. And again, as you said, this is something which is, a massive problem globally, actually. So you're working on something that, is really close to a lot of people's hearts and, that it's really needed in the marketplace. So I'm sure that brings together the team in like a social good environment as well.
It really does. You know, we're a tech for good company. We describe ourselves that way. A lot of the people involved in the team have personal experience of asthma, and whether it's their children or themselves or a family member. So there's a really strong understanding of, you know, the magnitude of the problem. And just, I mean, in terms of the numbers, there are probably about 600 million people around the world suffering from COPD and asthma. Almost 400 million people have asthma alone. And 86% of users make at least one mistake using their inhalers. So it's a huge problem, you know, that people are living with all the time. It's a particularly significant problem in Europe and the UK. So, you know, we're trying to fix a big problem and a very complex problem, and you can't do that on your own. And you do have to be aligned around the same set of values. And we absolutely are, and certainly with our partners, we kind of felt those relationships out at the beginning. And made sure that we were all aligned around the same goal. And it's really evident as we have come through the project that I think the relationships have managed to withstand some of the challenges of COVID because everybody is working to the same goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Susan, you are a founder. You know, we asked Sarah Fryer this morning around what would be your piece of advice for anyone in the audience today who is thinking about a business idea or, you know, hoping to be an entrepreneur at some stage, or, you know, what would be the thing that you would say to them based on all of your knowledge now?
I would say now's a good time. Now is a great time. You know, there's been a real explosion in terms of innovation. So if you've got a good idea, do it now, but test it beforehand. You know, even minimally, go out and talk to people. And, you know, we've all read the mom test. Go to people who you wouldn't necessarily ask to get a straight answer and an honest answer. But yeah, if you've got an idea, now's a great time for innovation. There's funding out there. There's much more open view, certainly in health, as the only example I can give you.
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of inertia around adopting digital tools for some good reasons and some less good reasons. You know, it's very difficult to make change in an environment like the NHS, for example, you know, and healthcare systems around the world. It's difficult. But COVID has really catalyzed that change, and I'm sure you've heard other speakers, you know, talk about this. It's not novel. You know, I didn't figure this out for myself, but now is a good time because the doors are open. The policy environment's also changed. So, just as an example, they've introduced remote patient monitoring codes in the States for the first time. That was at the end of 2019, whereas before, you know, fee for service and you know, and high level intervention was really the big driver. Now in the States, they're recognizing that in chronic disease, you do need to support patients, you know, remotely and in the community. So those kind of policy changes are also driving innovation implementation. So now is a great time.
Brilliant. And then, Susan, in terms of a piece of advice for then, you know, product teams out there, you know, and how they're formed and, you know, the value of having diverse product teams. Have you got any advice for anyone who's going into a product team, you know, anyone who's thinking about, you know, setting up a new product team for a new product or service that they're looking at?
I think I would say a few things, actually. Do your discovery, do it right. And have everybody around the table. And of course, you're going to end up, you know, I heard somebody saying recently, when you engage with users, somebody will want a hairdryer that makes the toast, you know, and of course, you're going to get that risk because you've got diverse views around the table, but you will at least get all the information fed in. So, so get your product team together, be very respectful of other people's talents. I know that people have been very respectful of the gaps that I have. I've had great generosity extended to me as a non-technical founder. And I mean, certainly trying to understand things that the technical people, you know, who are watching today, you know, they're just run of the mill. So, you know, Confluence, Atlassian, Figma, you know, all that stuff that was all brand new to me, brand new, and not so much anymore. But yeah, giving people autonomy as well. Letting people go and use their skills and talents to come back. That's, I think, been one of the key things for our wide product team being successful, is allowing people to go and to use their skills to bring, you know, the best they can to the project. So I think that's probably my key. bit of advice around products and teams.
Perfect. It's so interesting you say about the tools, because we we started a new project with somebody who had never used the tools before, and they were so excited because and another healthcare, and they were so excited because we had done a previous project, and they knew then all of the online whiteboards and the Figma templates and everything that we were working on. So I know that's it's all quite new and nerve-wracking at stages, when you're
at the same time, constantly doing new things. I think most founders are interested in learning new stuff, and it's a great way to do it. Having diverse teams and partners who are bringing something new forces you, whether you like it or not, forces you to go and do those things, and challenge yourself. So I think that's having an open mind to that is really critical as well.
Perfect. Well, Susan, I am so delighted you joined us today, and I know I asked because I just wanted you to be here on BelTech for your first BelTech, and I know you're super busy, but I love your story, and I love what you're trying to do, and I love the tech for good, part of Aflo, and absolutely wish you all the best in your trial for Aflo, and hope that everything goes well for you. And I just know that there'll be a lot of engineers out there working with non-technical founders or clients, and I think that piece of advice is really, really useful. So I just wanted to thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for asking me.
Perfect. Thank you. Bye, Susan.
Bye-bye.
Brilliant. So I could talk to Susan all day, because Susan is just a world of information, and that's what I said at the start. Susan and I have had very long calls about product and product team, and she is always willing to learn from the engineers and the designers and the researchers. So delighted to have Susan with us this morning. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Marty Henderson, who is up next. And Marty is head of engineering for Atlassian, and I actually, when first talked to Marty, he had like an amazing Zoom background, so I was really hoping today he would be rocking up with one of his crazy Zoom backgrounds, but I think he's gone brand. But Marty's going to be talking to us about customers and customer experience, and what the customers really need. I promised when I was creating this, if anyone knows me, they know that I push user research and discovery and talking to customers all the time, and I promise I didn't push that. So I'm delighted that Marty is using that for the title of his talk today. So Marty, over to you.
Hello, folks. Good morning. Well, I'm here today to talk a little bit about product stories from the front line, and really why no one cares about your fancy new technology. And I'm going to share a few lessons that hopefully you can learn from. So thanks for the introduction. I'm Marty. I've been with Atlassian in various engineering roles for the past 9 or 10 years. I've been part of some of the biggest releases and challenges that we've undertaken as a product company. Been part of teams that have released new products, built big features, we've end-of-life products, and I've done a lot in between as well. I'm currently running our data center organization, which is focused on our high-performance, high-scale product line for big customers like Oracle, Adobe, Apple, Tesla, many others you've heard of. So I thought it'd be cool to talk today, share some learnings and stories, what we did and how we did it. So today we're going to cover 5 things: launching a new product, teams and the people who build this stuff, moving fast in the market, how to trash a multi-million-dollar chat business, and holding yourself accountable to actually shipping some customer value. So to kick us off, we're going to dive into how we built a new product on top of Jira. Okay, hands up. The number of people who have used Jira in the industry. Well, maybe not strictly true, but if you haven't used it, you've heard of it, or at least you've heard someone complain about it. I'm sorry, I've had a lot to do with Jira over the years, so if I've ever caused you harm or distress, I sincerely apologize. But it is a very successful product. So once upon a time, as we were approaching an innovation cycle, an unnamed engineer had the bright idea of building a way to customize the issue view of Jira, this project was originally called Viewports. It was a pretty generic solution, which was cool, but we couldn't quite see where it fit in the market. So we looked around internally and found a use case for it to track and manage requests. Why this? Well, at the time we were going pretty fast with new staff. We had a lot of onboarding to do, and we needed a better way to manage this stuff. And so the concept of Jira Service Desk was born to track requests. This eventually morphed into Jira Service Management quite recently as we added more capabilities. And this is kind of how we got it out to market and how we got it to the public. So early 2014, we released the first cut of the product. It was a plugin or an app, as we call them. You would buy this separately to Jira, you would install it and crack on. The initial cut had 4 main features: queues, reports, SLAs, and a knowledge base. One of the big things is that it was integrated into Jira's workflows. Then we did version 2.0. It had some improvements. We took on some customer feedback. Our pricing was off, so we changed that a bit. We added a portal and made some setup easier. We fixed one of the core issues with adoption. Creating tickets wasn't free, so we changed that. 2.5 had some refinements. We improved the queues, all incremental improvements. And then in late 2015, we released the 3rd version of it, where we did 3 big things. We changed the licensing again, we lowered the pricing, and we changed the product to be standalone. And we've had many more releases from there since today, building up on top of the functionality. But there were 3 main game changers in how we iterated with the product. Reacting and changing the licensing and pricing model. This was a response to how customers were actually using it and how they expected us to build the product and sell it to them. And then we understood more about the market. We piggybacked on top of Jira, secondly. It has great market penetration, workflows issues, all of that good stuff, but it is a bit of a double-edged sword. It's Jira. And if you've ever used it, you know how much of a pain it can be. We had issues with onboarding, people getting lost in the UI, things like that. So in response to that, we bundled it as a standalone product. Now, our product strategy has always been land and expand. We land with Jira, then we expand with other products as we go. And in this case, we wanted to land with Service Desk. So we made it a standalone product. So your initial experience was purely request management. And for us, this led to something like 65% more conversions from evaluations at the time, which was massive in terms of revenue growth and market penetration for the product. For full disclosure, we were learning as we went, and we knew very little about the market, so we had to find our place. And we kind of did this in this way. We set out the things that made it special. I normally call this putting in your tent pegs to stake out your area. And this is important because it defines the space that a product is trying to occupy. At this point, we're showcasing the things that come together to make a unique or best-in-class product experience. There might be massive gaps in the middle where we still have tons of stuff to build, but we've outlined our intentions and showcased the complete experience through the 4 tent pegs, and our users can see what we're going and what's missing. And this was the key to getting Jira Service Desk out of the door initially. It also helps a lot in terms of getting useful feedback from customers. They can do some simple things, but more complex things may be possible, and they'll be keen to give you feedback to indicate what's annoying them, what's missing. They'll want to engage with you. And from that, we kept building on top of that. So key takeaways here. One of the biggest learnings we had with launching this product was to really, really hear your customers. It's not necessarily about changing the vision of the product. It's more about letting the details adapt. What's more important? Having a rapidly expanding customer base using the product in their own way, or a smaller user base using it exactly as you had envisioned it? I'll take the first one every time, all day on Saturday. Thanks very much. And sometimes the changes aren't easy to roll with. In particular for us, our licensing model change for customers was an absolute nightmare every time we did it, and we did it 3 times, but we did it because the feedback was it was the main blocker to widespread adoption. That change was one of the biggest things that we did to try and make the product a success, and it worked well. Next up, I'm going to chat a little bit about cross-functional teams, or stream-aligned teams if you're up on your team topology speak. But first, a quick lesson. Lesson 1, a product is not a project. Project's about scope, budget, and schedule, whilst a product is about the vision and market success of the thing. Your vision isn't attached to your project. A project is the detail that kind of enables the vision. And having a dedicated product team around this is like having an engine for a car, right? Nothing much works without it. The idea of cross-functional teams allow us to solve more complex problems due to the multidisciplinary skill set. They need to be able to move fast. They need to be collaborative. They need to share vision and passion for what they're building. And ideally, they should be co-located, although given the changes in the world in the past year or so, that's not quite as practical anymore. But also, importantly for me, the team should be durable. So think about scoping the team around a domain or a persona rather than just a project. A big thing with dedicated product teams is you don't want to just dump a roadmap on top of them. This will do nothing but kind of kill their passion. Give them a goal, KPI to achieve, a hill to climb, and they'll figure out the best way to get to the top. Measure by results and outcomes, not by micromanaging what they're working on. So in practicality, this is kind of what this looks like inside of Atlassian. They all like to be pictured in primary colors, which is cool. It starts with the leadership team, where we have a triad of design, product management, and engineering. And the idea behind this is to combine the crafts into a unit that can effectively balance the various priorities. They can move fast and make decisions for the work that they're doing. And then the rest of the team is filled in with product engineering, quality engineering, content designer, maybe some other roles depending on what the team's doing. But a big thing in this model for us is ownership. The accountability for success or failure of what's being built is on this team. There's none of this throw it all over the wall crap, or that's a product problem or an engineering problem. The team succeeds or fails together. Again, as I mentioned, this is what team topologies would call a stream-aligned team. As I mentioned before, they tend to have long-running objectives rather than projects, which tend to be more solution-focused. So an example objective I'd give to one of my teams would be, customers hate doing upgrades. Can we fix that for them? And I do this because we get a lot of creative ideas from this approach. It empowers the team to investigate and innovate in that space. And honestly, the main reason, it saves me having to come up with all of the ideas. That's just tedious. We also have a bunch of supporting functions around these teams, like service enablement, customer ops, service teams. And these are specialist teams that are there to support the product teams. They help them engage with support, mine customer data. They do high-touch engagements with customers. They're enabling teams for the product teams. And sort of digging a bit deeper into team behavior, it's a misconception that the product manager should make all of the product decisions and hand the results of that to the engineering team to go forth and implement. It's also a misconception that the designer on the team sits in the corners and draws cats. That just doesn't happen. The PM role is really to interpret customer needs and help bring the whole team along for the journey and understanding that. This means getting engineering involved in interviews, building prototypes, talking with the customer, responding to feedback. It's a mix of, are we building the right thing, but also are we building the thing right? And that's why we have this blend of skills. The knowledge has to be in the team as a whole. It can't just be product and design that really gets and understands the customer. Personally, I've been through this type of transformation before. I moved to Poland in 2016 to do this. It was a 2-year transformation project to take a team of around 30 very grumpy engineers to close to 200 grumpy engineers, including designers, product managers, and a bunch of supporting roles. Super fun times, not stressful at all. But a big part of the role for me was figuring out how to turn super technical engineering teams into product engineering teams that really understand the customers. And here's a selection of tactics I used. You can screenshot this, it's free. It was things like, helping the team build customer empathy through interviews, doing on-sites with the customer, spending time responding to tickets. I got the right leaders in place that can set the examples. We changed our language to be more customer focused. Tickets and tasks went out the window when we talked about things like jobs to be done. We gave the team space to practice their product decision-making skills by setting up theoretical challenges. We connected them into the broader organization with field teams, support teams to really bring the customer perspective from the ground. And all of this helped build a customer focus on understanding of what we were building and what customers really needed from it. And this was in the end super powerful. So takeaways on this one. Well, I built a product organization in our Gdansk site, taking it from engineering focus to product focus. My biggest learning is a critical thing to get in place. There's no point being the person that was telling people what to do. You're not scalable and you don't have all the answers. Forming effective product teams starts with giving them ownership of what they're trying. Set the limits, set the boundaries, let your teams make decisions and move it forward. Get the right people in place and hold them accountable to what they commit to. Secondly, a customer focus doesn't have to work at this across your organization and employ many different tactics to build up empathy and understanding of what your customer needs. Your engineering teams will surprise you at how well they can develop their product instincts. Next up is a pretty quick story about a time when we were seriously behind our competitors in the market. Okay, so Bamboo is our continuous integration and deployment product. Lots of competitors in the market like Jenkins, Circle, Travis, companies like that. And around 2017, we were really behind in terms of features with the product because we've been concentrating on scaling it and doing performance work. And our biggest gap with the competition was config as code, essentially defining your build plans in JSON or Java, being able to version them in source control. And at this point, we had two options. We could go deep and build the API layer out, or we could go broad and really showcase the integration with Bitbucket Server. We could do one or the other and hit a release date of about 3 months away. But we couldn't do both. Why the 3-month time pressure? Well, 2 reasons. We were getting signals that customers weren't happy with the product and weren't satisfied. And secondly, our annual conference was coming up. And this was the ideal time to really showcase some of the new stuff we've been working on to customers and get them excited about it. So what did we do? Well, we went broad with this option. And this allowed us to showcase what the vision for the feature actually was, how people could use it to solve a complete problem, even though it was more limited in scope. It made our go-to-market message much stronger for customers. If we went deep, we'd have had a lot of APIs, but no way to tie them together. Customers would have struggled to get started with the feature set. So we optimized for showing a thin slice of complete functionality. Was this the right choice? Well, I think so. The data was there to kind of back it up pretty quickly. Things turned around. We track a lot of analytics on our products, so we were able to kind of pull this stuff. We released the first cut of the config as code feature around July, August. It was a highly requested feature. We saw a fairly large uptick in evaluations of the product. Things go a bit quiet in January after Christmas. Then we had another uptick with the second iteration of the feature to address a bunch of initial customer feedback. Overall, the feature was super useful for driving an upswing in the evaluation funnel and converting to paid customers. It also gave existing customers a lot of reassurance we were keeping up with the market trends and investing in the product. And since then, we've been continuing to build on this and stay relevant in the market with our competitors. So what's the takeaway here? Right, keeping a close eye on the competition is super important. Once you get behind, it takes a lot to catch up, and you need to move really, really fast. And a thin layer of capability that touches all of the points that are important can be a really great way of getting your customers engaged and gathering feedback. Functionality is limited, but it's cases work. But more complex things often kick off a conversation about what needs to come next. And this information is gold because it will inform your roadmap and what you work on. But mainly, don't get behind. Watch your competition closely and don't get complacent with this one. Chat apps. Let's talk chat apps. This is a painful one for me. Okay, so who's heard of HipChat? It was a decent enough chat app back in 2014, 2015. However, we were starting to lose a bunch of market share to the new hipster upstart of the time, Slack. Was it better than us? Maybe, maybe not. But it was eating our market share pretty quickly. So what did we do? Well, we couldn't let this go. We took about 100 people from various other teams and we piled them onto the HipChat product team and let them go for it. Sounds awesome, right? Actually, not really. We didn't have a clear vision for what a team of now 150 people needed to work on to fight back, and things went south in terms of delivering value to customers. Lesson number one, when you have a good plan. However, we had a bit of a secret weapon up our sleeves. In a parallel stream of work, we were building a new version. Stride, or Banana, as it was called internally. I have no idea why Banana didn't make it as the real product name, though. That seems perfectly reasonable. Either way, we'd learned a lot from building HipChat and making it work at scale. This is going to be the solution. We had a new tech stack. It was shiny as hell. We had an Electron front-end app, React, Redux, reactive programming, super fast dev loop, all of the bells and whistles you could imagine at the time. Obviously, there was no way that this could fail. And amazingly, we didn't make too many of the mistakes that we made with HipChat, but unfortunately, we made a whole pile of new mistakes that really limited our ability to move fast, mainly around technology. And so the timeline looked a bit like this. Basically, we were building two chat products at the same time and trying to ensure we were moving fast enough with the new one. Hopefully you can see this on the slide. There's a lot of information here. We kept releasing HipChat fixed versions to keep customers happy. This is kind of at the top. And on the bottom of the slide is the timeline for the Stride development cycle and releases. When we announced Stride to the customers, it was billed as the replacement for HipChat. So we had hoped they would shift over to it very, very quickly. Customers weren't having it. The migration was actually pretty difficult, and the first GA version wasn't at feature parity, and customers really didn't have a compelling reason to move. A new architecture wasn't an argument that was cutting it for them. It took us too long to get over the technical hurdles in the new stack. We couldn't get on top of the performance issues quickly enough. Feature parity was a long way off. The writing was on the wall for this, so we made the tough decision to shut things down midway through 2018. In July 2018, we announced our partnership with Slack. We decided to buddy up with the person who was beating us in the market. And we started the process of shutting down the products. Through 2019, the end of life dates for our chat apps happened, and we were out of the chat business. So the partnership between us and Slack is now quite interesting. We're not in this space anymore, but we get a lot of cross-flow sales due to this partnership. Why? Well, we made the integrations with Jira and Confluence super easy to set up, and this helps drive more users to our platform. We realized we needed to play to our strengths. So in some ways, we did manage to pull some positives out of the whole thing, or at least that's what I tell myself to help myself sleep at night. Anywho, what's the takeaway here, apart from never developing a chat application? Technically, we had the perfect plan. We had the HipChat team in a moment to defend. We had a new set of teams building a new product. It should have been the perfect storm, yet it didn't work. we put a lot of bets on being able to move super fast with the new tech stack and customers migrating quickly. Stuff was getting built, but it wasn't as useful as it came before. Migration was too hard and we didn't get to feature parity quickly enough. The new tech stack couldn't save us. It made some things easier, but we made a new set of mistakes and this slowed us down too much. It was the wrong decision to go for a rewrite. And secondly, you'd think that running two products that are kind of the same at the same time with multiple teams, this would be demotivating for the team working on the end of life product, but actually it wasn't. They knew that they had a time-limited mission of supporting the product and making sure that the customer had a good experience. This really resonated with them because the team got that the customer comes first, not the technology. Okay, on to the last leg of things now. Let's talk a little bit about success. So you spend all of your time building the most amazing feature for your product. It's finally made it out to production. Well, what now? Well, why did we build this feature in the first place? What's the customer problem we're solving? Now it's out there. How do we know it's actually a success? For us, we use a play called goals, signals, and metrics. This is how we hold ourselves accountable to actually checking in and making sure we're not only built the thing right, but we've built the right thing for our customers. For my teams, this has been a real turning point in how we evaluate success of what we ship. And I'd encourage anyone in the business to give it a go and try it out. If nothing else, you'll get a real sense of the why behind what you're building. I'm going to give you a quick run through of what setting this up looks like. And you should do this before you actually start building a feature. Ideally, you've figured out what you're going to be building, so do this before you started building it. So number one, you need to understand what your team's North Star is. Is it customer retention, expansion into a new market? Is it website traffic from organic search? It's critical you get clear on the larger objective that you're working towards. Set a maximum of 3 goals that define what you're trying to achieve. Make sure the goals speak to the outcomes, not output of effort. For example, training 3 times a week for 2 hours at a time is the effort, but the outcome we actually want would be to run a sub 20-minute 5K. Taking this literally, shipping code is an effort. What we want to land is customer value, and shipping code is no guarantee of that. So you've got your goals, what you want to achieve. What are the signals that tell us we're on the right path with this? Taking the previous example of wanting to run a 5K in less than 20 minutes, some signals could be working out 3 times a day or 3 times a week and doing speed work, eating 10 vegetables a day and not snacking, losing half a pound of weight in a week. These are the things that tell us we're on the right track to achieving our goals. You could also factor in anti-patterns too. For example, in this one, eating a tub of ice cream every day isn't likely to help with your times. And finally, we move on to the metrics. So what can we actually measure in relation to the goals that we've set? They should be specific so we can assess our status against them. I'm thinking about the 5K goal. Some examples of this could be, well, my BMI has dropped by 10%. I've improved my short distance time by 20%, things like that. In a software feature project, it could be things like an increase in click-through to a particular page, triggering an analytics event, or turning a feature flag on and off. So here's an example of a goal, signals, and metrics play we ran for a 0 downtime upgrades feature for Confidence in Bitbucket. This is a cross-product feature that one of my teams built. There's a lot of information here, so take a moment. We'll not go through it all as there's a wall of text. I kind of just wanted to show you that we actually do use this stuff internally. Across the top, you can kind of see the goal sections we set up, mainly around customer interest in the feature and some usage. Then we have some signals here like marketing qualified leads that signal interest, completion rate of upgrades, and quite simply, customers do more upgrades. Then we've got very specific measures like task success rate over 80% and more than 100 responses to the blog. And finally, we baseline our success looking at other features. So for example, our CDN feature got 148 blog responses. So if we're in that ballpark, we're doing pretty well. We don't have a baseline for everything. Sometimes stuff is a new measure. And then after that, we follow up. Soon after the release of this feature went out, we started checking in on things. As you can see here, it's still pretty early, given customer upgrade cycles. And one measure, we fluffed it entirely. We didn't get it right. But the point is, we're now into a rhythm of checking in on the work and adjusting course based on the data that we get back. So key takeaway on this one, this is a really useful framework for measuring success of features and holding yourself accountable. The next step with this is to take action based on what you learn. Might be another revision of the feature, or changing the user experience, or in very extreme situations, actually unshipping a feature. This is where the data that we've collected is super important to inform what we do next. And finally, if you want to give it a crack, and I suggest you do, you can check it out here with a bunch of other team plays that we've created and use on a daily basis inside of my teams. I'll just talk a tiny bit longer whilst you screenshot that with me photobombing in it. Have fun. And with that, I think I might have run out of things to say. Okay, folks, it's thank you very much for the chance to talk about some of the lessons learned as we've built some big products. You've been awesome, I've been Marty. Have a great day. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marty. Thank you. Big round of applause, and absolutely love, the screen there as well. I love the presentation in behind you. So I am actually delighted to be here today with Emma Mulholland. He is Principal Product Manager at Instill. So Emma and I were just having a chat that I think the last time we saw each other face to face was about 1.5 years ago, wasn't it? And I think Emma is also involved in Product Camp as well. So I think we were sitting at a coffee shop next to each other talking about Service Line Network and Product Camp and things like that. So delighted to have Emma here. Emma is going to be talking about discovery as a team sport, so how everyone in the product team can actually get involved in the discovery and the research phase. So thank you so much, Emma, and over to you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
There we go. See where I stand in our little virtual studio here. Okay, so welcome everybody. I'm glad to have you here today. I'm going to be doing actually I'm going to also start a timer so I can keep an eye on myself. 20 minutes. I'm going to be doing like a whistle-stop tour today around discovery as a team sport, but also just how product end-to-end development is a team sport. So this is me, and this is my pandemic puppy. I did that typical thing everyone's been doing. His name's Sully, and he is now 10 months old and over 33 kilos, so he's a bit of a chunky guy. But I work at Instill, and so I'm leading the team there. Instill, I think for the last 15 years, has got a fantastic reputation as an engineering company. And we are now evolving it to be a product practice. So we build our own internal products and bring them to market. And we're going to be partnering with people to help them deliver their products and also teach people how to build good products. Cool. So let's get going. What am I covering today? So I want to cover like how do you build the right thing? Touch quickly on the fact that to be human is to be biased, which leads into why you want to involve the whole team in your process. What is discovery anyway? The concept of the product trio, and then the benefits of getting the whole team involved. And then finally, we'll talk about some hints and tips about how you start to do that if you're just kind of very early stages of this process. Okay, so there's this that gets thrown around a lot, and we're all kind of a bit guilty of this. We say, build the right thing, build the thing right. This was the theme of BelTech. I'm going to say like 2 or 3 years ago, but it might even have been 4 or 5 years ago. And we are good within software. I think we're getting very good actually at building the thing right. That's a lot of your agile delivery methodologies. But I think sometimes we're still not totally awesome at building the right thing. So I want to just start with that whole concept of the agile delivery process. This is, if you Google Scrum, there are many images come up and they all look a little bit like this. They start with this concept on the left-hand side of like a product vision or idea and a product backlog, and then it's just a lot of information about ceremonies and all the things that happen within that 2-week process. And there's 2 things that frustrate me slightly about this. Is firstly the focus on delivery only. It kind of makes it seem that engineers are only involved in delivery, which I think isn't inherently true. But secondly, although they're very good at talking about these feedback loops, it makes it seem that you have to get real code live to get that feedback. The whole point is to get something real into users' hands. And actually, that is the most expensive way to test something out. A sprint typically costs 25K. And that's 2 weeks. And if you think about, well, what can you actually deliver in 2 weeks? That's a very expensive experiment. So I think it's really important to start to understand that there's a whole process, a whole load of tools and techniques and things that happen before you get into the Scrum delivery part. And that's what's going to help you validate your product, make sure that you are building the right thing. So, okay, how do we start to know then, how we are building the right thing? So this is the delivery life cycle, or the product, life cycle end-to-end. So you start on this left-hand side here, where we have this concept of alignment. So this is bringing your stakeholders in the business to a common sense of what's the outcome you're looking for, what's the business strategy, what's the market you're going for, and you bring all those assumptions together, and you have that as kind of like a high level view of what you want to do, and then you go into this phase of problem discovery. So you have all these ideas about what the problem that you should be tackling could be, and then you do a lot of research around that. So you want to validate who's your user and the market and all of that. Come down to your definition of problem, and then go into solution framing, elaboration, and all these other steps before you get into your delivery cycle. I'm going to kind of start to step through all of these a bit later. But actually, just to firstly call out that was a nice linear process that made it all seem very simple. But in real life, it's a little bit kind of all over the place, especially when you're moving into continuous delivery. So you're thinking about your problem space and your solution space and delivery and elaboration kind of continuously. It's a bit like, there's a Doctor Who quote that makes me laugh. He's talking about time, and it's all about like timey-wimey, sort of, it's all very fluid, and that's how you think about product. It's all very fluid. There's no black and white and single right answer to things. So let's just touch quickly on the fact that to be human is to be biased. And this is the fundamental driver to why you want to involve as many different people and skills in your end-to-end process. As humans, we all have a subjective view of the world. Every single one of us. We select different data to intake, and we process it in different ways, and we make different assumptions. That's just us as humans. But specifically, even two product managers would come out with different ideas from the same piece of data. But this is especially true when you think about different skills. So if a product manager, a designer, and an engineer are all sitting in one room listening to a customer or looking at the same bit of research, they're going to take away completely different things from it. And like those differences are what keeps you, helps you remove biases, because you kind of have those checks and balances and that more rounded view. So we all know this is the famous diagram that gets used to explain product. This is how you make a successful product. You're thinking about the usability, the viability, and the feasibility. And you need, the product team sits in the middle. And to be an empowered product team, we all know you need all the skills required to deliver that product end to end within that team. We have this concept of a balanced team. So we're all aware of that. And the Scrum Guide kind of advocates that, which is awesome. I think there's another term that Teresa Torres used that I'm going to bring up now, which is like within that concept of a balanced team, you tend to have three leads. We refer to this as the product trio, and they should be taking point and kind of working together to lead every aspect of this end-to-end delivery. So we've got the designer, the product person, and the engineer, and they lead, and I'm using the word lead, not own, because I do believe that the whole product team collectively own the product. I think if you start saying that this skill owns this bit and this skill owns this bit, you can start to create these silos unintentionally, or have this concept of kind of, even unintentionally create like handoffs between different parts of the team. So the thing is that everyone's involved. It's just that at different parts, different leads will take point and kind of facilitate that phase. So the designer, they kind of are responsible. Well, we'll start actually the right-hand side. The product person is responsible for the big why. Like, what is the point of this? Why are we doing this? So that involves, so that's covering the business vision, like who you think, like what you think the problem is, who you think the user is, like the market side, all of that why, and that's typically the first diamond in that end-to-end cycle. And then the designer is taking point on the what. So that's actually the user experience. What is it that we're delivering here, and the kind of the tangibility of the product. And then the engineers, they're responsible for the how. So technically, how did we get this kind of this idea kind of conceptualized into a real product? Actually, I'll go back 1 second. I like this picture of the stool, because to my mind, if you don't have these three strong pillars all working together, then there's just a lack of stability in that team. You need all three, and you need all three like working together collaboratively to have that kind of solid team. Okay, cool. So let's start walking through what the end-to-end development process looks like as a team. So this first step, alignment, problem discovery, etc. This could be product or design led. I'd say especially at the early stages, it's much more product led than anything else, but you would very much be pairing with the designer through a lot of the research side of this. So you need to set out your strong vision. You need to explain the outcomes, and that's a key point, is like, what's the outcome that this that the product team is trying to achieve, and it's like that North Star that's going to drive everyone's decision making. And if your team fully understand that, then they will kind of participate in a better way. Like, everyone's going to be understanding what it is they're doing. And so this is where you're going through your assumptions mapping, big validation phase, and you're understanding your come out at the end of it with your problem definition and hypothesis. You know what I mean? And so key artifact around this phase is the opportunity backlog. And then you're going into your solution framing. This is very much design-led, because obviously designers are kind of understanding the user experience and you know how that's supposed to look and feel. Heavily supported by engineering, because this phase is where you should be getting engineers involved to do technical spikes. They will be at this very early stage given indications on the feasibility, so that you're not kind of going down exploring opportunities that just aren't going to be overly easy to deliver. So this is all around rapid prototyping and like ideation as a team. Again, get the designers to kind of lead team sketching sessions, etc. And then rapid prototyping and testing to get it down to a solid idea that you are totally confident in, because you've validated everything around it. And I guess the key artifact around this is low fidelity visuals. And then we go into this phase. Now, this is a new one to me. And actually, I want to give a heads up to our head of design, Jason, who kind of it's inspired my way of thinking around this. I think for the last couple of years, this phase in my mental model didn't exist. So on multiple occasions in different companies, you do this kind of discovery process, and then we'd have like a really big workshop, and it could last a couple of days, and it was a product inception workshop, and you'd revisit your vision and your KPIs and all the rest of it. You'd do a whole service map or journey map, and you'd get your epics and your stories, and then boom, you'd go straight into delivery really quickly. Like typically you'd have your sprint zero, so your engineers have a week or two, you know, to kind of get Jenkins up or whatever, and that week or two was basically the 2 weeks where a product manager had to come up with a low-level backlog, like just out of nowhere really quickly. What I've kind of realized in recent times, especially if it's an area that's new or complex, is it is really beneficial if you kind of do this mini phase called elaboration and take your time to do it well. So basically, I've said here, take the team on the journey from big picture to low level detail. So give yourself the time to kind of get the whole team back up to speed with the vision. And so you do your product inception workshop, and so you get everyone understanding and you map everything out and everyone's touched the stories and are understanding it. But you then also go down a level where you start to write the stories, do some like amigoing, example mapping, get some of the designs out, and you just give yourself breathing space to make sure that that you've got a runway, that you've got a good runway, and that the team are really set up for success. I think we started doing this at Instill because we realized we just moved too fast, and the stories were going to the engineers, and they just didn't have time to flesh them out or think about them properly. And by actually taking the time to kind of do a journey, deep dive into epics and get like everyone understanding things and getting the detail there, it just set the team up for success at the delivery side. Okay, I'm not going to talk too much on this one. Well, I guess this is the area that people are most comfortable with. This is the area that we do day to day, and that's kind of when you move into your Scrum, your iterative delivery. And I think everyone understands that this is like everyone's roles in this. So the whole trio are involved, but obviously it's the delivery side, so it's kind of engineering heavy. And this is where you are kind of doing your day-to-day story writing and amigoing and all the things like that. What I would call out the two bottom bullet points is that make sure you instrument your stories, because when you go live, you do want to kind of understand the impact they're having straight away and check that you're getting the outcome that you wanted. And yeah, and then just go into continued discovery so that you, like that timey-wimey everything slide I put up, you're continuously then just going into this phase of kind of going through your opportunity backlog, testing things, doing rapid prototyping, etc., but in much tighter loops than you did at the beginning of your discovery phase. Cool. So some interesting comments from Marty Kagan, the king of product. Actually, I'll call out, Marty Kagan did a really interesting blog about 2 days ago. He's kind of got very passionate about product managers versus product owners. I talked about this at an event recently, that product owner is the role on a delivery team, and product manager does this whole thinking about things end to end. He's kind of called out that there's been a bit of a pathology of people getting CSPO certifications and being too focused on the delivery side and not focusing enough on what I'm talking about here, the whole end-to-end discovery, and actually doing proper experimentation and research and actually being a good product manager. So it'd be interesting to go and look at that. But you can kind of get a flavor of how he feels about it just from his quotes. So these quotes come from his foreword to the Jeff Patton story mapping book. Good teams are skilled in the many techniques to try out product ideas to determine which ones are truly worth building. Bad teams hold meetings to generate prioritized roadmaps. Good teams ensure that their engineers have time to try out the discovery prototypes every day so that they can contribute their thoughts on how to make the product better. Bad teams show the product prototypes to engineers during sprint planning so they can estimate. Cool. So what are the benefits of this end-to-end product development in terms of getting the whole team involved? So as I called out, it removes biases. The engineers can ask disconfirming questions because we are all guilty of doing research that validates our ideas as opposed to kind of, disproves our ideas. The variety of mindsets enriches the insights. So you will come away with a very different idea of what to do when you've got more people listening to that research and going through it with you. The shared understanding of the why leads to a stronger input to the how. This, I think, is really critical. Sometimes, especially when you get, as a first step, like leads will get involved in discovery, but not necessarily the whole team or the juniors. And then you come to like refinement sessions, or you're trying to talk through stories. And just because they haven't been on that journey or understand the big picture, they're not always going to be inputting in the right way or thinking in the right way. So actually, if you're bringing people along the journey, they will actually fully understand where you're trying to get to, and then they will be better at inputting to the heart. Removes the risks of knowledge transfer, like I just said. Increases motivation and sense of ownership within the team. So it's following that Scrum idea of collective ownership, and ensures a smoother delivery. So how to get everyone involved. I did have to put a funny GIF in. That was one piece of feedback I got, was you've got no pictures in your talk. So how do you get everyone? Yes, everyone involved. You're trying to make missionaries, not mercenaries. So you're trying to get people bought into, well, what are we delivering, and empowering them. So communicate out a strong product vision so people actually understand what they're working towards. If you're still at the early stages, start by sharing your discovery insights at sprint reviews and making sure that you're kind of covering both sides so that people start to have an understanding of it. Create and share out the opportunity backlog so that people are aware of the different things you're thinking about. Make getting involved easy, so you can have like Slack channels outlining when you're doing research and the video links and stuff so people can jump in. Or just bring the team in to key points throughout the process and kind of talk through it and get them involved. And then just build up a strong discovery practice, because that muscle becomes a team muscle. And your key takeaways: follow the collective owned theory of product, creates better insights and solutions, aids delivery through shared understanding. And the key thing that seems counterintuitive, but if you get really good at discovery and get the team involved, you then have less time kind of supporting the team through delivery. Sometimes people are like, oh, but we don't have time to discovery because we're just always delivery, and we're feeding the hungry machine. And, but actually, if the whole team's involved, then you don't need to support them so much. They won't ask so many questions. They'll actually know what they're doing anyway. Cool. And final thing, the Scrum Guide is actually catching up with this. So they talk about experimentation, and they've mentioned the why, what, and how in the most recent one. So thank you. And if you need help, please do reach out. Contact details there. Cool.
Brilliant.
Bit fast bent.
Great, thank you so much, Emma. Yeah, no, don't worry, there was like perfectly timed there along the way. So exactly, so really interested just to, just in reality how these teams work and what you've seen over your experience as being a product manager and how that's now, into Instill. So, so great. 1 wee second. Sorry, I'm getting instructions, so apologies, I just left Emma on stage there. Great, I think it was too far, trying to keep more social distancing there as well. So, so delighted to welcome our next speakers from Kainos. So we have Sean Mackin, Lauren Russo and Kevin O'Hara, who are product consultants and product leads within Kainos. And I did mention in the overview earlier on that we would be talking about not only the importance and the best parts of working in product teams, but also really the challenges and the tensions, as Emma will know as well, in product teams as well. So delighted to have Kainos here today to share their experience with that as well.
Hello everyone, thanks for joining us today. As the title says, we're going to be talking about healthy tension in multidisciplinary teams. So some people might think healthy tension is an oxymoron. After all, how can tension be healthy? What we want to show is that tension can not only be healthy, but useful for achieving good outcomes with our customers. And we would like the audience's opinion and thoughts on this, so please send us in your comments throughout. So first off, what is healthy tension? I found it kind of interesting trying to define this when the dictionary offers two different contradictory views on what the word tension means. So it calls out a state of hostility or opposition between individuals or groups, and then in the very next line, it calls out a balance maintained in artistic work between opposing forces and elements. And I think if I was to pick out what sounds healthy to me, it's about getting that balance between opposing forces or elements. Whereas unhealthy would be that hostility or opposition between the individuals or groups. But see, this definition actually demonstrates our point that tension can be both healthy and unhealthy. Many people view any tension within a team to be something that needs fixed or removed. However, we would pose the aim should be focusing on building healthy tension into our teams at an early stage. So we understand the definition of tension, but what does healthy tension look like? Let me start with an example elsewhere in the world that demonstrates healthy tension. I was recently introduced to the concept of tensegrity, which is a really interesting principle in science and architecture of tension integrity, where the forces of tension and compression come together and complement each other to provide an otherwise impossible structure. Now, this tension can produce an incredibly strong and rigid structure and support, but it only works when the balance is just right. And people have built many things with this concept, ranging from furniture to bridges, and you can see that in the pictures. In many ways, this principle reflects how we strive to structure our teams, with product often being the centre, balancing the competing interests of user research, design, and technical stakeholders. And it's all about getting that balance right and making sure that things are healthy and that there isn't that hostility or opposition. If any one area dominates, the structure can lose its strength, and that's true for both tensegrity and our teams. If technical leads the conversation, you could end up producing something that's technically brilliant, but it might not solve the business problem or deliver value to the customers. If you focus on the designer's experience, you might come up with an incredible user experience, but it might not be technically feasible. And so it's very important to get the balance right and to be able to have the right conversations. What we want to have is we all have a common interest, and that's a shared interest in success. What we want is a commercially viable product that solves the business problem. But by human nature, we prioritize the characteristics of our own roles and what we enjoy doing. And we each fight our case. But what we want to have is the team playing off each other's strengths and having them complement each other's skill sets. And to do this, the team need to be comfortable to challenge each other respectfully to achieve that better outcome. And to give a better example of that, you could have a minor decision made very early on in a project, and it could be a product design or technical decision, but it can end up having a much greater impact later down the line because that conversation wasn't had with the other parties. And that's why having healthy tension is so important, because without that, you can end up making mistakes that otherwise wouldn't have happened. So again, just to ask, do you agree with this? And if so, why or why not? And just let us know what you think. So we're going to move on next to what it looks like when things are not in sync.
Thanks, Sean. Product management is all about bringing together organizational objectives, user needs, and harnessing technology to solve problems. In order to do this, we are reliant on the skills and perspectives of various disciplines within our team. This could be technical architects, user researchers, experienced designers, business analysts, delivery managers, developers, testers. They all bring their own unique perspective to the problem. We need to provide an environment with healthy tension to help stimulate creativity. But what does unhealthy tension in a team look like? Well, the first characteristic is where people are not open to being challenged. This could look like someone maybe being sarcastic in their reply to a challenge, or even taking the challenge itself as an insult to their skills. It could also look like someone pretending to listen to a point that someone else is making, but really they're only listening to be able to respond with why the person is wrong, and not really considering the point that they're being asked. For some people, it might be about who is challenging them. If the person challenging them is maybe from a different discipline or a more junior team member, they may view this in a different way as well. The second point is where people do not respect the role and skills of their fellow team members. Now, this is usually born out of ignorance about the role and the benefit that role brings to the project. Or it could also be a very narrow view of what a successful outcome looks like. And they're feeling that their contribution to the project is of higher value than other roles. There is definitely a balance to be struck between these first 2 points. Because how do you challenge a fellow team member and not make them feel attacked or that you don't respect their role or skills? The words you use, the tone of voice, but ultimately it's about reassuring them that you're seeking to understand their perspective. We want to challenge each other for the benefit of achieving a better outcome and not to make someone look bad. The next point is where team members don't challenge each other. So as much as we need to be open to being challenged, we need to have an environment where people are happy and actively challenge each other. I want a dev team to tell me when what I'm asking them for is extremely complicated and will take a lot of effort. I want to then challenge them about why, so that together we can evaluate whether the request is actually still the best solution or whether or not there's alternative ideas we can explore. Now, it does take a certain amount of confidence to be able to challenge. And earlier in my career, I did find this prospect perhaps a little bit more daunting. Especially maybe where I was the only product consultant in a refinement session with a whole dev team of developers. Or other times maybe where I've needed to maybe challenge more senior architects as well. The next point is where a team where discussion and disagreement is actively discouraged. Now, no one obviously wants to work in an environment where there's a lot of negative conflict. And if every day you feel like you have to justify what you're doing, it can be exhausting. But I also believe in an environment where everyone is just sticking to their role, doing what they're told, and no one is challenging each other is also unhealthy. Challenging each other enables us to achieve a shared understanding, and it enables us to understand alternative perspectives. And so without this healthy tension, it can lead to inaccurate assumptions, people just believing other people are wrong, and maybe ultimately dissatisfaction with work. I'm now going to hand you over to Kevin, who's going to talk about some ways to get healthy tension in a team right.
We all love working on projects where people are building amazing products. Sean and Lauren have so far spoken about creating an amazing environment that allows multidisciplinary teams to excel, and I'd like to talk a little bit about that. So what do we mean by this? I mean a project where we feel like we're in a safe space, a project that aims for fairness and gives people opportunities to excel, a sense of camaraderie to help us achieve goals and outcomes, and finally, respecting the importance of the varying roles and opinions that come from multidisciplinary teams. Just raising awareness for these things can be the first step in getting people to buy in. So safe and fair, what do I mean here? For safe, I mean psychological safety. It's when people feel that they can speak up without having that worry that they might be ignored or ridiculed, humiliated, or sometimes even blamed for something. People don't feel that they need to choose their words carefully or that they're always walking on eggshells. Businesses spend a lot recruiting talented, creative people. We want people to bring their best selves to work and to not feel limited. In order to do that, they must feel safe while also respecting the feelings and differing views of others. Without safety, good ideas aren't heard. Issues that might have been bubbling under the surface for a while just never get addressed. And importantly, change doesn't happen. You've heard the term feel fast, but recently I heard one that I think's better. Feel fast and feel safe. This was raised recently on a project that I was working on, and thankfully we had leaders who were forward thinking enough to meet the challenge head on. We gauged people's feelings and mood towards various topics across the project through an anonymous survey. After that, we provided project-wide training session and encouraged people to use retros to help drive improvement in this area. We had follow-up surveys and check-ins to see if we were doing better in these areas and to help us identify some things that might need a little bit more focus or a bit more attention. I'm by no means an expert on psychological safety, but safety in work is thankfully becoming something that is getting more and more focus. Unconscious bias is another important factor. Again, just being aware that it exists can be the first step in making us better. We can ask questions like, are our teams diverse enough? Is everyone getting the same level of opportunities to excel in their role? Can we offer support to people to help them achieve their goals and ambitions? Diversity and inclusion is such a big topic at the moment, and rightly so. It also makes good business sense. A recent McKinsey report found that companies in the top quartile for gender diversity on executive teams were 25% more likely to have above average profitability than companies in the fourth quartile. Moving on to camaraderie and respect. It's not rocket science. People work better when there are good relationships within the team. What can we do to build better teams? It's a difficult question. There's no hard or fast solutions here, but it's important to try and find what works for you and what works for your team. Lockdown has unfortunately made this even more difficult. What we find works for us, and I do realise that we're really lucky to have this opportunity, but for 2 days every year, we drop all our regular sprint commitments and we have what we call an app camp, or you might call an away day. So what do we do here? It's designed primarily for people to get to know each other. We do this by working on topics or ideas that have been proposed throughout the year by the team themselves. We're all allocated to teams, and they're usually with people that we don't normally work with day to day. And that might be because they're on a different Scrum team, or they normally work in live services support, any number of reasons. But it can put us out of our comfort zone, working with people that we don't really know. But it does give us the opportunity to get to know them, to collaborate during the day, and socialise in the evening. Socialising remotely is really difficult, and we only had one rule: no quizzes. This has proved hugely successful, and we've now run one in person and one a few months ago remotely. So the teams find these hugely valuable, and it also has some indirect value to the business, but sometimes it can also carry some direct value. Some of the things that we've worked on, some of the topics, they've actually produced some working prototypes that have made their way through user testing and out into production. So that's helping to drive our outcomes and provide a better experience for our users. Activities like this, they help us to get to know each other, to empathise with varied points of view and to understand the role that we all play to the success of the product. So we've built a pretty good team. What does that look like for us when we're working through a solution? We have what we call mobbing sessions. We stole it from the developers who use this term when working on a complex code problem. Everyone collaborates and one developer drives. Normally that would mean something like this, but in the last year it's meant more this, and I'm sure we've all become really familiar with these setups. So what that means for us, it's getting the right people on a Zoom call and onto a mural board to collaborate on something that at times might be complex. For us, this has usually been a product person, someone from design, someone from content, and a tech person. We've got the right people representing their area of expertise. We can draw out limitations or identify opportunities. We do this in real time, no emails back and forth, no constantly re-explaining scenarios to people, everyone focused on the same problem now. In these sessions, we feel comfortable enough to challenge each other respectfully. We question things and bring a diverse set of skills and viewpoint to the table. We leverage each other's expertise and make considered decisions fast. It helps work through a balanced solution that will deliver value to the business and to our users. These mobbing sessions allow us to get features into user testing and out into development much more quickly and with much more confidence.
Thanks, Kevin. So just to recap what we've gone through today, we have covered what healthy tension is. We have also gone through what unhealthy tension looks like and some of the telltale signs that things might not be so healthy. And I think Lauren's point on respect and understanding for each other's roles is really key, because if you understand someone's role really well, you can empathize and understand where they're coming from. And I think that builds a much safer and much more comfortable team where you're able to challenge each other. And that healthy tension is there. Then Kevin's covered, some of the prerequisites and some of the things that are needed for healthy tension. And I really like his point about not just fail fast, but fail safe. I think that's really important. And he's gave us a couple of examples of how in his own project, he's fostered that healthy tension. And I think it's a really good example of what good looks like. And just to finish with a question then, what I'd like to ask is, have you experienced unhealthy tension? And is there anything else that you would do to try and promote a more healthy environment and get that balance right? Thanks very much for your time today, everyone.
Thank you so much, Kainos, for that really interesting talk there. I am sure everyone will agree that Working remotely has definitely changed team dynamics, and sometimes there is quite a lot of tension in teams and it's hard to resolve when we're kind of on back-to-back calls. So really, really interesting, loads of takeaways from me too, and Adam and I were just talking about it there as well before we jumped on. So without further ado then, I would love to introduce Adam Hale, who is a full stack engineer at Allstate. And Adam is, I suppose, the first speaker here who will be cutting across both themes, actually. So talking a bit about multidisciplinary and the diversity of teams, and also then understanding how that improves product delivery and the speed of product delivery as well. So I will let Adam take it away and introduce himself, but thank you, Adam.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello everyone, my name is Adam Hale, and like I said, I'm here today to talk about multidisciplinary teams and how they are really the key to accelerating our product delivery. So before we get into it, who am I and why am I here today? And most importantly, what is in it for you all listening today at home? So I am a full stack engineer within an XP team within Allstate Northern Ireland. I work in the claims area, and for this example, like I would work in shared economy, and I think it's a really, really good example to show and illustrate how the multidisciplinary team really enhances and enables us to accelerate our product delivery. So for those who don't know what shared economy is, it's a business-to-business environment. So we aren't working on products or features or anything for existing customers within the four walls of Allstate. We're actually out in the open market competing for business with external clients. And hopefully with the multidisciplinary team, you can see the real benefit of that and how we actually produce this high quality value stuff out to our users in a very, very quick fashion. So we work within XP teams, like I said, and to touch on what XP is briefly, the way I like to refer to it is it's agile boosted up. So where Scrum teams might have typical 2-week sprints, we have 1-week iterations. So we want to get our stuff pushed out whenever we can. And I'm going to touch on that in a few wee seconds as well. So really, at the bottom of the screen here, you can see a couple of nice timestamps, and I promise I'm not that crazy. There is meaning behind those. So first of all, 30 minutes. This is really, sorry, back again. This is really our team achievements over the last couple of years. These timestamps, they represent how quick we've been able to get to market with high quality value. So first one, 30 minutes. That was actually a bug in production reported by users. So someone reports a bug to our team, and we're able to actually fix the bug in front of the user within 30 minutes. That's real high power performance, right? Next then, 2 hours, that was just feature enhancements. 3 days, that was brand new functionality out. 12 days was actually our first stepping stone into the shared economy space with business to business. We went live with an end user within 12 days from starting from scratch, 12 days. Next, we have 4 weeks. That was my current product. We got an MVP set up and out to customers within 4 weeks. And finally, 3 months. 3 months was a full claims platform. Not an API, not a UI, a full platform, okay? And that could not have been possible without the multidisciplinary teams. And that's what I'm here to tell you about today, is how we leverage these teams, why they're important, and hopefully you'll be able to see the value of it and be able to implement it within your own organizations. So, what is a multidisciplinary team? Well, really, it is what it says on the tin. A nice quote that I found says, a range of people working together to deliver. So whenever we're talking about product, it's a range of people with different diversities, different disciplines, different backgrounds, all coming together in one shared space to solve the same thing. How do we structure these teams? Typically, within the teams I've worked in, this is the generic structure for them. There's nuances between team to team, but they're specific to the team. This is really the secret formula that we have. So first off, we'll have a product owner, someone who represents the business side of things, the business venture that we're trying to achieve. Next, we'll have a product manager, and this is really the orchestrator of the team, the main cog that keeps all the other wheels turning. They handle all the communications, make sure everyone's on point and everyone's on task. Designers is another part of our team, so someone who brings in the empathy towards the user, the look and feel of what we're building. If it's not intuitive, if it's not clear, if it's messy, that's going to impact our end users, and that's not going to reflect too well. You want something that users can relate to, can use very easily, and sometimes even have fun using. For anyone who's actually worked with me before and has seen some of the stuff that I just code out and fire up designs for, that's reason enough to know that design is an essential part of these team structures. Finally then, we have engineers, the likes of myself, the ones who are actually on the keyboards crafting the software and producing the code that will eventually go to the customers. So, why this team structure is important, and I've created a nice, well, what I think is a nice visual of a product. So this big blue square is our product that we want to go to market with, or a new feature that our users requested, okay? So let's fire me into it as an engineer. Straight away, you can see I can go into this product, and if I'm on a team by myself and looking at this product space, there's quite a lot of gaps, and that's because as an engineer, I focus on certain things. I will have mental bias and mental blind spots. I will have a different thinking preference than a lot of other people. So whenever you equate that down to what the product's actually doing and what you're looking to achieve, that's really important. What I think the value to the solution is, or the problem that we're trying to solve, is could be completely off the mark. Alongside that, if I'm loner and by myself, there's no one really keeping me in check or keeping me accountable. I could go off and spend days, weeks, months looking at all these new technologies, how we could be more efficient in places, how we could do this, that, and the other. But really, it's not accelerating value out, nor could it actually be even the correct solution. Likewise, whenever we fire in a team of engineers, I want to be clear on this. This is not a representation of firing more people into a product will all of a sudden, fill that blue space out. It won't. This represents engineers as a whole having, generally speaking, the same sort of mindset. So although there is a wee bit of diversity with the different people within the team, engineers typically focus on the same sort of things and same sort of problems. It is a generalization. There's obviously differences and stuff with individuals, but as a general, that's how it works. So what happens if I add a designer? All of a sudden, there's quite a bit more balance. You can see that there's a different shift there. There's another space filled in. And that's because there's different personality, a different diversity, and a different diversity within the team. All of a sudden, there's a bit more collaboration. There's more input. So likewise, if we add a product manager and a business representative, that fills out. And what that allows is everyone to work together, collaborate, ideate, and really strive towards the value that we're looking to do. And why this team structure really helps with that is we complement each other's preferences and blind spots then. So for me saying, look, we need to go and do this, we need to go and do this as an engineer, focus on really the nitty-gritty details. Someone else might come along and say, look, I hear you, but what if we were to do this? A very good example I always like to use from my own experience is we work quite closely with design, being engineers. We want to code the stuff that they're making the look and feel for. So for example, the designer might come along and say, look, we've user tested this mad new feature. It's really, really cool. They really, really like it. It works well. Suddenly then I can say, yeah, look, I see where you're going with this. Could we do this instead because it complements the technology we're using? Me being an engineer, I should know some technical stuff, I would hope. So being able to influence decisions based on tactical input. And you can see how naturally that was. Yes, I can see how you're going, but could we do this because? And vice versa, I could code something like I've said before, really, really just ugly, doesn't flow nice. The designer says, yeah, I see where you're going, but have you thought about this? Light bulb moment, no, I haven't. That's the benefit with these teams. You get the different inputs, and all of a sudden then you're able to collaborate, ideate. There's no conflict or anything like that. It's all in the interest of producing that value. And whenever we can focus on what the value is and what we're trying to achieve, what happens with the delivery of that? It shuts up because we're all focused. We've got the blinders on, focusing at what we want to achieve, the value that we want to bake in, and more complete value due to the different disciplines coming into this team. And then suddenly, we can actually deliver that a lot sooner because we're all focused. So that covers a wee bit of why I use them. I want to delve into the 3-month claims platform like I discussed a few minutes before there, and really highlight that this was no, makeshift platform. This was a fully functioning platform in 3 months again. It wasn't throwing things at the wall and seeing it would stick. This is the platform. We were able to capture assets, adjusters working the claim within the system, able to capture claim notes, put coverages in for opening coverages, filing a claim into this platform, capturing participant information, making payments from this platform, and policy checks. 3 months would not have been possible without multidisciplinary teams. And here's why. When we're working in our sprints or our iterations, if something comes up, like the bug in production or an issue, how many people have got that, oh, something went wrong, here something's fallen over? I have loads. So what happens? There's that initial panic, what's going on, what's going on? Whenever we have these teams structured like this, where we have all the different personalities and diversities within that team, we're all present in the moment. We're all actually able to think, right, what is the solution here? How do we move forward with this? How do we focus on this? There's no one standing over us, you know, telling us we have to go and do this or that, or what the best course of action is. We're full autonomy within these teams because we have the team structure within these multidisciplinary teams like this. We make the decision there and then, and we move forward. I've heard fail fast a few times today alone, and that's the exact same thing. We fail fast, but we fail as a team. It's no one person deciding, it's the team. It's full autonomy within the team. And that's how we're able to move these massive, massive platforms within 3 months and achieve such successes as this. We wouldn't have been able to deliver it anywhere near it if we had not this team structure. To share another example, within the same shared economy space, there was another product where the client would have had multiple different businesses with other businesses, okay? And we have the same team structure as what we talked about in the previous slide, but the difference being that whenever we leverage these teams, we were actually the first customer to deliver their wish list for the client. And that was direct feedback from them. You're the first company to go full green with what you have delivered. Again, would not have been possible without having everyone on hand within those teams to be able to accelerate our delivery and high quality product as well. We want to release stuff that goes out and stays out. We're not just putting some willy-nilly stuff out to meet some, you know, mass performance of get things done, get it done quick, get it out there. This is all done with high value, and we're still able to achieve those results. I want to touch on the technology used as well. Being an engineer, I have to bring technology into it at some point. This is my bread and butter. So you can see here, a lot of very, very up-to-date technologies. We're not building this sort of stuff using legacy stacks either, okay? This is all the latest and greatest techs. And we decide that as a team as well. Whenever I'm in various meetings or calls or just conversation, being able to come into it with my technical background and influence how we build things, how we add technology into the actual value and how we influence decisions, it's just amazing. Being able to come in and say, look, our technology would lend itself to better to this approach or that approach. And you know, from my diverse background of being an engineer, being able to input that in the team and have the team take that, amplify it and put it out, it's phenomenal. It is really, really special. And that's what happens within these teams. And we're not tied to using any legacy stacks, like I said before. It's full autonomy within the team, and that's our ownership. That's what we decide to do, and we move forward with it. No one stands in the team telling us what to do. We decide as a team, and we move forward. We can be agile with all aspects of this team because everyone is available within the team to do it. So, just to touch on more about what it means to work within these multidisciplinary teams, it enables us as individuals. I can now, as an engineer, come into this team and bring my knowledge and say, look, this is the techie stuff that I know. Let's run with this and let's try and amplify this a wee bit. It also empowers us. I have ownership now. I'm invested with this. I own this product in a sense that I am contributing my own ideas, my own thoughts, and having a team around me run with them and build them up greater than I could ever imagine. And with that, then there's the ownership. It empowers us with the ownership of this is mine. You know, whenever you imagine just a team with everyone in it who feels responsible and owns that process, it's just a catalyst for success, in my opinion. And having the team structures that we do within the multidisciplinary teams, it makes it easy. It makes it unfair an advantage, having that brain power of everything together. And probably the last point is we all learn together. My background is technology, but having a business representative is in the team, I can actually sponge up some business jargon, some business speak, how business works. And that's pretty cool. And same with design, you know, thinking about where a user automatically looks on a page. I have no idea about that, but other people in the team do. So I bring my specialities and everyone else brings theirs. And all of a sudden, the diversity within those teams helps shape it. You learn from it. And that's really what we're all here to do, right? We're here to learn. So to wrap up, that was a very, very quick run through of what a multidisciplinary team is. Hopefully you can all see the benefits of incorporating this sort of team structure within your own teams, the benefits that it has in terms of being able to get the high quality stuff out from everyone being present that needs to be present within those teams. So, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Adam. I actually can't believe you were nervous beforehand. That was slick as.
My arms are sweating and everything, so.
That was absolutely brilliant. Yeah, really good. And you know what? As an engineer coming into design team as well, like so much learning for me, and then vice versa. So every day is a learning day, and if you treat it like that, then the team works so well together.
Such a happy place to be.
Such a happy place. Yeah, so totally agree with that. That's absolutely brilliant. So, going to take a very short break now, and then we're going to come back with our multidisciplinary team panel. So very excited to welcome Jack and Patricia and Ailish and Damien for that. So see you soon.
I don't think there is a typical day at Options IT, as each day brings with it different challenges and opportunities that we get to overcome as a team.
No 2 days working with Options are the same. They can vary from being on site with a specific client, focusing more on utilising hardware and how they can be exploited, or being in the office on the support desk, using multiple different types of software remotely to troubleshoot with different clients.
You get to meet so many cultures and you get to talk to so many people, and then you could be going out on site, visiting clients.
We get to work with bespoke technology, applications and software for the financial technology sector, troubleshooting a range of issues both on-site and remotely.
One day you could be troubleshooting an issue with one of our networks engineers in our regional offices, or the next you could be delivering that solution to a client face to face.
The travel opportunities at Options are endless. Just this year I was able to spend time in London, Singapore and New York.
We have offices in New York, Singapore, Hong Kong, even New Zealand and London, and you get so much more opportunities to travel beyond those offices.
I've been to London, Singapore, New York, San Francisco, and have ambitions to go other places like Hong Kong and New Zealand.
I've been given the opportunity to train and learn in multiple different continents, travelling to New York, Chicago, Hong Kong and Geneva.
Travel opportunities within Options are amazing. You could spend time training in regional offices and begin to learn more about the account management role within these locations.
My biggest learning curve while working for Options so far has been working on different client sites face to face with the users. I think I learned the most during this time, as each client requires something different and you need to adapt your skills and knowledge to fulfill the client's needs.
I was introduced to new technologies which required training and working in live environments. I was also on site working independently, dealing with issues and managing our clients.
The biggest learning curve for me while I was working at Options was realising the importance of being the middleman, being an effective communicator when it came to communicating between clients and when it came to communicating between engineers.
A personal highlight of mine would have been getting the opportunity to work on a high-profile client event. This was a fantastic opportunity to gain new skills and independence in an account management role.
Even during these unprecedented times of COVID-19, Options hugely supported our learning and development phase through our placement year, as we were able to participate and take part in a remote course to help learn different languages such as PowerShell.
What makes Options different than other tech companies is definitely the company culture. Options puts such an emphasis on social events, and even during quarantine, every Thursday night for the support team is quiz night.
Very professional, with a relaxed working environment, great team building, and everyone is highly sociable.
The company culture within Options is unique. I don't think there's any other place that you'll find a culture like this.
Do it. It offers great and diverse opportunities. Always apply yourself and say yes to any opportunities which present themselves.
Even though the company focuses a lot on how technology operates, don't be afraid to let your interpersonal skills shine during the application phase, such as different interviews.
Be adaptable, say yes to everything, and don't be afraid to step out of your comfort zone.
Do it. Be yourself in the interview and never ever turn down an opportunity, because you don't know where it's going to take you next.
How can I transform my IT department from a cost center into a source for innovation? How can my teams deliver faster? What cultural changes do we need to make in order to adopt DevOps? At Red Hat Open Innovation Labs, we provide tools and proven methods to help you become cloud native, where you rapidly develop apps, experience DevOps, embrace innovative technologies, and adopt Agile in an immersive residency environment. Solve your most pressing problems in an open way to drive cultural transformation. With improved processes, your team can deliver value in hours, not years. We'll work with you every step of the way, so you can transform your IT department from an operating expense into a catalyst for innovation. Red Hat Open Innovation Labs.
Welcome back, everyone. I am delighted to be hosting our panel today, talking about multidisciplinary teams in product delivery. So we have Patricia, and we've got Jack, and we've got Ailish, and we've got Damien with us today. So I'm going to let them all introduce themselves in a second, and then we've got some really interesting questions for you as well. So Patricia, I'll start with you. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself and your role and the organisation that you work with?
Sure, happy to. I'm Patricia O'Hagan. I'm CEO of Core Systems. We're a software company based in Belfast, and we provide a platform for people in the criminal justice sector. So basically people in prison or under community supervision, and our platform helps them access information, services, and to stay in contact with the outside world in a secure way. And it's really interesting sector to work in. Our users are very unusual, and they have very specific needs because they've had different life experience than most people who've gone through the education system.
Brilliant, excellent. Jack?
Hi, so I'm Jack Spargo. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Grazie. Grazie is a startup. We're a cashless tipping platform. So I started Grazie in July last year as a sort of side project, and then it was born out of the coronavirus pandemic, really. People were unable to use cash for things they would traditionally use cash for. Mainly tipping was the initial area we decided to look at. And yeah, since January, I joined the Propel program with Ignite, which has been great. And yeah, before I'm a solo co-founder. I'm a technical co-founder. So, but before that, I worked for Shopkeep for a number of years, and Deloitte and Accenture as well. So I have a sort of a mixture of big company and now a company of one. So it's given me some interesting insights.
Brilliant, thanks, Jack. Ailish, it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. So I'm Ailish McCall. So I'm venture architect at Whitespace. So it is a design-led technology company. We design, develop, build new ideas, products, ventures. Specifically, I lead in the product management of our online innovation community Shift, which is a community based at helping innovation leads from organisations across the UK collaborate. So my role is very much a mixture of sort of defining the team's operational strategy, getting development with the community and the team, running experiments to explore and test new business ideas and opportunities. And I get to do lots of fun things like this panel as well, which is great. I've also been on Ignite myself. I am like a previous co-founder and chief product officer of a community-based startup called Esther. We're enabling people to give directly to people living in poverty in their own communities. I've previously been a QA engineer, and I've been in sort of product roles within the likes of PwC, for instance. So yes, that's me.
Brilliant, thank you so much, Ailish. And last but definitely not least, Damien.
Afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Damien Gribben. I'm a UX consultant working for Kainos, the IT consultancy based in Belfast. My background is I have about 12 years in design, 8 years in UX design, where I've been leading on government-based service projects. I've most recently been working on some of the EU exit projects and some of the COVID vaccination projects as well.
Brilliant. So Damien and I are currently working on some COVID vaccination products at the minute, so very interested to hear your thoughts as well. So there was a reason we curated this panel, and really it's just the diversity of experience and types of organisations that we're working in, and we're talking about multidisciplinary teams here, so it'd be really interesting just to hear from yourselves, you know, your experiences with working in very diverse multidisciplinary teams and the value that adds in product delivery. So I'm going to start with Eilish this time, if you have any thoughts, Eilish, on that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've always worked in multidisciplinary teams. So like, for instance, my current team, we've got user researcher, designers, a UX engineer, marketing, product, and we all work together towards the same goals. So we do stand-ups, working sessions, planning sessions, retro, basically anything to make sure we're aligned on what the customer needs are, what's feasible from a technical perspective, and of course, sort of what the business value is and how it all comes together. I think that is so important that everybody's working together, because ultimately, you know, you could have designers are coming up with things that look like a great idea, but is it technically feasible? You know, technically, yes, we could do this, and, you know, it seems pretty cool, but actually, is there a user need for it? So I definitely think that, you know, it's the way to go.
Brilliant. And Patricia, you're in a slightly different space, and I suppose that regulations are really key to what you're doing as well. So what type of team do you have internally, and your experience in multidisciplinary teams as well?
Yes, well, we do have a diverse team as well. Obviously, to support the engineers, we have the product people and UX and UI. And also that would branch out to the business team, you know, the account manager, the people who have direct contact with the customer. And then we have lots of industry links in order to keep up to date with all the regulations. But the most interesting bit is when we can engage with the end users, you know, and actually, which is very difficult because obviously they're in prison, so they're not quite as accessible, you know, as putting together a focus group. But it is so amazing to get their feedback on the product and involve them in the product design, and also working with the staff from the prison. So it's been very humbling to work in such a diverse team, and I think it just totally adds to the quality of the end product and the success of the product, because it delivers value to people based on their reactions to the product.
Brilliant. And how has that changed over the last year? So you said about the interaction with the end user is very important. Has that changed, you know, in terms of processes through the last year?
Yes, well, like, prisons are in lockdown, have been in lockdown over the last year, so it is very difficult to get direct access. We've been able to maintain some links with more staff in particular, but like, even staff are difficult to get access to. So any access we do have has been remote, you know, through video conferencing tools.
Yeah. Brilliant. And then Jack, startup world, you know, a completely different sector as well, you know, that you're working in. So I know you've come from a you know, product background as well, but you know, what are you thinking about in terms of, you know, your own business and multidisciplinary teams that you've worked in and the value of them?
Yeah, absolutely. So a year ago, I was working in multidisciplinary teams. My last job, we'd have teams of engineers, product owner usually, and some embedded QA perhaps, ideally an embedded designer as well, who would help us, you know, bring that kind of cohesive sort of team together so we could deliver what the user need was. Changed slightly in now I'm a very small startup, but what I would say is the mindset hasn't changed. So I try to always, I guess, wear different hats if it's me, but also try and leverage the network as well. So even though I can't necessarily yet employ teams to do this, I try and put myself in a position where I am, you know, a user researcher on, you know, Monday morning, and then designer in the afternoon. And obviously I'm not good at all these things, but I can leverage the network, and I can leverage some of the resources out there and people who I've worked with before, as well as some of the mentors on programs like Propel, to try and get myself into the right position to think that way. And I mean, even slightly odd things like I would always, as an engineer, raise a pull request to make a code change, even though it's me reviewing it also. just because I think it gets you into a good mindset, and it means that the day I am able to grow that team, and it would, be very much a multidisciplinary team, hopefully the mindset and the processes are in place to make that successful. And yeah, I think it's really reinforced to me the need to engage with users as well. I think it's very easy, especially as a technical co-founder, to sort of, shut myself in the room and put the headphones on and write code. And what I've tried to do is make sure that I step out there, engage with potential users, existing users, and gather that feedback, collate it, turn it into some form of, statistical object that I can then analyze and then make a decision based on that, rather than just wading straight in with the next fun thing to build.
Yeah. It's so lovely because two technical founders here, and coming from engineering backgrounds, and I love that you're speaking about the needs of the user and the end user in that, and it's just really nice to see that, for the two products that you're working on. So thanks. Damien, to you, so you're again in a completely different environment there with, a lot of different teams and stakeholders involvement. So again, what's your experience been working in these diverse teams, and where have you seen it add value to the product delivery?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incredibly important to have a diverse team, to have a multidisciplinary team whenever you're building these products, especially at the scale of the products that we're building. And I'm sure, as you know yourself, Rebecca, you cannot just have the multidisciplinary team from our own consultancy, but from possibly multiple partners who are working with the client, as well as the client team that are coming in as well. And you can just get a great benefit of all the different backgrounds that people have and all the different experiences that they can bring to that team as well.
Yeah, brilliant. And then I suppose just following on from that, Damien, as well, we're talking about the benefits of working in these big diverse teams, and we all know that it's really beneficial, but there's also challenges along the way there too, so and I know you're working on some very big complex government services at the minute, but what do you see as the challenges, when you've got engineers working with service designers, working with product owners, working with, nearly product owners in departments and things like that, where are the challenges?
Yeah, how long have you got?
I know. I might regret asking that.
Limited amount of time on this call. I mean, I think the big challenge that you have with all of that is the kind of vision for the service or for the product or for whatever it is you're trying to build. Making sure that everybody has bought into that vision and make sure that everybody's on the same page of not only what they want to build, so what that end product or end service needs to be, but also how they get there. So what platforms are the technical guys building on? Are they all aligned to make sure that everybody's going in the same direction there? In terms of the design team, the product owners, making sure that everybody has a really clear understanding of what the MVP is or what the final product is going to look like, and just keeping everybody on track with that is probably the biggest challenge. More recently, I find it's definitely been communication, in terms of being able to be on site with people and kind of walking up to people at their desk and having a quick chat and getting decisions made. You can no longer do that. There's not really a platform for a quick chat. I mean, Slack's there, Teams is there, whatever, but you lose a lot of context in those conversations. And I've found, especially for working in a multidisciplinary team where we're trying to solve problems and maybe tackle bigger problems, just trying to get people together to have a conversation is a real challenge at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, communication is key, particularly over this last year and the different ways we communicate. And it'll be interesting how, hybrid working will change that as well in terms of teams too. So, Ailish, I know that, there in white space you have researchers and engineers and technologists and, a lot of diversity in there. And I'm always really interested to hear about, how research integrates with all of that, and how researchers can really add value to the product as well. So really just the importance of having research and the importance, I suppose, for product engineers to be listening to that research and actually taking that on board too.
Yeah, it's so important. And the really good thing about actually having a researcher in your team is that it actually informs the way the product's built, how it's designed, how it's marketed. And we have our user researcher actually weighing in on our working sessions. And, she really is truly the voice of the customer in a way that I can't really be, because I'm sort of distracted trying to be kind of the glue holding things together. And, we do have this increased competition in the market. There is a lot of sort of turnkey solutions for different things. And the question is becoming less, is this technically feasible, and am I the most technically capable of doing this? But actually, is it really solving a user need? So we have these more sort of user-centric products. So I think research is becoming less of an option and more of a necessity now. So now it means that if you've got that researcher, you're actually creating more customer-centric products that are meeting their needs. You have more efficient, sort of less risky decisions. You can sort of better scope out additional opportunities in the market. And it actually, what I have noticed is it's helped with the team culture, because decisions are being made and actually backed up by research. It's not so much, I think this is a good idea. It's actually sort of boosting the confidence for the entire team for what they're working on, because they know that all of the decisions and the things that are working on are actually ultimately benefiting the customer. So definitely is something that I would advise. I think one of the main kind of challenges is kind of balancing that whole sort of delivery discovery thing, because ultimately that kind of continuous discovery, it's very much trying to get you to user value faster, but only if it really goes hand in hand with delivery. So you still need to sort of quickly and iteratively kind of have those regular stable releases. And if you just, it's really tempting to just keep researching and trying to find the perfect thing. But then by the time your product sort of sees the light of day, it's not really relevant anymore. So you need to still be willing to make decisions with the information you have available and sort of build lean, so that decisions made are being reversible, but continue to understand the customer, so that you're not kind of making off-the-cuff decisions because you already really understand that customer, because there's been so much research has been done into what their main problems are. So no, I love it. Research all the way.
Brilliant. And do you know, it's really funny because I suppose previously when you're talking to clients and we say we need to do this bit of discovery or a bit of research before we start thinking about design or build or anything like that. And a lot of people used to go, we don't have time and we don't have the budget to do that. And actually over the last year, more and more people are coming with could you do the discovery for this? And I don't know if it's because of COVID that, they've noticed that the product delivery has accelerated, but actually we need to make sure that it's valuable first time, so people are actually seeing more value in the discovery phase. So it's just amazing. It's absolutely amazing to see that.
I think as well, I was just going to say I've seen in that same kind of time frame a lot of engineers asking for the why as well, which is really positive. I think there's a lot less of engineers saying, I've been told to build this, so I'll build it, and a lot more of them asking, why are we doing this? What's the goal? What's the outcome we're looking for? And then, hopefully you've then got some research there backing it up, saying, well, this is why, and here's the data, and here's why we think it's the right thing to do. And I think that's quite positive to see that it's like a pull as well as a push in that regard, which is really helpful.
Brilliant. And Jack, you're kind of, I suppose, a new founder, but you have a lot of experience in product. What would be a piece of advice that you would give to anyone who's thinking about a startup at the minute? And Eilish, this is maybe one for you too, because you've been in that world. What would you say, who should be your first hire? Who should you be looking at when you're developing your product teams?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think one thing I would say is almost a follow-on from what I was saying previously about be comfortable wearing many hats, because initially you won't have the people there. So get comfortable quickly. There's a load of good resources out there, books to read, people to talk to. But then your first hire, make sure it is very diverse in terms of skills, in terms of every nature, really make sure it's a diverse team, because otherwise you're just going to be, if all you hire is engineers, that's all you're going to get is not necessarily what the users need. And I think my advice would also be have a really clear goal of what you want. It's quite easy to run in and talk to one user, they'll tell you a problem, and then you'll run away and spend 3 months fixing it. Go out, talk to lots of people, gather that up, and then set a clear goal. And if you have a team at this point, then make sure everyone's aligned on that goal and it's regularly reinforced and communicated. Because I think often where I've seen it maybe not go so well is when there's subsets of a single team with different priorities, whether that's meeting a deadline or differing ideas on what the solution should be. That's where things start to get slightly untangled. And I think if you can get a team to commit to a goal, you get much better results and a much better culture. Everyone is sort of pulling in the same direction, and you get sort of the outcomes that you're looking for. I think that would be my advice. Have a common goal and reinforce it and revisit it regularly.
Yeah, brilliant. Eilish, do you have anything to add to that from your experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree that they need to be able to jump in and do anything. And you never want to hear the words like, that's not my job, because everybody needs to kind of jump in. And you also need people that you can put up with. Because you're going to be really close and personally with these people. So you need to be able to sort of get on. But like, no two teams are the same. Like you could have a high performing team in one startup and move it to another one, and it's not going to work as well together. So it's really considering that mix of who, the people and their skill set, what the environment is, what the culture is going to be as they come together, and also the opportunity itself. So you need to not just consider what they're good at, but also what they want to do and how they're going to actually fit in together for that common purpose of, what you're trying to achieve in your vision. But yeah, you sort of need people that are doers as well, and people that are going to have an open mind. They're going to leave their ego at the door and kind of be willing to adapt to different situations, because, as a startup moves, it's going to be different, like how you think it's going to go at the start. It's so volatile in the way that it works. So, and as well, if you ask somebody to do something, I like people that are going to challenge me about why are you making that choice, and tell me that, I could go about it in a better way. And I love it whenever even people who don't have a clue how to do something, but they're like, I'll work it out, because it's not really a sort of environment where it's like, well, I haven't been trained to do that. It's, well, you need to go and sort of work that out yourself. And actually that's how you learn the quickest as well. And then as well, the ability to kind of mentor other people as they come into a growing team is always beneficial as well.
Brilliant. And then Patricia, you've been through this, and you've built an amazing team, and Patricia and I sit on the Future Skills Steering group as well for Northern Ireland. So we're talking about skills and talent all the time, and who you need. And what do you think has been the biggest learning in terms of the skill set that you would like to see for your employees coming in?
I think like traditionally you'd have a big focus on the technical skills, but through experience, it's the soft skills that are really important. And very simple skills like being able to listen and hear people, and like that's the basis of collaboration, and to build an effective team that is productive. You have to be respectful of each other, and being open to hear everyone's point of view, and also being aware that we're different with different thinking preferences, and that can help us relate to each other better. So I think those are important skills, and also like critical thinking and self-awareness, so that you can like stand back, look at what you're doing yourself, and be able to take on board feedback in a positive way, in light of what's the best thing to do for the whole team.
Yeah, that's why I love product testing and prototype testing, because it's just an opportunity for you to think you're right but know you're wrong somewhere along the line. So it's so actually you have to be so open for people to give you feedback, whether it's critical feedback, whether it's positive feedback. So I think that's really key too. Damien, just the last question for you as well, in terms of, I suppose we're thinking here about, quite small products with smaller features and things like that. But I know you're working on really huge public sector products where you're trying to get stuff out and scale really quickly as well. So in terms of the team that you have around that, what do you have to consider in terms of skills as well with that? And do they differ, or are they the same?
So yeah, I thought it was quite interesting listening to what the other guys were saying there, because it seems to be quite similar in terms of the product, where sometimes you have to wear multiple hats. Just because you have a requirement for a researcher, a requirement for a content designer, or some other skill set, it doesn't mean that they're immediately available and able to come onto the project. So sometimes you do have to take that, and like I've put on a research hat at times, and a content designer hat at times. But I think what's really important as part of that is whenever you are putting on those hats and playing those roles is that you also take ownership of it. So I'll go back to content design again because I've got a bit of a bee in my bonnet about it. I think it's really important, and it always seems to be the last person in the door, probably because they're like hen's teeth at the moment. But if you are taking on that role as content designer or researcher, that you own that and you are the owner of everything that happens around that. So if there's changes to happen, you own those changes, you're the person to come to, and there's one person that kind of deals with it, rather than just kind of picking it up and doing bits and pieces as you need to and then moving on. But able to take that ownership, and then whenever you do have somebody come in that does that role much better than you can, as somebody who's kind of pretending, can pick up the work that you've been doing and move forward with it.
Brilliant. So just as a conclusion then, just going to ask you all for one piece of advice that you would give to product teams going forward. So Damien, what would be your one piece of advice, you know, for people who are forming product teams or just the benefit of pulling together these diverse teams?
As I mentioned before about the biggest challenge that I've seen, it would be to get that vision down early and make sure that everybody is bought into it and make sure it's displayed really clearly for everybody to get bought into as they join the team. I've seen it on site in places where they've literally had it printed out over whiteboards in the back of walls. So as soon as you walk in, you can see exactly what that team's trying to do. And it just means that it's there for people to be able to have a North Star to work against, but it also means, you know, when people are coming on and they're onboarding, they know exactly what's expected of them and they know exactly what they're getting on board to eventually achieve.
Brilliant, good idea. Ailish, what about you then? What would be your piece of advice from your experience?
Well, I think just sort of building it on that sort of idea of accountability, you know, it's very important that your roles are clear, even though you are sort of jumping in and with multiple hats. So, you know, like as teams grow, kind of responsibilities do need to be sort of divvied up, and you have like whatever area of accountability you have needs to be defined, because otherwise you can kind of jump on each other's toes a little bit. So, you know, you should know what you're responsible for, what the expectations of you are, and also have ownership of specific parts of the product or process, because otherwise, you know, you're going to be kind of stepping on each other's toes. So kind of what I've done with my team, because there is like quite a lot of crossover, is I've done some team alignment mapping just to kind of make sure that we're all aligned on, okay, this is overall what we're trying to achieve, and then this is where each of our responsibilities lie, and we'll all help you get there, but there's sort of directly responsible individuals for each one of those.
Brilliant. Thanks, Ailish. Jack, small piece of advice?
Oh, those are really good ones, actually.
Yeah, I
think, I'll take one of those. I think what I would say is that I think, especially coming from the perspective of a solo founder, is have your dream team in mind first, both in terms of not just individuals that you'd love to hire or work with, but also what the structure looks like. You know, how many content designers, how many UX designers, how many engineers, and what the kind of structure looks like, and then try and bake that in as early as possible to your thinking. And obviously, as soon as you can, then you can hire those people, and you're probably more likely to get the right fit then culturally if you've started out with that approach and the way you're working. It's going to be harder to reverse engineer that when you need it, rather than starting out early and working in I guess a kind of multidisciplinary mindset, even if you're not yet building the team. That would be my advice.
Great. And Patricia, finally?
So much. Maybe do something to actually form the personality of the team, you know, and nice. Together, collectively, create your own ground rules, which are like the standards that you will work together with, you know, like where's the boundaries around how you respect each other. And I think built-in trust is the most important thing, so that you can respect each other to do, perform their role and respect what they do technically. But building trust is the most important thing to get everybody working together. And that only can come from the team members themselves, and let them like create their own rules of engagement.
Perfect. Look, thank you very much, Damien, Ailish, Jack, Patricia. It's great to see you in studio, and thank you so much for calling in as well. So that was a great conversation, and hopefully loads of food for thought for everyone who's watching as well. So that concludes the multidisciplinary team panel and that part of the track. So I am going to hand over to my co-creator, Colm Duffy, who's going to be looking at the acceleration of digital product delivery. Thank you.
Hi everybody, welcome to the last track in BelTech 2021. My name's Colm Duffy from Allstate, and I'm one of the curators helping put this track together. So we've got some fascinating stories to tell this afternoon about converting your idea into a product, delivering it into the market, and hopefully you're going to recognise some of the challenges that we discussed and perhaps maybe feel energised to give it a try yourself. So having a technology, no matter how good the technology it is only part of the answer to a problem, but it's something we can relate to. Often we've seen solutions looking for problems. Blockchain being a recent example, it's starting to find its feet now, but sometimes we fall into the problem of when we only have one technology, we're trying to figure out how to solve a problem, everything looks like a nail because you have a hammer in your hand. Digital products can fall foul of that. We're going to hear about how some companies have used techniques to find the right sweet spot and features and development of products that get them out into the market sooner. Because this afternoon's talk is all about delivering digital products. So digital products, like many of the hybrid products or physical products, have many things in common, but there's significant differences, often differences that technologists are not familiar with. So things like having partners, finding the right team, getting the right ideas, the finance, getting it to market, and getting the right design thinking integrated into your product, that can seem very daunting to many technologists. So hopefully today you'll learn how some of the companies have gone through this and learn from their experiences. Many people underestimate those challenges. Looking back, they might think, well, I wouldn't do that again. Well, it's always good to be forewarned. Forewarned is forearmed. So some of the stories today will help you understand what that might look like, and understanding what it might look like might help pave the path for you to take that journey. So this afternoon's tracks, again, is all about getting those deliverables, getting those projects delivered into the market. So we're going to kick off in a few minutes with Adam Bargroff of Facebook. We're going to talk about how TTC Labs has been co-designing products for young people. But before that, a few questions. You might ask yourself, when's the best time to launch a brand new digital product that's going to disrupt a mature market? You might think the start of a COVID pandemic is not the best time, and you may be right, but we're going to hear from the big electric storage company about how they did that and some of the challenges that they had and the techniques that they used to overcome that. So we've got Chris Doherty and Anne-Marie McGoldrick of the electric storage company, and see if you can spot out where Paris comes into that story. Now, it's one thing having an idea for a product, it's an entirely different thing getting the product out the door. So we have some lessons and stories from Stephen Shaw of Big Motive, who's going to talk about how you can accelerate that process and see how you can hit the right notes and get the right features embedded into the product from an early start. So only techies can launch products, right? Tech products require techies, nobody else? Well, no. We're going to hear from how Leanne Monk Ogsel co-founded Elemental, using the right vision, determination and idea, and how she's created Elemental, the social prescribing platform, and they've been going from strength to strength. Look forward to that conversation with Leanne and figure out what their stories look like and where they're going to go next. So many of us understand that the Atlantic provides us with cool waves, as they say, some of the best in the world according to some of the surfers. Well, but did you also know that we have some of the best cyber talent here, right here in Belfast? Stephen Ray of Deloitte may not be a surfer, but he has a point break to make about how we might harness the power contained in those waves of innovation and use that to deliver products into the emerging cyber market. Have you ever tried building a product while you're still trying to figure out some of the enabling technologies or what those features are going to look like? Some of us have, and some of us have found it difficult. So Sean O'Hara of Kainos has a great story about how they've developed this dual agile approach and how they've scaled it to work on large projects. They've defined that process and they have a very interesting story about how that's worked for them, some of the challenges they've encountered along the way. And then finally, in this track, we're going to have a panel discussion about what those concepts were, the challenges, building the team, making sure that you have the business planned out, and how we can explore the concepts introduced by some of the previous talkers a little bit further. So, without further ado, I'll hand over to Adam Bargroff from Facebook, who's going to talk about how they get into co-designing digital products with young people. Over to you, Adam.
Thanks, everyone. I'm Adam. I'm part of the privacy policy team at Facebook, and it's great to be here today. I'm based in Dublin currently via London, Belfast and Brussels. I would love to talk to you about a major initiative that we've been running for several years. It's called TTC Labs, and our focus is on ways that we can accelerate product delivery and build trust, transparency and control on data-driven services through co-design. I'm going to explore in detail one of our keystone projects that's designing for young people as an example. But first, I wanted to just take a quick step back and introduce TTC Labs and our problem space. So around the world, and not least after all the events of the previous year, technology is becoming a bigger part of our lives. We're connected to each other and we have access to really useful products and services, from communications tools to accurate weather reports, which is a big draw for all of us on this island, to mapping apps and dynamic virtual environments that we can share with people. These services are getting smarter all the time, and they're becoming more useful and also more complex. They're driven often by their use of data. But while digital services are getting more and more complex, people's understanding of data isn't necessarily always keeping up. It might be shifted quite rapidly by data scandals, but we're also seeing a divergence between the complexity of tech and its ability to communicate and help people understand how the tech works, especially technology driven by data. Moreover, this is a challenge that is getting increasingly complex. And as other speakers have alluded to, we need multidisciplinary perspectives and roles to attack and approach emerging technology. We've seen a big shift in interfaces. Of course, many of you have been seeing that in your careers from desktop to mobile. That created new constraints around how you can communicate to end users, elements about data. But the space that there is for text or how people might interact with information and their device is becoming more complicated again, as we know. More challenges are coming with wearable IoT, with voice-driven services, driverless cars, ubiquitous tech, and etc. We're going to need more creative, thoughtful, and better designed approaches to trust, transparency, and control so that people have more power over their role and their interaction with technology as it gets closer to our lives again and again and again. So that's why we formed Trust, Transparency and Control Labs. We are a co-creation labs that is a hybrid team of product design and policy people within Facebook. And we're focused on solving data and privacy challenges, not just for today, but for tomorrow's digital services. We take an interdisciplinary and human-centered approach to designing policies, to designing systems and interfaces. We really believe in the power of collaboration to unlock innovation and new paths forward. And so the question that I have to pose for today is, how can or how might participatory design approaches accelerate product delivery while building trust, transparency, and control for the people that are ultimately using these things at scale? what does our work look like? We have run collaborative events in person and online. We bring together experts to design better experiences between people and their data at the very core of our approach. We run co-design workshops, and then we make sure that everything that we create or that is co-created by teams of external and internal experts is available for further research. We publish reports that synthesize the outputs of these interactive workshops. We've published reports on data education, on elements of notice, control, and transparency. And we've also published a report through various iterations on designing for young people that I'm going to explore in more detail today as a case study. We have also launched interactive exercises. So these are tools that anyone can pick up on the TTC Lab site to start to understand or unpack problematics around trust, transparency, and control. We've launched visual explainers, so interactive articles that unpack the journeys that we've been on to support understanding and exploration. And then we share as much as we can. So we share open source tools so that any organization can pick up and plug in a particular tool for their own internal or external workshops. We share materials and resources to support designers and practitioners through our toolkit. At our core, Design Jams is the keystone of our approach. We have a core approach to design thinking where we move through the 4 Ds: discovery, define, develop, and deliver, to generate real-world prototypes as part of our proposition. We have a design-led approach. We start with empathy for people. We co-design across disciplines. We generate prototypes over the course of these in-person or virtual workshops, and we make sure that outputs are held in common and shared afterwards. Our principles. We have been set up to break down silos because we noticed that there was a range of different conversations happening around data transparency and control, not least at the kind of forefront of digital policy, so regulators and policymakers that are actually writing the rules on these things and developing new propositions to catch up with tech. But also the product makers who are making these things. It's very rare actually that these types of archetypes meet in real life, right? That product makers meet policymakers and have a shared language to talk about technology and data-driven services. So we've created the forum for that to happen. We bring design, UX, illustration experts together. We bring comms and content strategists together. We bring UX researchers and wider researchers together from academia across loads of different expertise levels. And we bring legal experts together who are working in a variety of different contexts, but ultimately are those interpreting policy on the ground for organizations. And we try to start a new conversation around what it means to design digital products and services that is a shared language. We've been drawing on global insights. So since 2017, we have this shared problem space around designing data experiences for people online. And we've approached this through different thematics, different lenses around responsible technology development. So for example, we've explored how to explain AI to people, or indeed, as is the focus of today's talk, how to build transparency and control into digital products for vulnerable people, which is to say young people. And there are overlaps through loads of our applied research. We try to synthesize our learnings and share that as we go on. This is a snapshot of our global journey to date. Most recently, we've been doing work on wearable augmented reality and algorithmic model cards, getting into some of the kind of expert areas, but also making sure that we're keeping people's experiences at the core of what we do. So we do that by creating personas. We always bring the end user into the room through these types of fictional archetypes. We make sure that that's how we can ground the conversation and ground prototypes that are co-created by expert teams with these end users in mind. And increasingly, we try to bring end users into the room directly in person because we know that that close one-to-one relationship is how ultimately we should be aiming to develop participatory practices. But that's a complicated art in and of itself. And so I wanted to unpack a little bit around what we've been doing in that space too. We've been building specialized tools to enable any organization to achieve this. On our website, we allow entry points so you can access on particular themes. You can find out how to run a workshop and essentially have a play-by-play account of how you can run short or longer exercises with your teams in person and virtually. And we focus on user experiences a lot of the time, not all of the time, but at our core is a range of fictional products that obviously do resemble the sorts of apps that you might use in real life or in day-to-day life across social media or banking or food delivery or indeed voice-powered assistants and event bookings tools and etc. And that enables us to have a really productive conversation that isn't monopolized by any single industry interest, not least Facebook's. So we're really keen to always make sure that we are benefiting the broader industry in all of our research too. And then we synthesize and share all of the elements that have been and insights that have been co-created by experts in all of our workshops. So these are design guides. We have a couple of examples that we make available for anyone to download. Data education was our first. It's a guide to explaining data concepts to your audiences. The second was people-centric approaches to notice, consent, and disclosure, which was part of our core work of working with startups globally. And then design for young people, which we'll be exploring in more detail as part of this presentation. It's the most developed work that we've done to date. We share everything on ttclabs.net. It's an online resource to explore, develop, and share practices and resources for new design patterns and templates. You can learn more about our work and download our reports, design patterns, explore our visual explainers, and understand and use our participatory design tools on our website. So I wanted to dig particularly into our theme of design for youth that we've been running for several years now, and use that as a case study to talk about how we can accelerate product delivery through co-creation. Designing for young people presents many complex challenges. It raises questions around how to build autonomy and confidence for young people and their adult guardians when using digital products that are safe, privacy protective, and appropriate. And these challenges demand solutions that reflect an understanding of young people's unique needs, their preferences, and indeed their vulnerabilities. So we've been working to bring experts together for 3 years to do that. We've involved experts from policy and regulatory sides to industry, to academia and civil society. And we've, of course, involved young people themselves. We've learned a lot across this topic as a co-development initiative, including from design jams, as I mentioned, as our kind of core approach in London and in Washington and Sydney. So we've run a total of 4 design jams, 2 in London. This latter design sprint in Sydney actually involved young people directly. We've published co-design tools and a report in the design guide. We unpack insights from these events in those reports. And in 2020, we received substantial feedback on the guide through 7 global roundtables. And then in March of this year, we published a second version of the design guide. And this report incorporated feedback, also updated our toolkit, and published a visual explainer that unpacks our journey to date. And this leads us to last month's summit, which was an opportunity for us to reconnect with global experts from government, industry, in academia, and civil society to share views and discuss topics related to design for youth, including young people themselves. Over 150 attendees joined over 2 days. What we want to do with all of our work is provide an open door. So Facebook people are learning, industry people are learning alongside experts in the public sector. And the main entry point through this work is the concept of the best interests of the child, which is a kind of salient concept that comes right up from the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and is now increasingly a standard with which digital product makers that are designing products for young people are being asked to translate and operationalize in their practice. We've learned about the important work of consulting with youth as part of this type of approach, and we've explored participatory design approaches that bring young people increasingly into not only product making, but also policy making processes, because we need to capture views across this life cycle of policy and product in order to create increasingly well-protected, future-ready, society-focused digital services that are fit for purpose. And meanwhile, at Facebook, we've been making progress internally, working to bring all of these external perspectives into our product and policy work. So in order to accelerate data-driven product delivery for people at scale in a sustainable way, we need future-facing reference points and tools. So what we aim to do is translate this ever-evolving digital and public policy conversation, and also holistic external stakeholder views, into operational insights for product makers who are building digital services for young people. Our work is aimed seemingly at incongruous audiences, but we think that we've done some work to bridge the gap between product makers and policy makers. We've developed our youth guide and we've published it in June 2020 originally, and that's intended to complement emerging global guidance that's being published by regulators in the UK, in Ireland, and more globally. We also want to contribute to broader discussion. This guide synthesizes prototypes and ideas that were co-created across our design jams into actionable principles and case studies, and even design considerations. So quite granular work has been done that product makers could feasibly pick up and plug in as a checklist against their work. We spent 2020 conducting global roundtables in 7 different places globally. We've captured tensions. We've begun to build consensus on what good design for youth looks like, and published a V2 of this report in March. So this guide, as we say, is developed for different audiences, but at its core, we have these case studies that are examples, prototypes that were co-created by expert teams. I'm just going to show you a couple of examples here. We're exposing complexity a lot of the time. There is obviously, as I'm sure many of you know better than me, no single gold standard to any one design. There's many ways of cooking up interfaces that can do well and do right by your organization, but also by the end user. This is an example of using the best interests of the child as a gold standard to generate a prototype that plays with age assurance, which is to say, how do you know that the young person using your digital app is the age they say they are? And incorporates aspects of gamification to help that young person honestly give their age. So most young people would find it really difficult to verify their age through official documentation. So in this prototype, the design jam team suggested using a biometric face scan for the system to guess the age. It then asks additional questions around school age. It then guesses the age as the app. It then asks for a birth date as a final mode of verification. And then the young person receives an AR mask to use in the product, in this case, a social product that's a value exchange for them having verified their age. This is by no means best practice, but a really interesting, compelling way for young people to engage. However, it's clear that there is sensitive data being collected about the minor, which does raise questions about data minimization. And that's the core of our work, is that we're not trying to say that co-design is in and of itself the answer, but that we can collect insights from co-design and wrap that into future product development work. Another example generated by Design Jam exposes the complexity and balance that's required when considering parent or guardian controls and the rights of the child to have autonomy and free access to information. In this case, the young person, who's called Kate, has been allowed to have use of this fictional online local marketplace, but with supervision from a parent to sell some items. And Kate's found a buyer for her boots. She touches on get approval for the sale. She's got to meet a stranger in order to give them the items to them. Kate then has a conversation with her mum, who's called Jackie, about selling the boots, and Jackie uses her thumbprint verification to approve that it's okay. Kate's then reminded of the safety aspects of selling her items. So this, again, is a compelling way for young people to engage in a service that may otherwise be blocked to under 18s, completely depending on the region. Building in guardrails into product allows for a conversation and a reasonable need for parental consent. And so a lot of our work focuses on communication vectors between young people and parents. How can we do this responsibly? How can we even do this in and of itself innovatively, so that we're building trust into the process and building education into the process for young people and indeed for their guardians? Lastly, one example from our work is a case study that explores complexity and balance that's required when considering offering services to young people and their data that's used for ads targeting. So this is a fictional banking app that gives young people ideas on how to save money based on their spending habits. The system needs to analyze their purchases, and it can offer suggestions or offers. Using illustrations and text to explain the idea that young people's data will be analyzed to give them customized offers, The prototype then explains that it doesn't share the young person's data with other people. It offers the young person the opportunity to consent to this data being shared with a third party to get offers or coupons. And so the incentive for young people is good, to give them ideas of how to save money. However, there is significant sensitivity about being collected, the data that's being collected about a minor for advertising purposes. So again, we're not suggesting that these co-created examples are best practice. We know there's always more work to be done, but we want to take these insights back into our organization. We want others to do the same and to consider, how do we build on this? This is the result of collaboration and on trade-offs. It's a conversation often that does talk about trade-offs that are necessary for digital services to be delivered. And our methodology throughout all of our work is that fictional services represent popular apps, that we publish these case studies, that we analyze these case studies, and we generate principles and even design considerations to inform broader industry discussions. So we don't intend to be comprehensive with our work. There's actually not a way to do that. We don't suggest that each case study is itself indicative of best practice, but this open exploration of trade-offs, priorities, and children's rights is key to moving conversations forward. And what we've done in the second version of the guide is we've included persona attributes so that you could pick up this particular reference sheet, understand how and why we've developed personas, and also potentially choose the relevant persona to use as a reference point in your own work. We've also updated our principles. So all of the time, based on feedback, we try to come up with more holistic but also useful principles that provide operational guidance to product makers. In this case, we've had 3 principles designed for different levels of maturity and evolving identity: empower with meaningful transparency, control, and autonomy, and provide data education over time. So hopefully you can see ways that some of the examples I mentioned above match and overlap with some of these principles. Lastly, we've incorporated roses and thorns. So we seek to add a layer of analysis to our co-designed prototypes that unpacks some of the good and the not so good that's been co-created. What are our learnings? Our research informs a company-wide initiative that in Facebook focuses on how to build products in the best interests of our youngest community members and meet the needs of today's families. We know that our tools are being used internally. Likewise, internal resources have been used to inform our own external practices and tools. We know that external collaboration is foundational to our efforts to support innovative solutions to protect and empower people online. But some of our learnings as a co-creation initiative are that we need to be flexible when we're partnering internally and externally to develop co-design approaches. We know that we need to conduct open consultation on outputs early on in the process, and we know that we need to build tools and research outputs with diversity in mind. So some quick takeaways from our work, and I hope you found some of this useful. The last thing is that I wanted to say is that our applied design research provides inspiration, hopefully, and resources for product teams to carry out co-creation with the aim of accelerating product delivery. In particular, co-creation is useful to get ahead of mid to longer term design and policy problems. Early investment can build sustainability into product pipelines and help solve the potential issues downstream by understanding external perspectives better and also seeing around corners. So we want to make sure that our work in a kind of good faith way is helping a range of different product making professionals to achieve that. Across the theme of design for youth and our other themes like explainable AI and moving further ahead to emerging technology like augmented or virtual reality, one question that I wanted to leave you with is, how might we further develop resources and our approach to serve industry-wide teams who are working on relevant areas of trust, transparency, and control? Our central contention is that if you are working on technology products with end users in mind, then you should be mindful of trust, transparency, and control. And we would love to hear from you. Please do take a look at the site. We'd love to hear your ideas. You can access our research through team-specific entry points. We welcome continuous feedback on our work. And lastly, if you want to get in touch or stay in touch, you can sign up to our newsletter at ttclabs.net and reach out to me at adambargroff@fb.com. Thank you so much for the time today. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. It was a fascinating talk, really informative, and glad you could come and give it to us. Today here we have the electric storage company. I'd like to introduce Anne McGoldrick and Chris Doherty. Say hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Electric storage company. Some might look at the name of the company and go, there's a clue as to what it does, but you probably have a broader story. Could you give us a little bit of an introduction as to what electric storage company is and what your motivation?
Yeah, the electric storage company is, as you described, it is storage, storing electricity. It was born from the Power On Technologies, which I'm co-founder of. We established that in 2017. And the aim was to bring cheaper, cleaner, smarter electricity to customers. The electric storage company is our customer-facing name, and as it's described, that's how we interact with our customers. The aim was to prove through a series of empirical tests that storage in domestic and small commercial homes could add and reduce your electricity price by encouraging renewables, much more renewables. The electric storage company sells devices, and devices we mean batteries. But the point of that is actually to gather the data. So it's about we are a data services company, electric company. And the purpose of it is to bring back that data onto our platform and use that data to optimize the usage of your energy in your home.
Fascinating. Well, just continue the introductions, Emery. What's your role in the company?
My role was co-founder, and I am the director of the company. I look after mainly the compliance part of that and the stakeholder management of the electric storage company. And the other co-founder is Eddie McGoldrick. And this was his idea way back in 2001, where he was challenged to how would you disrupt your industry. He has 30 years of working with Northern Ireland Electricity. And his answer to that was, well, let's store the electricity at a very low level rather than depending on huge power companies. And let's use that data to inform how we can optimise the best use that energy.
Great. So already I'm seeing decentralisation of the storage and big data coming in here to disrupt the industry. So Chris, can you tell me a little bit more about some of the challenges you had getting the digital aspect of the product put together and figuring out what it is that the consumers need, what's going to drive the value proposition for them?
So how the platform that we utilise is the PARIS platform, the Predictive Analytical Renewable Integration System. So it is the heart of our offering, as Anne-Marie's referred to. And what it does is it brings in all that real-time data to maximise the value of every unit of energy. So our challenge in delivering that platform over the last year was that when I started was week 1 of COVID lockdown. So we had to build a team, identify what the needs were of Anne-Marie and Eddie in the business, and pull a team together and a strategy together in a remote and distributed way, like the storage, to deliver the goals. And that wasn't straightforward because, as you can appreciate, any successful delivery requires a clear approach, a clear goals, and a good, strong team behind that who know what they need to achieve. So we had to bring together all those people who hadn't worked together before, who had no subject domain expertise on the energy industry, bring them together to achieve our end goals. And we did that by using a lot of the new collaborative tools that are available and become very, very popular, as you can imagine, over the last 12 months, such as Miro, obviously using our Teams, and then just making sure that we communicate with each other on a regular basis, and we make sure the collaboration was at the forefront of everything we did.
Great. So obviously that was a very trying time for you. The world was going crazy, and you're trying to pull a new product team together to deliver a disruptive product to a very stale, mature industry.
Yeah.
You must have had some challenges in getting everybody on the same page as to what the priorities are. How did you go about addressing that?
Yeah, I suppose the key thing was trying to, for me, is to ensure the team had the development team had a good understanding of the domain knowledge around the energy industry and what we were trying to achieve. So it was basics, it was homework. Guys, give them the guys time and space to get a good understanding of that, and provide that material for them, and take them through a lot of as ever Zoom type workshops to have Q&As with them to let them build in that understanding and give them that base view of what we're trying to achieve, which is critical. I don't think you can leave them in a dark room and go off and try and develop something they don't know what they're trying to achieve.
Yeah, we were lucky. We had a very small, close-knit team. And although we, as Chris points out, some of the people actually hadn't met face-to-face for a full year after that. But we were a small team. We had very clear strategic goals that we wanted to achieve. We had some, as I talked about, empirical tests earlier, where we had gone out to customers and we had brought some data back. So we had started that analysis, so we sort of knew what the ground was, so understood what the goals and what we were trying to achieve. But then you need to give it to a team of people to say, now this is what the substance looks like. This is where we're trying to get to. This is what the vision is.
Right.
Now, how do you develop that? So I think that really helped, having that in a nutshell. But then, as Chris says, bringing on a team of people to explain that and get them to work remotely, to get them to work with in an industry they hadn't really worked in before, because energy, utility, engineering is slightly different. And then to say, and we want you to develop this wonderful Paris platform and do that analysis for it and tell us how you could undo that. And also remotely, some of our guys were in France, literally in France. Some of them were here. So that was a real challenge. And to be fair, Chris managed that and directed that.
Yeah, and the building narrative, we talk about domain knowledge, but also there's, lean A development is about understanding your strengths and weaknesses of your team. So when you're putting a team together, it's tough enough to try and understand that, and a team that haven't worked together, for them to know each other's strengths and weaknesses. So that took a few months to really get a feel for, right, what do I want, certain members of my team to really focus on, because that's their areas of strengths, and then identify when some people are struggling, and that takes time, and it's not straightforward, and in an office environment, as a lot of us probably now miss, is you can pick that up a lot easier than you can do when you're checking in with people, 15 minutes or half an hour every day. So it's about looking for those cues and asking the right questions to ensure that you identify they're not getting to where they feel they should be getting to, and they need some help, and then starting to give them that additional guidance, whether it's technical guidance or business understanding.
Right. So the business understanding kind of relates back to your vision, and having that clear vision is a key enabler to getting the team set off in the right direction, because progress is directional as opposed to destination. How did you communicate that vision and get them all on the same page?
So we had several workshops, and Chris talked about earlier on the Miro board. So this is the virtual whiteboard, where we shared that, allowed them to come in and ask questions, where they were able to question and get into the detail of actually, well, how are we going to deliver that? Where are the barriers there? What are the mitigations we need to put in there? Where are the risks, and how are we going to mitigate those risks? So that was very much about us explaining, it's fine, and you're right, the vision always sounds really wonderful, and you think, well, that's great, but there's lots of steps to get to there. So I think through those technologies, by using the Miro board, by using that workshop type activity, we were able to clarify some of those and then come up with clear milestones for them to say, okay, that's milestone number 1. We're very clear what we want to get to that. And then test that, check it. Is that where we need it? What is the data telling us? What does the data look like? So for me, it was very much about interpreting our vision in a series of tests that allow us then to say, yeah, this is what the plan looks like.
Right.
And just to add that, the key thing as well was, while the initial sort of high-level strategic workshops that we would have had, it's having everybody in the team involved who maybe would not necessarily felt that they would be there to contribute, but giving them the opportunity to contribute. So it was very interactive workshops that we had, and where we would ensure that everybody has a voice and it's a safe environment for them to say what they think, and it could be wrong, and that's fine. But it helps them to understand, well, for example, if I put 5 tickets on, said this is what we want to achieve, and Eddie would have put 5 tickets, we talk through it and explain why we're putting those key strategic objectives there, so again, everybody understands that. So it's a help. That whole inclusive and sort of collaborative approach is important, I think, to bring them on the journey.
That's fascinating, the way that you described this about making people feel safe.
Yeah.
That is a very important cultural aspect. And it seemed to me that you had a culture which was all about learning about where we're going as opposed to knowing or being kind of organised. It was more an exploratory culture.
Yeah.
How did you use that to help clarify the vision and clarify those steps along the way? Like when you're starting with the end in mind and working your way backwards, it can sometimes be upsetting because people don't get it and the others do. How did you kind of manage those tensions?
So I suppose the approach we've taken is we use a roadmap, like a lot of projects would utilise, and it's about having longer term, medium term and short term goals, and giving everybody a view of what the goal is in 12 months time, what the goal is in 6 months time, what the goals are in 3 months time, and allowing everybody then we focus in on those sort of immediate 3-month objectives and what we want to achieve through a series of obviously development sprints, and then just focusing on them and saying, well, this is what we want to do and this is the next steps. But you don't need to worry about those for now because this is what our focus is at present. But also then having a quarterly review after every 3 months to say, well, actually, what have we achieved, what have we not achieved, and actually those objectives we have in the next quarter, they still our main objectives in the 12 months. Have they changed? And they have changed, especially as a startup business. You know, things evolve very quickly and opportunities arise, and that drives a slight deviation on the roadmap, which is a positive thing, and we actually go, we've learned from this, we've got another opportunity, we're going to tweak where we're going, and then bringing on another 3, 6, 12 month view. So people are always having it's important for the people to have an ability to adapt, and again ensuring that they're comfortable in doing that.
I think, and you're right around it being a safe culture, because there was no right or wrong questions here, and a lot of this was new. So we're developing something that doesn't already exist. So in an industry that doesn't want to change. So you're always pushing the barriers a little bit. Regulation didn't exist when we started this. There was no grid code to allow us to do this. The utility regulator wasn't really sure what that might look like, what we were allowed or not allowed to do. So it's nearly worse because you've got a whole pile of blank pages, which is real opportunity. And that's what we were trying to encourage with people, saying, it's fine having new ideas, come up with those ideas, challenge. There's no traditional thinking here.
Yeah.
It's good, and we would very much encourage that people to share the ideas, challenge what other people have said in a very constructive way. But that sort of blank sheet was both an opportunity and scary, because it's much easier to deliver a project when you know where the front and the end is. It's much more difficult to develop and deliver a project when you think, well, actually, I'm not sure what the end game looks like here. But that allowed people to be innovative. It allowed them to come up with bright ideas. It allowed them to say, yeah, well, we can get some of these sprints. And like, to be fair to Chris, we challenged a lot around the sprints coming earlier, you know, and the question about it needs to be done by Christmas, and he didn't mean next Christmas. It means this Christmas, Chris, I need it this Christmas. So I think those challenges, to be fair, could only have happened in that environment where people were allowed to say, well, actually, this is going to work or that's not going to work.
Yeah, because you don't want people just agreeing with you and saying, yeah, Christmas is good, and then come Christmas, you're going, where is it?
Exactly.
So there's good. One of our quarterly reviews, as we said, so when we're looking at reviewing the strategic roadmap, I think it was last September, and we're talking about, okay, well, we've achieved a lot over the last number of months, and we want to achieve a certain amount in terms of the 3, 6 and 12. And what we called out in 3, 6 and 12 very much was, can we not do it all in the next 3? And that was thrown at us, and it took me a while to gather my composure. And I asked the question of which Christmas, as Anne-Marie's referred to. But then we took on the challenge, and we worked with our delivery partner in Analytics to very quickly flex up the team. Again, utilising the different skill sets that are available and focus people on very specific tasks. And what we had is we had a core team that we've been working with for the last 12 months, and then we had these more flexible resources, or team members who came on and joined us for a very short period of time to help us achieve those goals, which was good. And we did achieve what we said we were going to do, and we found a good approach to doing that. It was about ensuring we got very much a MVP type mindset, but we had the capability, and it was always about ensuring we have the capability then we can build on, so that we could say we achieved the objectives, and now we can spend the next sort of 3 months on enhancing that and bringing that further along.
Right, so it sounds like you had this safe environment so that honesty and truth can come through. You had a learning approach and you pivoted based on what you learned after every sprint. That's perfect. The digital aspect of this, I'm sure, I'm very interested to find a little bit more on that. We've maybe about 5 minutes left before we wrap up. But can you tell us a little bit more about what those features are, how you're going to disrupt the industry using these digital components?
So we, with the technology we deploy in homes and businesses, we get real-time data from the devices. And so we understand what's going on in terms of the amount of energy being consumed, amount of generation, what's happening even on the network grid in 1 second intervals. So, and we have a lot of data. And based on that, we're then able to identify, well, what is the habits from a generation perspective and what's the habits from the household perspectives, thus allow us to forecast. So the key thing is bring that data. Then we've developed a lot of algorithms to then forecast, use that data as well as weather data and other external data sources to then forecast, well, what is the future for that group of households, for that business in regards to their consumption, their generation. Do they have any spare? And then how can we use that energy to make money off that for that customer?
So there's no point in charging up their battery and not using it all.
Yeah,
exactly.
If you have prediction based on your predictive analytics to show that there will be more solar power, wind power, whatever is coming in, so run that battery down, use that energy, deploy it elsewhere, and because you know, or you can predict with a degree of confidence that it will be replenished the next day.
And there's a number, the key thing is I identified was that it's about maximizing the value of every unit of energy. So a value of energy, there's lots of different factors. So there's, you can pay a cheaper price during the night than you would during the day. So we want to maximize that, so ensuring your battery is as full as possible during the night, but also leave enough room for the PV to charge it if there's a lot of sun in the morning, so you don't waste that free energy that you're getting from the sun. So it's about utilising that as well as understanding what's happening in the electricity wholesale market, what's happening in other services contracts that are out there, so you can again get value in. And all that does is just drive down the price of electricity for the customer, and obviously contributes to net zero goals.
So you're just eking whatever the measurement of value is from every joule that you're storing off.
Exactly.
Brilliant. So this sounds like a fascinating and challenging journey. And with hindsight, what would you say you would do differently if you were to do it again? Or would you do it again?
Would you do it again? Maybe that's the question. I think we'd deploy more people earlier. I think we were aware of what we needed to do, and we were able to flex that resource, which was excellent. We spent a lot of time bringing stakeholders on board to explain that to them and tell them what we were going to do. I think maybe resources earlier, or more of them earlier, would have been great. A lot of the market is only starting to change, and it's very hard to change a market. You have to move it. It's like a slow turning oil tanker. So I definitely think maybe some things earlier. We were very risk averse and making sure we were testing everything as we went along, and that might have been better had we done it quicker. But I think it was still the right thing to do. Going forward, I think we have got now an offering that we can deliver. We have a platform that actually is very smart and is best in the business. It's offering a lot of flexibility for usage, flexibility for utilities, for retailers. And I think for us, what we've got now is a really good thing. What would I do differently? Just add more people.
Yeah, there's, as you said, Marie, add more people, because we saw that benefit when we flexed up, as well as probably we fell into, as others do, we fell into the bad habit of our sprints got bigger and fatter a wee bit at times, and it's about trimming those down and having the smaller, more effective develop, test, and all of a sudden, and I'm guilty of it, I've said, let's get another ticket in there, and trying to drive more out of every sprint. But it's something we're always constantly reviewing.
Experience will tell you that. And very briefly before we wrap up, what's the future hold for you?
The future for us is, we built this based on the All Ireland, because All Ireland is a single electricity market, so we built our product in All Ireland. We have started to look outside that. So we've looked at Europe. We've had some really interesting approaches from people to the east of the world, without giving out, and some people south of the equator. So
Brilliant.
we're getting a lot of interest from other parts of the world. We have more difficulty in harnessing the renewables under their grid than we have. Northern Ireland particularly is an expert in the world at putting renewables onto its grid. So the offering we've got now, we're getting a lot of interest outside of the island of Ireland, and that's where we'll be going next.
This is fantastic. You know, evidence that on this little small part of the world, we have world-leading, world-class expertise that can be exported around the world. So, fascinating story. Thank you both very, very much for coming and talking today. I'm going to follow your future for sure.
Excellent.
And see where we can sign up. So that's us for today.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Stephen Shaw from Big Motive, who's going to come and talk to us about accelerating product delivery in the use of design thinking and the skills he has. So looking forward to talking to Stephen in a few minutes.
Bold thinking. It turns dreamers into inventors, and inventors into explorers. It inspires us to get closer, to move faster, to reach higher. But bold thinking alone can have unpredictable results. As new technology disrupts every single rulebook, bringing both uncertainty and opportunity, we need to combine creativity and responsibility. We need to match boldness with reliability. This is how we will succeed in making business and society more connected, sustainable, and secure. This is how we will have a meaningful impact. Introducing the world's only provider of end-to-end integrated engineering, quality services, and management consulting for digital transformation. Your trusted partners in technology-intensive sectors, including aerospace and defense, automotive and transportation, banking, financial services, insurance, and many others. We are a team of technology lovers, problem solvers, a network of game changers to help you build a confident future. We, A System Technologies group of companies, are now Explio.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Stephen Shaw. I am Design Director at Big Motive. And yes, I'm going to talk a bit more about accelerating product delivery, specifically today in the context of work that we did on the COVID response over the last, gosh, it must be nearly 16 months now. Hopefully share some things that we learned. But to begin with, I'm going to give you a very, very quick, I promise, intro into the perspective that we have and the angle that we take, which is that we approach this as human-centered designers. I'm sure it's a term that you've heard before. It's something that we all get very excited about, but it's really simple. It's something that's been around since the 1970s, I'm sure even before that. And really the point of this is that the only thing that really matters here about the products and about all the things we're building and doing together is how it relates to the people that use them. It seems like such an obvious thing to say, it seems like such a cliche, but it is still something that I think we can learn to be much better at. And I think that when we really focus on that, that's when we not only make better products, but actually as well, we can deliver things faster. Because in many equations, I think that people and the decisions made by people are usually the areas where complexity arises. And the more that we can focus on the end user and less on what we want to get out of it, the more likely we are to be successful. And just very briefly, to show you a bit of a very serious and heavy looking diagram, this is the world we operate in. This is the world of design. And if you imagine that we have on the left-hand side of the screen there, the very most narrow pieces of product and user interface design, scaling all the way out to the business processes themselves. And really understanding how those parts fit together and being considerate to the broader service that you're delivering, as well as the very small minutiae of the pieces of interface that you're designing, all need to be in place. Otherwise, again, you'll end up not really having a product that people find easy to use or that makes sense in the situation that people find themselves in. And just to hammer home the point, one more thing. When we design without consideration for our users, I'm sure you've seen this little cartoon before, we design like the parents here. We have chosen and bestowed upon our users something that we think is wonderful and great, and it's got lovely songs and everything. But what our users actually see is something like this. It might be an entirely unexpected scenario for the designers and the developers and everybody else, but to the end user, that is sadly what is often present. So, I've made my little polemic about that. I'll now try and tell you some of the things that we learned as we went through the process. So cutting back to March in 2020, when we were all in that state of not quite knowing whether this was a big thing or not a big thing, we started to work with the Department of Health and Social Care in Northern Ireland on a response to the emerging COVID situation. We all had very limited information at the time. We've all learned an awful lot since then, but we knew that we needed to do something fast, and the people in power knew that this was not going to be a conventional response in any shape or form. And we began the process. I'll start here by telling you a little bit about what happened and then go into the learnings afterwards so you can see the connection. We started by mapping out in real detail as fast as we could, literally over a couple of days. The last few days we spent in the office we're doing all of this on whiteboards. And then, of course, we moved over to more digital tools as things changed. But really doing what I described earlier and thinking about all of these services that needed to exist. And from those, identifying the digital products that need to exist in order to deliver those services. And some of those digital products included this, which was the first mobile app that we designed, which was COVID Care NI. The first release of that app came out approximately 2 weeks after the project started. So in terms of accelerated delivery, that was like on a whole different level of rapidity. We then moved on to think about the contact tracing app, Stop COVID NI. And again, ultra-fast development, moving in concert with design, development, medical advice, everything, really to deliver something over probably what ended up being closer to 5 or 6 weeks. And then ongoing developments and iterations of that to the point where eventually we could involve 11-year-olds in the use of the contact tracing technology. And just to put that in context, by October 2020, so March was the starting point, October was these figures, we didn't just launch a bunch of apps and design some services and release all of these things into the wild. We actually had around 600,000 people using just one of the products. We had countless numbers of what can be pushed through to the assumption that GP appointments were actually reduced based on the number of people that we knew were finding out the information they needed from these products and services rather than going directly to a doctor or the healthcare services. So it was less than a year. It was really probably closer to half a year to go all the way through to the result that we have here. And in terms of the overall sort of achievements numerically, it was next to unprecedented, which is a word I will come back to in a couple of slides' time. So that's all cool. We didn't do this by ourselves, of course. We were just one player amongst a big group of folk that included folk like Dan West and Eddie O'Neill at Department of Health, companies like Civica and Nearform and Explio, and many, many other folk as well. That's just picking out a couple. But nonetheless, it was that team effort that allowed us to get to this place and allowed us to genuinely say that we accelerated the delivery of the product whilst not losing any of the standards that you would want to have when you're doing something like this. So what did we learn from this? What can we draw out from that that might be relevant and useful and interesting to you here on Friday afternoon, hoping that there's going to be some interesting stuff that you can hear that you could maybe apply to your own practice? The first thing that we got to was a realization that we started together all the way back at the beginning when we had that 2-week sprint to get the first release of COVID Care out. Everyone was there from the start. There was no kind of rarefied group of designers or planners or product owners at the beginning that eventually trickled along to the point where they had other stakeholders, and then one day developers got involved. Everyone was there, and it was a group effort in conjunction with all the different players. And that sounds like it probably would have been a nightmare. It sounds like it would have been disorganized. And what about all the ceremonies and practices of project management? What about all... Actually, in this scenario, it was possible to take a lot of the value of the principles from the way to do things well, but actually starting together was a hugely important, albeit kind of accidental or unavoidable situation that we were in. And just to give that word one more shot, it's been used about 1 billion times. Everyone uses it as the excuse for anything that they didn't get to this year. But it was unprecedented, and that's an opportunity, I think. Again, looking back, because this was a new world, we didn't have to follow the same kinds of methods and stage gates that normally you would have used to kind of give yourself confidence that you were doing the right things. It was an opportunity to innovate. Now, by chance, we'd been trying to work out ways to bring lean UX, which is one of many, many different design frameworks, methodologies, development frameworks. But we liked it because it actually was a bit more collaborative, and we'd used it a few times on other projects. And the principles of lean UX are really kind of distilled in the idea that you don't wait around for other people to finish their work before you start to work. You try and build a rhythm of work in which discovery and delivery are happening almost at the same time. This diagram, which is way more complicated than it needs to be, shows how the piece of discovery work can happen just maybe one sprint ahead or even 1 week ahead of where the next build or the next release has to happen. And much as we didn't say, let's do Agile UX at the start of this project, it's kind of what we ended up doing and what we've continued to do as those products and projects have developed and matured. So that's really worth looking into if you're looking at opportunities to really kind of like hyper speed some development processes. The next thing then that we found, again, perhaps not necessarily a huge surprise, but it wasn't something that was as clear to us before as it is now, is that when you do user research, when you do your usability testing, and when you do your accessibility reviews and all the rest of it, as well as knowing that you've done things right or wrong, you also build up a body of evidence that is extremely powerful when you're trying to drive decisions. So you actually can get leverage to speed up the delivery with research. So for example, we did a lot of user research, small group, qualitative user research. We focused on all the usual kind of, regional and ethnic and gender diversities. And these were products for everyone, so we had to. But just getting that kind of information together in a format that we would normally use to drive design decisions actually was super powerful when it came to, we need to decide this week. These are the stakeholders. They're maybe outside the product group. They're maybe very senior people within government. And their ability to relate to user research and go, we need to do this because this is what the people have said, was very powerful in making those decisions happen faster and with greater confidence. So as an asset, user research can be much more useful than it first appears. And also because of the time constraints, we didn't have time to wait around to see what the data showed. We didn't have time to A/B test, at scale. It needed to be a really good piece of qualitative research to give us confidence we were going the right direction. And again, that's okay. Over time, you build data, and those big data insights can allow you to understand what's going on. But the why that you can get from qualitative was actually more useful and more right than we realized they even could be through the course of the project. And just to finish up on this piece about leverage, we also spoke to the Children's Commissioner, the Children's Law Centre, the Information Commissioner's Office, and having those people in the working group, sharing the research with them, sharing the product design, the system maps with those people so that they could respond to, again, added to the leverage that we needed when decisions were being made. So it's much less about, so-and-so in Big Motive thinks we need to do this, and it's much more about, here's some evidence to demonstrate why this is the right decision and why we don't want to hang around and talk too much about this. And one last point in the research, it also highlighted how much people out there and all of us didn't understand the situation we were in. We didn't understand what data privacy really meant for us. We didn't really understand what was going to happen with contact tracing. We didn't really understand how these things would work. And actually making a merit of the fact that we were explaining to users how everything happened and explaining why they couldn't get reports on all of their neighbours that might have had COVID because, it's a private piece of information, helped people actually understand why it would be safe for them to use it as well. So on many levels, we found user research to be extremely valuable in speeding things up. Another piece that we found, and I'm kind of tempted to sort of stick my neck out here and say this is maybe a good thing that came from lockdown and COVID and working from home and all the things that we're still a little tiny bit embarrassed to admit that actually we quite enjoyed parts of, was that we were forced to develop these ways to collaborate that were new. And I'm sure many of you have done these things already. I'm sure many of you have used tools, Zoom, Teams, whatever, that you didn't really regard as terribly useful before. But there were some combinations of these tools that we found to be extremely powerful. You've probably, if you're of my vintage, played a few games like this where, you're all sharing a screen and you're all playing together. And maybe if you're a bit younger, you've played games like this and, things generally look a bit better and, there's more stuff blowing up. Those were the precursors to tools like Miro and Figma and Mural and Whiteboard and all the other tools that we've now been experimenting with over lockdown and while working from home. But the critical change here from maybe 3 or 4 years ago is that multiplayer element, that multi-view access, multi-edit access to documents is now something that everyone's got together and got on board with. So the power within those tools, I believe, also allowed us to rapidly accelerate understanding and decision-making in the process. Just to give you a brief heads up on these, we found that tools like Figma, which is a design tool, it's like a layout tool, Miro, which is a whiteboarding tool, and Zoom were great for bringing together the whole group, all the food groups, the people were involved to collaborate on the design of that aspect. But we also did use tools like Slack and even email for more point-to-point communication or small group communication as well. And I really can't underemphasize how important some of this was, not just in increasing clarity and understanding, but also speed. Just to give you a very quick example, this is a very complicated diagram. This is one of the system maps from Stop COVID. And these system maps are basically, they're a bit like the canvas view in Xcode or a big high fidelity wireframe document. But we were able to show everything in this one zoomable document. In Figma this was. So you could see the whole thing. or you could zoom right in and look just at one or two views, the exact content that was being used, all the assets, all of the UI elements, everything in there. And these documents could be edited by multiple people simultaneously, shared, commented on, and used in a way that allowed everyone to rapidly, over the course of a day, you could make an awful lot of change to this and update a lot of people and get a lot of feedback without actually having to output multiple documents or have multiple meetings. You can see here how it was even possible to identify different conditions and screen states and all. I mean, in one document, that's not really a thing that happened before. And I think this is also very interesting in terms of how giving more people access to this kind of information builds greater, not just collaboration, but agreement on the way things should be. And just to finish up altogether then, the last thing that we really found was that across all of this, we need to stack the value. We need to do something and then make that useful elsewhere. So when we had the Stop COVID app design and the COVID Care app design in place, we had a bunch of elements, UI styles, design systems that could then flow out across to the content that was appearing on the web. So there was consistency, users felt that they were in the same place, the tools connected. Even when we came to design for young people, we rewrote an awful lot of content, especially around privacy, and then used that in the main app because it was actually easier for everyone to understand. So the concept of bringing things together, making design systems, which this is a screen grab of one of the ones that we had mapped out, open sourcing that, can lead to the situation like this where NHS Scotland's app actually used the same design systems and principles that we developed for Stop COVID. So it was possible not only to accelerate our own product delivery, but push right through into that of others as well. And again, deliver value in ways that perhaps previously wouldn't have been possible. And just to finish up, we got some App Store reviews. This was a grab from, I think, maybe about 3 months ago. There are many, many, many more of these. They go from the sublime to the ridiculous. They go from people who absolutely loved what was happening to people who were utterly furious about the fact that these apps even existed or that the products were being done or anything else. But because we had the insight from people to begin with, because we spoke to people all the way through the process and in an ongoing way, the fear of damage from these reviews, the ability to filter all this out and help senior people make decisions that weren't skewed by one review, by one person, or by the amplification of their perspective, was so much more powerful than it would have been had we not had that in the first place. So I guess that's why being human-centered in the way we design these things allows us to answer questions not just for users themselves, but for senior stakeholders and everyone else in the process too. And that's me. Thank you very much. I hope that was interesting.
It sure was, Stephen. I loved one of the comments there. Couldn't you beat it with a big stick? You wouldn't get that anywhere else in the world, would you?
You wouldn't.
That's fantastic. I think you've touched on a number of points there which kind of tell us about how the collaboration tools have evolved and they've helped us accelerate, but also deliver better products and allowed us to be more human-centric in our thought process. So I'm sure that's stories which many of us can kind of say we've been getting more accustomed to these tools over the last 18 months than ever before. Thank you very much, Stephen. That was great.
No problem.
Next up, we have Leanne Moncogsel from Derry, who's going to talk about how she founded the Elemental company, the social prescribing company. So great story there. Over to you, Leanne.
Hi there. My name is Leanne Moncogsel, and I'm the co-founder and COO of an organization called Elemental. And Elemental is a tech for good company, and everything that we do is based around model. So today I'm going to take you through a few slides for about 10 minutes. That's based on this title that you can see here. Can you build a tech company when you're not a techie? And I would say, of course you can. So before I go into the Elemental story and tell you a little bit about our background and why we exist, I want to let you know what social prescribing is. So for those that don't know what social it's in its most basic and simple terms, it's about connecting people to programs, services and events that are already happening on their own doorstep that they could be availing of. Things like physical activity, it could be your couch to 5K, it could be your armchair aerobics, diet, nutrition, it could be healthy cooking on a budget, mental health, it could be a mindfulness session, it could be a yoga session, etc. So it's about connecting people to those programs and services that already exist that people might not know that they're actually on their own doorstep. And social prescribing normally starts with the GP practice. So a GP would offer to refer a patient to the local social prescribing program. Once they accept, that referral then is picked up by what is known as a social prescribing link worker. And that social prescribing link worker is the key person here within social prescribing. They'll help guide and support the patient throughout their social prescribing journey. And together, they'll create a social prescription package based on what's available on their own doorstep. And how does Elemental tie into this? So Elemental is basically the digital platform that enables social prescribing to be scaled across communities. Everyone that plays a part in community development health, which is social prescribing, plays a part in the Elemental platform. So it underpins every stage of the journey. And we like to refer to it as the middleman or the middle woman that connects everyone up that plays a part. So we're that digital platform. So a little bit about the Elemental story. And the Elemental story really goes back to 2013, where Jennifer and I were both community development workers. We like to call Elemental a tech for good company with a difference in the sense that the two co-founders are not techies. Jennifer and I, we were community development workers. And we were 13 years working in that career right across our most disadvantaged communities in Northern Ireland and cross-border as well. And in the last few years of our career, we were growing increasingly frustrated that while it's been good at listening to what people want, securing the funding and bringing the stuff into the communities, the people that really, really needed the help, the hardly reached, were still walking past the buildings that we were running the programs and services in. And we were honest with ourselves and thought, we need to be doing something different here. We need to be making sure we're targeting and engaging the hardest to reach and giving them the best chance at life, so people basically aren't slipping through the cracks. And we were trying our best as community development workers, and we had seen equally, so was the GPs, so was the nurses, so was the social workers, so was the practice nurses, etc. They were all trying their best to give people the best chance at life in the communities. But what we also recognised was that because we were working so hard, we were all working in separate silos and we weren't communicating and connecting with each other as best we could. So it meant that people were slipping through the cracks. And as I said, it was 2013 and they were promoting all things digital through Derry, the city of culture. There was a whole new lease of life in the city, and it got Jennifer and I chatting. They think, could technology play a part in this? And it all went back to, could it be as simple as having a piece of technology that's set in the middle to act as a middleman or the middle woman, and everybody that played a part in community development and health could interact with this platform, and having the patient at the centre de-risk the chances of people falling through the cracks. And we didn't realise what we were actually talking about at the time was the social prescribing model of health and social care. But what was different was that the digital platform set in the middle, which made that unique. So we thought we were onto something when we were talking about that concept. So this is how it started. And in 2013, this competition came out called the Team Ed Health Challenge, and it was part of this City of Culture events, and it was led by Citric, and there was a £500 prize in it, and we thought, oh, this is amazing, this could get us kick-started, and we were so confident, and we thought, we're definitely going to win this. They're going to just get straight away. This £500 is going to get us kick-started, and we're going to change the game, basically, with this digital platform. So we went in for the Team Ed Health Challenge, we got shortlisted, we got asked to present, and it was like Dragon's Den. We had 5 minutes, right? And we were even so super confident that we says, we don't need to speak for 5 minutes. We'll do a video for 3 minutes and we'll speak for 2. So we only practiced for 2, and it was funny now when you look back at it. my mother pretending to be the patient, and a lady that we worked with, she was pretending to be the GP to show how the concept of social prescribing and digital could be connected together to make things much, much better. So we done that, and that's us doing our first ever pitch, telling people publicly about Elemental and how this digital platform could change the game. But the presentation didn't go to plan, so as I said, we'd done the 3-minute video and we thought it was amazing, and we went to press play and the speakers didn't work, and we'd only practiced for 2 minutes, so I can't even remember what it says. And Jennifer was the same. We were just pushing each other up to the front to fill the 5 minutes, and the first thing one of the judges said was, "What is it you're doing again?" So the judge panel didn't get it at all, and safe to say that we didn't win. But every cloud has a silver lining and all that. So we joke about it now that we had family in the audience, and Jennifer's mommy, which is one of our early supporters and still supports us loads to this day. This is what it felt like, Jennifer's mommy looking over going, "So you're going to just get up here, come on, get back on the horse," after we thought it was a complete disaster. So away we went, we got back on the horse again. And as I said, every cloud has a silver lining. And this guy actually won the Team-Ed Health Challenge competition. And this is Professor Morris Mulvena. So afterwards at the networking, he was over chatting to us, and he says, "Look, I love your idea and I love the concept of social prescribing. Do you want to meet for a coffee?" So we met for a coffee then a few weeks later, and he'd said this when we met for coffee: "Look, I think your idea is actually better than mine. I know I won the prize, but I think yours is better. So I'm going to donate my £500 prize money to use." So we were really excited. It was like, right, we're back on the horse again, away we go. And you know that if any of you know the old Ladybird book, The Stone Soup, and you know the story behind it, it was like Morris gave us the £500 to get kick started, and because we got that £500, Seatrick and Derry had said, "We'll give you desk space," so they gave us an office free for 6 months. And then Morris says, "You know, I can give you a bit of a techie time to get a basic proof of concept done." So we took that, and it was just like the Stone Soup. It was a pot of water, but everybody was throwing something in it, made it something great, and it snowballed. So you can see here, Northwest Regional College gave us some support. University of Ulster gave us some support. The Healthy Living Centre Alliances, so you can test it with us and the Healthy Living Centre. So everybody was adding something on just to really, really help us, and that got the ball rolling. So as I said, we got off the starting blocks, and then we got ourselves a proper logo. You can see here the logo on the screen. Back then, we were calling it Elemental, My Social Prescription. We developed the prototype with the help of the techie through Morris Mulvena, and we done that prototype based on really robust research. So we were off the starting blocks. So what research did we do? We spent over 2 years. Some people say we spent too long, but we say we got it right because we wanted to stay true to our community development principles and really speak to everyone that was involved in the social prescribing ecosystem in the community. So we spoke to health, housing and social care professionals, and what they had said that we want to embrace social prescribing, but we don't have time to research what's happening in the community. And then sometimes if we do know bits and pieces of what's happening, there's no quality assurance on the suppliers or the providers. Can we trust those providers? And then, once people engaged in the social prescribing programs and services, how do we track, monitor and support the people taking part once they've been referred? So they says if you had a digital platform that could capture all that for us, we definitely have our buy-in. We definitely use social prescribing and we definitely use the digital. And then we spoke to the patients, the residents, the citizens, whichever term that you want to use, and they love the idea of social prescribing and they love the idea of digital to help them along their journey. But they said that shouldn't be replaced by that person. The people that are least activated and least motivated need that one-to-one support, that personal touch from that social prescribing link worker. So this is, they love digital, but combine digital with the social prescribing link worker. And we spoke to the community and voluntary sector providers that provide all these programs in the community. And what they'd said that money's tight and we need to bring on more funding. So by the sound of your platform, that could really help us to track the outcomes of the projects that we're being funded to do to allow us to bring in extra money. But not only that, we can track individual journeys as well, which is really good. So we can focus on the people that need the help most. And then we spoke to the commissioners, the people that pay the community and voluntary sector providers to run programs in the community, including social prescribing. And they said that it's hard to get really good analytics to be able to recommission something and also to track the outcomes of the person along their journey. So they said, we really like the sound of this, and this could really help us prove the business case for social prescribing and be able to refund it or commission it for the first time if they've analytics there from a previous program. So we collated all this together, and when we took a step back, we knew it was the right thing to do. Everyone right across the social prescribing ecosystem, all the stakeholders, seen the true benefit and using digital alongside social prescribing. So we knew we were on to a winner, and it was the right thing to do. So after we'd done that basic prototype and we got all that research, we knew that the basic prototype wasn't good enough to move forward to be able to get paying customers. We needed that minimal viable product to go out to market and get people to actually buy the product. And we needed actually a techie on our team as well. This was just me and Jennifer at this time, and we could actually introduce to Mark through our first mentor, which was Aidan McGrath, who turned into our chairperson for a good number of years. So Aidan and Mark were business partners for years, and he said, look, I think Mark could help you get that minimal viable product off the ground. Mark wouldn't just work with anybody. He talked to us and he's seen the true value in what we were trying to do, and he really believed in it. We got proof of concept money, which would pay Mark in part, but he actually worked for free for 6 months to help us get this off the ground. So you can see up there, Mark's on a rock band, so he was part-time rocker, full-time techie, and he still is. And Mark's our principal developer to this day, alongside the rest of the development team. So the next phase in our journey then was me and Jennifer were still working full-time in our community development jobs, and it was difficult. We were working in that 9 to 5. We were coming home, getting the dinner ready for the weans, and then out the door, and we were meeting each other maybe up to 11, 12 at night, meeting in each other's kitchens, meeting in coffee shops, getting through out of coffee shops when they were closing, and maybe sometimes going to a McDonald's, which would open up later. And we were just preparing as much as we could to try and get this ready for market, but it was difficult because we were still on our full-time jobs. So this opportunity came up with Propel, which was funded by InvestNI and run by Excel Partners. So that's Diane and Mark Roberts, and we got a place on that. And Jennifer and I decided that I would leave my job and allow me to go full-time into this because there was a wee bit of money to pay me. So I went first on that, and it was a really good experience. It really, really helped us to get ready for market, knew what sectors we were selling under, who was the direct customers within the sector, get your business plan ready, etc. So it really, really helped us. So it was a key milestone. And then we met our second brilliant mentor, who was Mary McKenna. And you can see up here, after some persuasion, or some might say stalking, we stalked her for a while to get her attention. Claire McGee helped us, and Diane from Excel Partners helped us as well. So after a while, Mary getting to know us, she agreed to come on board as our mentor. And Mary really wanted to help us be investor ready, because we had Mark, but I was still only part-time. We'd only Mark part-time, and Jennifer wasn't getting paid at all. We really needed to take investment. They have key hires to scale this business and take it to the next level. So she was getting us investor ready. So this was us. We were out on the pitching scene, trying to get noticed, see if any investors interested, etc. So we done a lot of pitching, etc. But whilst we were doing that, we knew that we'd just want to take money of any investor. That was really important to us, that any person that we took money off had to believe in the same thing that we believed in, that this was around helping the people that needed the help most in the communities. It wasn't just about the money. They had to also believe in the benefit that the tech was doing. So Mary introduced us to Clearly So, and she told us before she'd introduced us to them that they might possibly not want to take it any further, because a lot of people that goes to speak to them, it's not the right fit, they're not at the right level, they don't see the value in it. But when we spoke to them, they really, really liked us, and they says, we'll introduce you to our pool of social impact investors. And what that meant was this was investors that were really only interested in businesses that had a social impact in the community, and we liked the sound of that. And they got their level where they were happy for us to pitch at one of their pitch nights. So that's us pitching there in London, in the city of London, in one of the big high-rise buildings in the financial district. And we were so nervous. We looked pure calm there, but we're not. We were nervous. There was about 20 investors that we were pitching to. And with 10 minutes, and after the 10 minutes, they asked you to leave the room. And then when we leave the room, they'd say, right, who's interested in investing in Elemental? And loads of people put up their hands, we were told, which is great. And then we spoke to the people that were interested in putting on money, and it turned out that we'd actually more money been offered days than we wanted to take. So it was great to be able to pick the ones that you thought were the best fit for us in the organisation. So that was another big milestone. And you know, we broke a record within Clearly, so that from that day that we pitched to having the money in the bank was only 43 days. So we're proud of that, and that allows us then to really scale Elemental, to bring in the key hires, and they operate as a business and bring more customers in than what we had. Now, today, Elemental, as the market leaders in digital social prescribing, we're leading, we're influencing, we're providing not only in digital, but in social prescribing itself. We have that domain knowledge as community development workers ourselves. In terms of digital social prescribing at scale, you can see some of our key stats here, that nearly 11,000 GPs, nurses, etc. are actually using Elemental to refer their patients into the local social prescribing programs. You can see that over 2,000 social prescribing link workers are using Elemental to create that packages for their patients, their clients, and it's over 716 to be precise, social prescribing programs, hubs, whichever terminology you want to use, are using digital, the Elemental platform to power their social prescribing programs. Today, we're a team of 35, growing month on month, and big plans to grow even more in the next year. So, going back to the original title, can you set up a tech company if you're not a techie? And again, I would say, of course you can. And what has helped Jennifer and I not being techies, but setting up a tech company is, one, our domain knowledge. It makes us credible across the sectors that we're selling into. Two, we really have listened. You can see that, you know, the research that we've done over the 2 years. Three, we still listen. It's not about just saying, okay, you've told us how to build it, away you go. We continually listen, and we do monthly releases at the minute, and a big percentage of those releases is coming from customer feedback and us taking that on board and developing it on the platform and releasing it. Four, we recruit it well. The original hires are hires are so important. Still important, continuing to hire, and we need to really be sure that the team share all the same values, and we have an amazing team that do all share the same values as us. Next, this is important because you're going to get a lot of people giving you advice, and you have to know what parts of the advice to take, but really do things the Elemental way. People are saying, oh, you need to do it this traditional way, you need to do it that traditional way. We made the decision, yeah, we do need to do some of that traditional way and some of the other traditional way, but we need to tweak it and make it the Elemental way that best suits us to grow, because we're growing at a rapid rate, moving from a startup to a scale up. And finally, we accept that things will change regularly. Even though we put things in place, we know when we're putting them in place, they might change in the 6 months as we grow even more. And that's, as I say, it's a nature of the beast. So we have accepted that. And that's what I think has helped us as non-techies building a tech company. Thanks very much for your time. My email address is there if anybody wants to shoot me across any questions. Sitting on the panel today as well from our team is Denise Dillon. She's our head of product, has amazing knowledge of social prescribing, our own domain knowledge as a community development worker too, but came into Elemental. She really believed in the digital platform and is now our head of product. So if you have any questions, you could shoot them over to her as well on the panel. Thank you very much.
That was brilliant, Leanne. Thank you very much. That's a fantastic story of taking that idea from start to where you're going at the moment, and you're going places and you're applying your own path ahead as well, and leading on that whole market as well from that little northwest corner of the island. So well done, and thank you very much for sharing, and we'll have more information about that from Denise in the panel discussion in a moment. So I'm joined now by Stephen Ray from Deloitte. Stephen, I don't know if you surf or not, but you're going to let us know as we go through this. Stephen's got a fascinating story to talk about, and so listen up. Over to you, Stephen.
Thanks, Colin. So I'm going to talk to you about innovation and particularly around cyber, but relevant for all product and digital product development. And I'm going to talk to you about three things. First of all, cognitive dissonance. Then cyber innovation best practice and good practice that you can take into all product development. And also want to talk to you about waves and see if there's a link between all the three of them. I'm going to start with a couple of quotes. First of all, a quote from me, and then a quote from F. Scott Fitzgerald. Whenever I was younger, I pretty much just wanted to be a surfer. I grew up on the North Coast, and I just liked the whole idea of going with the flow. And I sort of probably floated my way through school and university and into a job. I came back from Edinburgh and got a job in Nortel as an electronic engineer. That was my degree. And I was kind of just kind of cruising through, and I saw an advertisement in the newspaper that I could do something called the Explorers Program. And it was, do you want to explore new markets, get accelerated business understanding and experience. And I did that while I was sitting in Nortel, writing code, working on a product. I was basically just trying to save up money to go and work in Whistler for half a season and run the ski lift so I could snowboard, and then I was going to save up more money and try and go and do the other 6 months surfing. And I thought this was potentially what I would float into, but I did the Explorers Program. And cut a long story short, 3 startups later and spending about 14 years internationally in Asia and the States, and I had slowly become a business guy and was fully into sales and selling and bringing new products through to market. In 2010, I joined the ESIT Institute at Queen's as commercial director. Professor Sir John McCanney had been a sort of mentor of mine, had been involved in a couple of startups, and I knew he and Godfrey Gaston pretty well. So I joined them as commercial director when CSIT had been established, and I tried to, I worked there for 6 years before I joined Deloitte. But when I left the ESIT Institute, I was asked to give a talk on the model and what we had been doing at ESIT and CSIT and what was unique about the space. So some of this is from that. It's been updated a little bit. But when I finished the talk, and I was talking about this kind of go with the flow, flexibility and adaptability with markets, but also strict kind of disciplined process and business process that you needed to follow. Professor Vince Fusco said to me at the end, you have cognitive dissonance. You're sort of this flexible go with the flow, but also kind of strict business rules of behavior to make things happen. And that made me think quite a bit. And over the last 6 years in Deloitte, I've really learned how you need to have this kind of capacity for complexity when you're looking at new markets and things are changing, and you need to be able to have opposable thinking. And so I was reassured when I saw this Scott Fitzgerald's quote. And I think I want to kind of take those themes into this talk in developing a model for innovation and new product development, having this kind of go with the flow mentality and adaptability, but also some disciplined practice. So I want to now talk about sort of cyber innovation best practice and product development best practice. And innovation, here's a definition for you. It's new value creation that leads to a unique competitive advantage. And that's from Stanford Research Institute. And you can trace back all of the great technology and disruptive events around Silicon Valley from Stanford Research Institute. So they're very good at defining innovation. So if you ask somebody what their innovation definition is, and I encourage you to do that because not many people really know what they mean by innovation. And if they don't have a definition, give them this one. So in terms of bringing new products to market and in terms of innovating, there's lots of processes that you can follow around the technology transfer process out of universities or an engineering process if you're building a new product. And also in terms of best practice, there's lots that we can learn from Silicon Valley. around the innovation stack, customer development, business model canvassing, minimal viable products. And this guy, Alexander Osterwalder, he says that a business model describes the rationale of how an organization creates, delivers, and captures value, and he come up with the business model canvas that many people will know. We also have Steve Blank, great authority on best practice for product development, and he says that no business plan survives first contact with a customer, and he's all about customer development and encouraging that iteration on your thinking and always testing and proving it out with the market and with customers. And also we have Eric Rees, and he said in a startup, both the problem and the solution are unknown. So you may have an idea and you're trying to iterate and think through that idea, but also the problem in the market is a bit unknown. And he worked through this whole build, measure, learn, and iterative approach to that. And he also came up with the minimal viable product, which many of you will know about. So that's the kind of best practice from innovation, and many people will know that. So, and I would, if you're in the looking at product development and you're developing new digital products, I would encourage you to think through, what your model is for that, what your model is to creating new value and innovating and bringing some things through. And if you don't have a model for that, hopefully some of these points will be useful. Many people think that innovation and product development is a sort of linear process. And you can kind of run ideas through a funnel and have gates and decision making but actually it's more like waves. It's much more flexible and adaptive. And sometimes when you focus on what's coming through a funnel, you might miss these other opportunities outside of that. So a funnel kind of forces ideas and into a bottleneck, and the ideas might suffocate or just survive. And innovation is not idea management. It's much more flexible and adaptive, and it's much more like waves. And we know that the waves can be small and generate incremental change, and we also know that waves don't fit into a linear process. And we know that when waves come together with another opportunity, they can double up, and sometimes they can cancel out as well. And also we know that waves can come from anywhere at any time. Waves can be massive, and opportunities can be massive. They can be plentiful, and there's lots around for everyone. And in Ireland, waves can be particularly powerful. And this is a picture off the north coast of Donegal. One thing that we all know in this business context that we're in today, the market, the context is massive destruction, massive change. I can speak from a cyber security perspective. There's 300,000 new pieces of malware written every day, and it's thought that globally businesses, there's a business impacted by and has fallen victim to a ransomware attack every 11 seconds at the minute across the world. So there's so much change, particularly in my market sector. But in all market sectors, we know that markets are shifting and are completely unpredictable. We know that small teams can create immense value. We know that new markets are winner take all. We know that speed is the only competitive advantage. And we know that for every success, there's multiple failures. I've kind of sort of talked a little bit about waves, but it's not just me saying that, market changes and you can almost interrelate markets with waves. There is some economic thinking behind this, and there's something called chondritic waves, which shows the ebbs and flows in sort of long waves of prosperity across global markets. And these kind of chondritic waves are ebbing and flowing, and they're getting quicker and quicker. And in recent years, we've seen much change and adaptation across many markets. So there is some theory behind all of that. So that's some thoughts on cognitive dissonance, cyber innovation, best practice, and waves. And kind of wondering what what is why do I tell you about all of this? Well, I'll try and weave these thoughts into some structure and give you some ideas around the sort of model you could develop for innovation or for new product development. And I would want to make a proposal that your model should have the right culture in it. You should have the right capabilities, and also you should have the right community. And I believe there's a lot we can learn from surfing in that, and I'll try and interweave the analogy. And I also believe that in Northern Ireland, and we are kind of uniquely positioned and perfectly poised to be able to capitalise on these huge waves of opportunity which are coming around. We've already lived out this model when I was working at ESA Institute, and I'm still a non-exec director in Catalyst. And I think what's happening around the tech ecosystem in Northern Ireland, there's certain areas of specialism, and that has worked really well because there is a culture, there is capability and expertise, and there is a community. And in Northern Ireland, we've got such a strong community. It's 1 degree of separation from anybody you really need to talk to anywhere around the world, and that strength of connection is so important. Whenever I moved to Deloitte in 2016, we were fortunate to be able to support government deliver the London Cyber Innovation Centre, and that's based at Stratford at the Olympic Park. And we took that model that we had developed through ESIT and CSIT and had that core foundation of the London Cyber Innovation Centre. And London Cyber Innovation Centre is called Lorca, and it's delivered in partnership with Deloitte and CSIT here from Queen's, and also Plexel, which is the co-working space at the Olympic Park. And in the last 2.5 years, the model has proven really successful, and we've supported 72 companies who are leading lights of cyber innovation startups across the UK. And those companies have collectively raised over 185 million of new investment. In 2019, there was a bit of analysis done in all of kind of funds raised across UK startups in cyber, and 76% of those businesses were involved in Lorca. So we can see the impact that's had, and it all goes back to that model that we developed, having the right culture and the right structures around how we supported the businesses, having the right capability, and we brought in domain experts which could give advice to the startups, like a cyber C-suite as a service type support from Deloitte. We also brought in some market insight knowledge. CSIT provided engineering talent to the startup so they could rapid prototype, and we got access to test networks and labs and facilities. So that capability was so important. And then the community, we brought together a whole rich array of professional services, advice, other entrepreneurs to inspire, and just brought that together to encourage the companies and help them direct their path. These are the 72 startups that have come through Lorca, and it was great to have some really shining stars from Northern Ireland in there as well: Be Secure, Uleska, Amplify, and Salt DNA. So I encourage this model of culture, capability, and community. And what I mean about culture is, you need to have the right leadership. You need to have the right strategy, having a balanced portfolio of innovation, trying some small incremental things, but also having across the array some big kind of moonshot type ideas as well, where you're trying to go for something big. You need to be sensitive in your organizations to antibodies to innovation, and that's normally norms and process that people just follow for the sake of it. So a degree of adaptability is important. And you also need to have kind of within the culture of the organization just a complete and utter focus on the market, so that you're always adapting and flexing to that. And within the analogy of surfing, within the surfing culture, there is that flexible adaptability, but there's kind of rules of behavior, there's dedication, there's a complete and utter focus on the sea. And I would encourage within the culture that, there's a complete and utter focus on the market and a long-term commitment. And, I spoke about new value creation earlier. There is a way to do that. There's some models you can follow and embed that into your culture. And I referenced Stanford earlier. Stanford have a model called NABC, where you iteratively move through a kind of thinking about the market need and how to approach it, the benefits you'll bring to that, and what the competition looks like to evolve your compelling value proposition. But at Lorca, we wanted to think, how can we, well, what is the need? How do you kind of articulate that and revive it? So we developed a process to go out into the markets and look at emerging challenges and start to assess that, and then bind it into reports, and then convene experts, so that we didn't just have common denominator analyst reports, but we could get experts in to help really revive and articulate market need. And then that fed into the innovators being able to kind of iterate their value proposition and create this virtual circle. And that's fundamentally core to the model of how we've been supporting the businesses at Lorca. In terms of capability, that's about your kind of people and process and tools and equipment. And the analogy there is you need to have a surfboard, you need to learn how to swim, you need to be dedicated. And in terms of community, that's making sure that your innovation must be open. You must be interconnected with so many different people, with global institutes, with research. And Northern Ireland's really good at that. I referenced that earlier. And the analogy there with surfing is you need to kind of in the water, you might be with other surfers. Somebody might shout outside, and you don't know, you haven't seen any waves coming, but you just paddle for the horizon anyway. And eventually you see that there's something massive, or you might crash, fall off your board, and someone will help you back up on it. So it's really important to have that community. And here's just the 5 core parts of any rich innovation community. In Northern Ireland, we do have that in spades. So that's all I was wanting to say. Innovation is value creation, and it's all about waves. And I'm now comfortable with opposable thinking. I would encourage you all to be as well. Have some kind of flexibility and adaptability, but also some strict process and almost rules of behavior. So thank you for listening. Hopefully that's some ideas on strategy for emerging products, and encourage you to have good culture, spend time in the water, in the market, know it intimately, good capability, the right skills, equipment, access to talent, and a rich, strong community that helps you paddle to the wave. Thank you. Colin.
Thanks very much, Stephen. That's a fantastic metaphor for all of what's been going on in BelTech so far, today and yesterday. Getting immersed in it, getting the support, getting the network, and being committed and focused. Because the surfer wants to get that next wave. That works really well, and I hope you're like me. You may have learned many things from what you've talked about. So thanks for that. Thanks. And I'm glad to know you actually do surf. Okay. But what does that mean actually to put it into practice? That's the difficult part. So next up we have Sean O'Hara from Kainos. He's going to talk about how they've developed a dual agile approach and put it to scale where you can apply the design thinking principles, the agile principles to large scale projects in both the private and the public domain sector. So over to you, Sean, and thank you very much, Stephen.
Hi everyone, it's very nice to be talking with you here today as part of the Delivering Digital Products track at BelTech. My name is Sean O'Hara and I'm a product consultant at Kainos. So over the last 5 or so years, I've had the pleasure of working on several large as well as some smaller scale digital transformation programs, and that's generally been across UK central government. As a product person, I help our customers understand their problems and define their visions for the future, but I certainly don't do that alone. As consultants in the digital space, whether we're product, design, delivery, technology, we're generally all of those things together, so we're a single unit pursuing a common goal. But that in itself can pose problems because working together doesn't necessarily mean working well together. We can assemble teams with top-class talent, but our structures and processes can still let us down. And I think that's particularly prevalent when it comes to research, design, and development on agile projects. So I'm here today to talk about dual track agile. And that's an R&D process that we use here at Kainos. It really helps people define, refine, develop, and deploy robust services for their clients. So I'm sure you've noticed by this stage that this session is pre-recorded. So though I am talking to you from the very recent past, Monday evening, I am actually here live as well. So if you do have any questions, feel free to post them in the chat and I'll pick them up as we go. So on to the first part of the presentation, I'm going to talk a little bit about research, design and development itself. Okay, so as past me just said, we are going to look a little bit at R&D itself first. So we know that there are three foundational pillars that we rely on to deliver software, and this applies as much to the final product or the project as a whole as it does to each small incremental new feature or enhancement. So those pillars are research and analysis, design, development, and testing. First thing I'd want to point out here is the assumption we make when we look at each of those things, and that's that research and analysis is undertaken by the researcher and the business analyst, the design by the designers, and the development and testing by the technical lead and development teams. For development and testing, this is largely true. We'll have teams of very skilled engineers who will ultimately write the code, test the code, and give us something concrete that actually works at the end that we can then show off at show and tell. But I'd argue that the remaining two aspects, so research analysis and design, or R&D for the purpose of this talk, are much more of a grey area. It's more accurate to say that there's a collective responsibility for R&D rather than any individually owned segments. And in my experience, the interactions of the teams looks a little bit more like this. So in the center here, we have that core group of people that I've touched on who are generally facilitating the R&D piece. They have the collective responsibility of preparing the solution and all the artifacts that come with that. On the left, though, are a much larger group of actors. Now, what you see here on screen is by no means an exhaustive list. It's more of an example from a project that I've worked on in the past. But this group can absolutely vary in size depending on the project, the problem, and the size of the client's organization. So generally this group fits into two categories. They're external in that they're not actually preparing anything for this piece, but they're actively interested. This may be due to an agenda within their department, a responsibility to uphold policy or a security standard, for example, or most dreaded of all, just through politics with a small p. Most importantly though, these stakeholders and SMEs are assisting with information throughout the process and helping with decisions needed to progress the work. These stakeholders provide insight and direction, and they're brought in through engagement facilitated by the core R&D team. This engagement can be bi-directional though. I'm sure many of you have been descended on before by a previously unknown stakeholder who's heard what you're working on and already knows how you should be doing it. The engagement then, along with other preparations, will allow for the core team to enable development. They'll produce user stories, prototypes, and give technical direction for the developers. So that's it, right? We know who's involved and we know what they're doing. But there are three things that we haven't quite taken into account yet. The first of these is where this core R&D team actually sits. The second is what happens when the R&D phase is over. And the third is how we manage this long-term issue of having so much to do and so many people involved. We might call this organization. So let's have a look at perhaps the most common approach to R&D, and that's the concept of the central analysis team. With central analysis, the core R&D team tend to sit together, as shown in this diagram. So we'll have BAs, tech architects, designers, and user researchers actively working together on R&D as a kind of specialist area. In this format, the R&D team are free to focus on any given allotment of work. We may even have multiple people in each speciality, or more than one R&D team depending on the size of the project. As mentioned before, this team will still be engaging with external and actively interested stakeholders and SMEs to progress the work. But the work has to come from somewhere. On larger scale digital transformation projects, especially within the public sector, it tends to come into the R&D team a little bit like this. So we'll normally have a governance or a strategy group on the business side, and they'll sit here at the start of the process. Their mandate is to approve chunks of work to be started and allocate the funding to allow it. This usually takes form in the handing down of requirements or a proposed desired solution. Before this work makes it to the R&D team then, it'll usually be overseen by the supplier leads on the project. This is almost certainly factored into a living roadmap, allowing epics to be allocated for R&D in a timely manner to whichever team needs to oversee it. When the work has completed the R&D phase, refined epics can then be passed through to the development team for sprint planning. This allows a dedicated team of developers, testers, and ops engineers to write, test, and deploy the code. Now this just shows one development team, but this could also work at scale. We mentioned earlier that the central analysis team may have extra people for each speciality, or we may have more than one analysis team. In that scenario, that allows for more work to be passed through to multiple development teams using the same structure. So once the original piece of R&D work is passed through into development, the central analysis or the R&D team are then free to focus on the next chunk of work, and this might be per the roadmap or sprint plan. With all that in mind then, we can say that central analysis positions the R&D team It gives the work they're doing somewhere to go once the R&D process is ended, and it can be repeated as often as needed as per how much is in the backlog. So this is a good place to pause just for a moment. Given that the title and structure of this talk lets you know that I'm about to offer an alternative approach for R&D, I want to clarify that that doesn't mean central analysis doesn't have its applications. What I definitely don't want to do with this presentation is have it come off like one of those segments in an infomercial where, you know, we see people trying their absolute hardest to make something look very difficult and totally undesirable. You know, in the right scenario, probably most relevant to the scale of a project, central analysis can work very well. When you have the right combination of a high-functioning R&D team and a well-oiled development team, and the project's reasonably sized, central analysis can really do the job. I've also worked on a few small-scale projects at Kainos where our implementation of central analysis was very loose. One I think of in particular, we were a very small team, we were working on a very small issue, we had limited dependencies or constraints from anywhere else in the business. So we really just got on with things. You know, I think people probably would have found it hard to pinpoint any of the processes we were doing there, and it went very well. So we're aiming for the people involved in R&D and development to be performing well, and we want them to be happy in their way of doing it. So, like in the example I just gave, when the scale of the project calls for it, I like Don Draper's advice here: make it simple but significant. So inevitably, on to the problems. There is no one-size-fits-all approach for R&D. As we've discussed, central analysis is a very viable approach, and though it can work at scale, it can also be problematic. In late 2019, a colleague of mine at Kainos ran a Ways of Working session on a digital transformation program he was involved with. As with any Ways of Working session, the aim was to see what was going well and what changes could be introduced to address any problems. In terms of their fairly standard delivery process, which shown here details everything from vision setting to release, the bulk of Ways of Working issues were actually concentrated in the half before the sprints began. And in that pre-sprint domain, as part of this delivery process, a number of pain points were identified. First of all, work was coming with an already attached solution from the governance and strategy group. This restricted the scope of the R&D team to develop the most viable solutions. There was also a lack of transparency in the sprint plan, which left the R&D horizon too limited and affected the turnaround time for user research. Importantly, there was also found to be a disconnect between the central R&D team and the development teams that they were feeding with refined epics. This made estimation more difficult and presented the developers with some unknowns in the development phase. As with any problem though, there's always an opportunity. And with the particular pain points discovered in this case study, the opportunity available was to move to a new R&D framework and a second form of organisation, dual-track Agile. We use dual-track Agile quite a lot in Kainos, especially when the scale of the project makes that an easy choice. The main points that were described in the case study there, they cover a few different areas of that process, so we'll start at the beginning. Work to go through the R&D process will still be fed into the team in the same manner. The governance and strategy group within the customer's organisations will generally approve work to be started. The key change here can be a difficult one, but it is possible through managed expectations and positive engagement. We encourage the client not to solutionise. Instead, we're more interested in their problems. In problem form, rather than a set of business requirements or a predefined solution, the business can tell us the outcomes they desire to see from this piece of work. These problem themes can then be factored into a transparent roadmap and a sprint plan and then allocated off to the teams. That makes a single source of truth visible to everybody involved. With a theme and a problem statement, the R&D team then have scope to consider a more robust solution than the client may have previously defined. And with that, enter the core concept of dual-track Agile. Make every team a multidisciplinary team. By integrating those involved in R&D with the very developers that they're producing work for, we remove the pain of disconnection and all that comes with it. The dual aspect comes into play with how different specialities in our new multidisciplinary teams work in relation to each other. And again, it's simple. When the developers are engineering the current theme of work, the R&D team are working on the next, doing everything involved with the R&D process and ultimately producing a set of refined stories for the next theme. And this could be over the course of more than one sprint. Not everything's doable in 2 weeks, so a theme may be allocated 2 or 3 sprints. But when that comes to an end, the developers are then fit to pick up the next theme of work which the R&D team have been previously preparing. So this is the structure of dual-track Agile at its core. We encourage problems over requirements, and we bring the R&D and development teams together to work in dual tracks. But as part of that structure, there are a few key factors within the R&D period that really ensure the success of dual-track Agile. When problem themes and desired outcomes are picked up by the teams, we kick them off. This allows the R&D team to get together with the stakeholders and SMEs, where they'll assess the problem, bring to the surface any relevant information which may already be known ahead of time, and align as a group on the approach to R&D. We'll then properly get into the swing of things, so the team will start actually carrying out the research, analysis, and design. And these stories will then feed into the refinement sessions with the developers, bringing both groups together earlier and more often. With everyone engaged in the work, unknowns and unpredictability are mitigated, and estimation becomes an easier process for the developers. A great thing to point out at this stage is that the team is also free to decide who's actually involved in the R&D, and this is only possible by bringing both teams together as a multidisciplinary collective. Yes, it's normally the usual suspects who lead the R&D, but other team members, particularly developers, can get involved, and that's been my own experience. Over the last year or so, I've worked on some especially tricky themes on a project that was focused on EU exit. When there was capacity to allow for it, we received some R&D assistance from a couple of junior developers on the team who helped explore and define the technical solution. This is great for personal development and career progression for people that may not previously have had the opportunity to get involved with any R&D. When the R&D period is nearing its end and the work has been refined and estimated, we'll then play back our plan and solution to the customer. Once dual track has been implemented for a while, this usually becomes a formality, but it is still an important step. It allows clarity and alignment with the business and does offer an opportunity to address any issues and replan on the rare occasion that alignment isn't achieved. It's effectively sign off to begin development. With these key features embedded, we can then scale dual track agile. So we can see an example here of 3 cross-functional teams. They're now receiving problem themes rather than solutions, and those themes are free to be allocated to any team. The teams themselves can plan ahead, and they have oversight of a transparent roadmap and sprint plan. The teams are multidisciplinary. They're owning their own R&D and working as a single connected unit to refine and ultimately develop the product. They're engaged with the customer throughout, and they know that they're working on stories the client has signed off for development. It's R&D at scale, without the pain. I want to finish by mentioning a few other benefits that dual track agile can bring to a digital project at scale, but I do also want to touch on a few common pitfalls it has and how we can best go about avoiding them. So first we'll touch on the benefits, and you'll notice that these are all hooked together by the same common theme of connectedness. So those in technical positions can sometimes find themselves siloed and focusing on technical solutions. With dual track, they gain exposure to other elements of the process like research and design. This can help them better understand problems and factor the findings and expertise of their teammates into the technical solution. The same can be said of those involved in research and design. They're brought into the greater fold of things, connecting with viewpoints they may not have been exposed to much before in the past. It's a chance to better understand the technical constraints which could impact what may be on the surface a fairly innocuous change. And from a more general team perspective, the collectivity that drives dual track agile allows everybody to avail of the satisfaction that comes with seeing something through from problem to implemented solution. We're also able to avoid the churn of feature factory working and the negative feeling that comes with that, where we give our minimum required input on each item on the conveyor belt and wait for the next. And there really is such a benefit to personal development. I've already touched on how it provides an opportunity for input into R&D, but I was also talking about this with a colleague last week, and they felt that working in dual track actually increased their own personal skill set. So for someone who may be a developer, for example, dual track provides an opportunity to learn how to write and refine a user story, or what goes into a discussion guide for user research, or why a certain design pattern doesn't work. It doesn't change their speciality, but it certainly provides a more robust and well-rounded knowledge for future application. So lastly, a few common pitfalls and how to avoid them. The first I'd point out here is plugging the gap. So we can throw process at any project, but it's never going to be watertight. We can get it wrong sometimes. The biggest gripe that I've had with dual track agile in the past is a problem that arises when things just aren't ready. The time allocated to the R&D of a theme may not turn out to be enough. This could be due to an undiscovered problem or something as benign as a few sick days at the wrong time. The problem it creates is a gap in the developer's track. We can avoid this by factoring in the acts of project goblins into the t-shirt size for a theme. We can also be proactive in having defects or tech debt readily available to plug the gap when needed. Making every team a multidisciplinary team is indeed the goal, but we may not always have the people to do that. In my experience, this has been particularly prevalent for designers and user researchers. The thing to keep in mind here, though, is that this isn't a showstopper. When the team profile doesn't allow for it, we can have a more central UR and design team who are actively involved with each team's themes. A separate collection of people isn't strictly in line with the dual track ethos, but minimizing the disciplines not present in each team still addresses many of the pains we've discussed before. Another pitfall can be knowing when and when not to implement dual track agile, and this is twofold. It goes back to what I mentioned earlier in that the level of process which comes with dual track is not always optimal for smaller scale projects. When your team and your scope is small, the rigors of dual track could potentially have a detrimental impact. If there are any issues in your R&D processes, these could be addressed in a ways of working session, and if there aren't, why reinvent the wheel? Finally, I'd mentioned having the right level of awareness to know when R&D isn't enough. Not every business problem is solvable, nor every desired outcome achievable in an allocated theme or an R&D period. We may only have so much time and find ourselves looking at an issue that really needs a discovery, so maybe recommend a discovery. So that's it. Hopefully this presentation has stirred a few thoughts for you on how your own R&D processes are working, whether they're generally in good shape, or if there's anything you've noticed that you might want to change going forward. As a product consultant, I spend the majority of my day either directly engaged in or thinking about R&D, so it's very nice to have an outlet here today to have a chat about it. And I'm very keen to hear from you about it as well, so please, I'll put up some details on the screen after this, and if you have any questions or comments, please reach out, even if you just generally want to have a chat about that overall pursuit of R&D harmony at scale. So again, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
That's great, Sean. Thank you very much. That's a really good story about how you can run that dual track to help inform the product development as you're going. You're building the motorway almost as you're heading down it. So that's our last of the talks today in this track, but we're not done yet. We've got a panel discussion about to start, so I'm going to introduce Julie Cassidy. Julie's going to chair the panel discussion, and we're going to further explore some of those concepts and stories that you've heard today. Over to you, Julie.
Thanks, Colm. So firstly, I'd just like to welcome everybody to the final panel discussion for BelTech on accelerated product delivery. Some of our panelists have already spoken earlier in the day, so I'll just do some introductions for everybody who may have missed the talks. First of all, we have Stephen, who did Surf and Cyber Innovation. He's a cyber partner. With two Stephens, by the way, which is always helpful on a panel. So Stephen is a cyber partner in Deloitte, and he also leads the cyber innovation across the company. He works across the UK, primarily in the government sector. He has 20 years experience in cyber and tech, 6 years as a director with Queen's University. And he also finds time somehow to sit on the executive board for London and Cheltenham Cyber Innovation as well. Then we have
the other one,
the second Stephen from Big Motive. So he is a design director at Big Motive. He brings with him a diverse range of skills and experience from design to research and strategy. He led the design more recently in the Stop COVID NI application, which was the first of its in the UK. And he was endorsed for best practice for design and data privacy as part of that. And then joining virtually, we have Emad, who is the Chief Technology Officer and Vice President of Engineering for Arty, which is a tech company founded by Allstate. He is responsible for leading the design and development of Arty products and services. These are ranging from sensors, embedded SDKs, big data manipulation, persistent platforms, and mobile solutions. He brings 20 years experience. Prior to joining Arty, he led and expanded the technology and engineering organization for LoJack Corporation, expanding them into data insights and telematics. And last but not least, we have Denise joining us from Elemental. As Leanne said earlier, she is the head of product within Elemental, and she was part of the founding partners with the company. Although graduating in business information technology, Denise started her career in the community and volunteer sector, and this enables her to bring real life experience to her role now within Elemental and the digital benefits that it can bring to the community. So, as we all know, Elemental have grown rapidly over the last few years with groundbreaking products, and Denise has been integral as part of that journey. So I'd like to welcome you all here this afternoon. And if you don't mind, Emad, we'll start with yourself for the first question to get us broken on easy.
Right.
So, getting the balance between getting a product to market quickly and ensuring it is robust and value-driven is always something that we strive to achieve. Can you give us some of your experiences and how you've achieved this balance?
I don't think I've ever achieved that balance, but I'm working towards it. The first thing is probably understanding organizational physics, and that is how the team dynamic works, right? Focusing on what outcome is desired, and not locking into or anchoring on the abstract. And what do I mean by that? There's a concept of the unattainable triangle, and you know this, right? You have cost, quality, speed, and we're always asking teams to deliver all three, right? You gotta give me the best thing. Can't have any flaws. It has to happen yesterday, and we want it for free, so that we can maximize our return. And that's really not attainable, mostly because the focusing on the wrong parts of this whole thing. When we talk about quality, it really isn't an option. It really shouldn't be a discussion. We try to get to the best we can have the team do. So the best way that I know to work this is to instill into it a culture of how we build things. Now, you've heard of many speakers talking about agile as a means to do this, about iterations to get things done. I'll speak more on that in a minute. The second one is cost. And cost, when we start focusing too much on that, rather than it is an outcome of the other factors we put in, we ignore that cost has an association with psychology of value. So to our customers, it's what they're willing to pay for something. If I told you there's a $50,000 car and tomorrow I said I have the same car and it's $20,000, you're going to assume something's wrong with the quality. You're going to assume something is not right with the product. So the pricing of how something goes in really is about the psychology of it, which brings us to the things we can control. And that thing typically is speed. And I always ask the question, what does that mean? What does it mean to be fast? What does it mean to get something at quality and quick to market and everything else? And I look at it this way. We have a way of building products and we could choose how we're going to introduce things into the market. So when the team starts to doing development, they either take the approach of MVP. Now, we've heard speakers talk about minimum viable product. And then there's another concept called RAT, the riskiest assumption test. In many cases, if a product is new, doesn't exist, creating an MVP is the best way for a team to get something out the door. In other cases, when products exist, the best way is to go with the riskiest assumption. And the riskiest assumption is saying, what is the one characteristic of the product that we're building? What is the one thing that if it fails, none of the rest of the product that we're putting out or none of the things that we're making make any sense? And it really is blended into the noise of all the other products that flood in the market. And in doing so, we change the mindset of the team, how the team builds products, how they make the connection between taking risk and being able to say that these are the things that are the most important and focusing on that. Once you start building through the products and how they get through picking what is the most important thing and most riskiest thing and focusing on that, they can iterate to better, which means that the product by nature will have more features added to it, which will create better demand and so forth and so on. And the rest of the two feed into that whole thing. The last thing I want to say is large groups or distributed groups make a difference in how products are done. I have the privilege of working with a global team, which means I get a distributed perspective on things. If you isolate to one or two or very small teams all the time and have the same way, you can't expect things to get done differently. You need to have different perspectives. You need to have different distribution. And by having global teams, I get different perspectives because just like when you go from one place to another, there's unique cultural things. There's things you don't find everywhere. You're always going to attain something different. And that physics between the dynamic of the team, the approach to marketing and our approach to building product is a key factor in getting all that done. Hopefully all that came communicated across.
Thanks, Emad, it did. So you talked a wee bit there about speed to market, and that leads us nicely on to Stephen next. So Stephen, what's speed to market becoming more prevalent now in the society that we're living in? And cybersecurity threats on the increase. How do you ensure when people are developing products that they have security at the forefront of their mind?
It is. When I started working in cybersecurity many years ago, it wasn't at the forefront of people's mind, and it was like, okay, cybersecurity's at the end of the line, and we might need to get something pen tested, and let's send it across and tell the guys they need to test in 3 hours because we're shipping this thing today no matter what. And but that's totally changed. And there's a few things have led to that. People's awareness, and particularly within design teams, there's much more DevSecOps in the process. But also there's been a big stick from Europe, which has led to a lot of change with privacy implications and GDPR, but also within some broader national infrastructure where solutions and technology is being built. There's a thing called the NIS directive. So you have to show that you have thought through privacy and security implications and risks and threats and designed mitigations into that. In my role in Deloitte, we do some client advisory work around cyber, but actually quite a lot of my work is when we as a firm are doing large product delivery or delivering digital products, working alongside my colleagues to say, look, we need to build this thing secure because the client will be at risk, we'll be at risk. And it's kind of, there's always a bit of a process to say, we don't need so much of you guys, we'll put more developers in here. And that's a challenge, but certainly in the last 2 years, there's been a real shift because people realize that if you design something with privacy and security in mind, you have a much more optimized feature set. You don't have all of this kind of random bits of code which are just kind of bloatware or whatever that people just like the idea of and no one's ever going to use because that's going to introduce vulnerabilities, but it's also kind of making the solution not as optimized. So if you do build in security and privacy by design, it will give you a more optimized solution, and that can, in the long run, reduce costs and increase value. And I think the development community is getting that, and it's really encouraging.
That's great. I think the user as well is much more knowledgeable now in terms of privacy, and people are interested in it. It's a hot topic at the minute. So,
absolutely.
If your end user's interested, that's obviously helping, hopefully, the process as well, making it easier to get everybody on the right mindset. Has anybody anything they wish to add?
I was intrigued, you as a kind of design consultant, the app you were working on was very much privacy and security in mind.
It was, and for the first time, actually, we had to engage with NCSC about some of the design decisions that were being made. Even simple things like the name of the sender of the text to tell you that you needed to self-isolate needed to be structured in a way so that it couldn't easily be imitated. So the characters chosen even. So I do think that the connection up and the opportunity to work together, collaborate early, I suppose, is really important, and the security element should absolutely inform the design element.
Yeah. Anything from yourself, Emad?
Nothing really to add that hasn't already been articulated. I mean, we take a security first approach to everything. It really is the central core to what we're building. If the security isn't there, then your product will suffer from reputational loss, failure, and distrust. And at the end of that, the recovery out of that is nearly impossible.
It's security being at the front. It's quite interesting in some of the innovation centers I'm involved in, working with early stage startups, thinking about minimal viable product.
Yeah.
It's a challenge sometimes when you've got privacy, security, resilience to kind of get something banging out the door and test it. But you can have a minimal viable product that if you think about implications or the risk and design it in that way, and then it kind of increase the features. But it's an interesting space to work in, innovation, certainly in cyber, whenever a minimal viable product itself might introduce another vulnerability into a system.
Okay, thanks everybody. So Denise, moving over to yourself now. Businesses have had to adapt greatly over the last year during the pandemic. How has this changed your product strategy and delivery?
Yeah, it's been a crazy year, and I think that our product has always been, it's a digital product, and I think that COVID, although it had some impacts, it didn't have a massive impact on our product and how we were developing. Our developers are based, in El Salvador and Bangor and Derry and in England, you know, so from an organizational point of view, there wasn't too much upset for us. But I suppose what we did is we went out and we listened. So we listened to our customers, our current customers, found out what would make their life easier. What, you know, is there anything that we can develop? Is there any add-ons that we can add that will help our customers kind of get through to their users who are the most in need via the social prescribing? So I suppose what we did and what we had to do really quickly was, again, more from the implementation side of things, was transfer everything digital, all of the implementation, all of the training, you know, an online training academy, all of that. So that was one of the first things that we did. The second thing that we did was when we were listening to our customers, we knew that people were isolated. People weren't able to get to GP surgeries, the community venues, to wherever it is that they normally went for support. So we kind of launched our product, which was a self-refer add-on, which was people were able to, as long as they had access to digital, to the internet, they could refer themselves in and they could get that contact. And I suppose from that then, we then looked at, it was nearly a version 1 of this kind of an idea that we had, and you know we wanted to develop it anyway. And now we've got 2 new products coming out in the next few months, which have all spawned from COVID and from lockdown. So I suppose for us, really, there wasn't too much change, but it kind of gave us the impotence to, okay, we need to actually do something else. We need to do something new in order to help, you know, the most vulnerable, and that's what we did. So I suppose we were very lucky in that all of our staff were able to keep working throughout the pandemic as well, which was brilliant. And, you know, productivity was definitely through the roof. It was a struggle for many people, the people who were homeschooling, like myself. You know, I'm sure that I would be happy for my kids to go back and do another year because I'm definitely not a teacher. But from the elemental side, it was, we didn't go in any direction that we never wanted to go in anyway, but it just took us in that direction a little bit quicker than what we had envisaged.
Yeah, I think I'll agree with you on that one. The homeschooling was fun for everybody, least of all the children. I think they suffered the worst through that part. But you talked a little bit about innovation there. So, Stephen, moving over to yourself, I would just like to ask, creating products that are innovative is often a challenge for people. So, is there any, you know, methods or approaches or tips that you could give us that will get us on our way?
I suppose I would probably start by saying that it's not just the preserve of designers to be innovative. I think that's actually maybe a bit selfish of us if that was the perspective that we held. It's actually everyone's opportunity. And usually, if you're being genuinely human or user-centered in your approach, innovation is only a better or a new response to a better defined problem. So just doing something different for the sake of doing something different is probably a really bad idea.
Yeah.
In almost every scenario. So yeah, I guess we're in a position where people are giving us time and headspace to go look for something different or find another way, but defining the problem and getting everyone on board, because often technologists will be the first to go, have you seen this? Or how about if we do it like this? So yeah, knowing the problem first is always the way to begin those kinds of discussions. I'm reminded a bit of the work that we had to do on the Stop COVID app for young people and 11+-year-olds, and there was quite a strong desire that, you know, we would lose the interest of that audience unless we somehow kind of like, you know, made it sort of cool or look like TikTok or whatever. And actually, when we went and spoke to the young people about it, it was surprising how much they wanted to be, not even wanted to be taken seriously. They expected to be taken seriously and not patronized and not sort of talked down to, and all the things that if you thought about it, you would realize. But when you hear it from them, it's so much more, it strikes you so much more. And then the innovation there really was about how do we help them engage with privacy information and have proper agency and consent and not just click next because like agree because whatever. That was the challenge, and the little bit of innovation there was just helping break it down and explain it in the right moment rather than in one big tranche at the start.
Yeah, and you touched there on just about your end user, and I suppose that perception that we have that, you know, the younger generation maybe want something fun and lighthearted. And you know, when you went out to spoke with them, that wasn't necessarily the case. They wanted to be, you know, given the facts and taken seriously, as you said. So Denise, is there anything you would like to add just on that user experience side?
Yeah, I suppose I know one of the other speakers was talking about, you know, the minimum viable product, and you get out there, and that's absolutely what we did when we went to market. So we went out and we were very, very customer led at the beginning of our journey. And all I could say is that the thing that worked the best for us and that had the best outcome was talking to people and getting people's thoughts, speaking to all the different stakeholders. You know, we talk to everybody. We talk to GPs, we talk to nurses, we talk to social workers, we talk to community workers, talk to people themselves that were using social prescribing, and that's where the goal does that. You know, that you will not. You can sit in a room and you can be innovative and you can think of all these wonderful things, which is fantastic and it's great. But you need to know your market, and just to go back to the analogy, the surfing analogy, I absolutely love that. You need to be in the water and kind of loving it and breathing it. And I think that's probably where Elemental, a lot of the founding members of Elemental came from the community and voluntary sector. So we didn't come in as techies because we're not techies. We came in saying, okay, I was there, I know what I needed, I know what I wanted, I know what would have worked. But let's go back out again and let's try and find out. So that's kind of how we innovate as well. So it's definitely a lot of talking, and we like to talk anyway. So that's just a bonus.
It always helps.
I think it's testament that Elemental's done so well because they knew the user and the customer so well. And I was reflecting in my talk earlier, innovation being defined as value creation that leads to competitive advantage. And value is defined in the relationship between you and your end customer or between two users. So if you don't know the customer, you don't know where they see value. And I think for anybody thinking of innovation and thinking about how do I create value, usually, there's other ways to create value, but usually it's saving someone time or saving them money. So if somebody's interacting with your system and you can save them time and you can save them money, that's innovation. You're creating value for them.
If I could just nip in there, absolutely, I totally agree with you. And I think that because we have such a vast range of stakeholders that use our system, they all have different wants and needs. So the commissioners, all they care about is the bottom line. The money is, you know, that is what, not all that they care about, but that's what they want to see. They want to see value for money. Whereas the end user, the person who is, you know, taking part in the social prescription, they want to be able to see their health and outcomes improving, which are, you know, kind of miles apart. But yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah. So we have a few questions here coming in from the audience. So COVID-19 has impacted the world in many ways. None so much as the acceleration of companies moving to embrace technology and digital solutions have enabled us to move to remote working. Has anybody got any comments or would like to talk about the impact that we've seen from remote working? Have you seen productivity go up, decline?
Julie, I can chime in here if that's all right.
Sure, go ahead.
I mean, for me, it has been, it's strange. It's been you could find the silver lining in this whole thing. We have shrunk our world down to terminal to terminal or computer to computer or screen to screen, where we normally have spent time flying back and forth or having meetings face to face or having conversations because of the time zones. We're able now to immediately be next to each other virtually. So I think it's brought the teams closer together. I think collaboration has been greater. For me, because of the global nature of the teams, it's definitely shrunk the world and brought us much closer to each other, and actually has worked out very well. I don't think we're ever going to see a change from this. It's been more productive, a lot more collaboration.
Your productivity's massively increased in many organizations, but I think that's led to some problems, and we're going to see that because the intensity of people's days are kind of getting too much, and we've got loads of health and well-being issues. And I think development teams and organizations need to think, how do we engineer in to our intensely transactional virtual environments some sort of relational activity? So how do you engineer in that walking down the corridor chit chat? Because you just go from one 20-minute transactional video conference to the next, and it's too intense. And unless we get back to the sort of live interaction, where often some of the most creative ideas spark, the water cooler moment. How do we engineer that into these virtual environments? I think it's going to be a big challenge. Productivity's massively up, but where's creativity? Where's well-being? Where's health?
And I think
Probably
you're right.
down.
It's not the same if you schedule, a 10-minute tea break and you put it in somebody's calendar. It just seems so much more formal, and it's not about a chit-chat. You have to make an appointment to get that interaction with them, and it does make a difference.
But I do, from perhaps the side in which you might expect the most sort of like, no, we've all got to get back into the office and we've got to have our bean bags and coffee and all. I really agree with what he might have said around it's not a solution to everything, but the degree to which you can bring previously isolated people together has really, really changed. And if we can find a balance so that the workplace is about a purpose rather than a 9-to-5 expectation, then I think we have a model for a kind of blended work experience. But it is right. It has to be engineered. It has to be clear how we get there, and not just let's keep trying things and hopefully people will work it out.
And there is some solutions that you were talking earlier about all the different platforms. So there must be some virtual online ways to kind of do that creativity, get in a room, whiteboarding.
Absolutely can. I mean, it's different. I mean, it makes you realize actually how much of what we used to do in work was really just about kind of like making ourselves happy that we had friends, and that's fine. But like, it's not work, or if it is work, then what aspect of that is the right amount versus actually getting on with things. And I mean, in some ways, I think there's less friction between people now that they're not all in the same office and bumping up against each other and talking too loudly and doing all the things that we do. So if it is possible to invent a new way to work, to innovate properly now on this, I think whoever cracks that has done something really impressive.
So much scope for innovation in all of this.
Yeah.
Because, there's maybe less friction between people, but are your words coming through a video screen actually being heard? They say 70% of communication is non-verbal.
Yeah.
I think we for the last 15 months have been working on the 30% of communication. So, there's lots of scope for innovative ideas to kind of address all of that.
I think we're making the best out of the situation as well. This wasn't an optional thing where everybody said, let's just try this experiment and everybody work from home. So we're choosing to make the lemonade at this point in time with what we got. But everything that has been said is absolutely true. Creating a mental safe space, creating a break between my home is my office, is my day, is my school, it's everything all at once. Now, how do we effectively create that? I may have the luxury of having 2 different rooms. Some people don't. And it is imperative that organizations recognize the need for balance on that.
And we talked a little bit there as well about, productivity being up. So with regards to, high-performing product teams, we've all been involved in those over the years. But what are some of the obvious and viable traits of a high-performing team that you've witnessed or you've seen? Who wants to start?
Kind of feel like I've probably said lots of stuff already. I mean, I could say, maybe repeating what I said earlier on when I was speaking, that actually the kind of multifaceted blend of different expertise, people coming together it's such an obvious one, but that is what leads to high performance. Experts that work together and understand each other's sort of area of expertise. That's, for me anyway, that's what I see as being the ideal situation. When you silo very similar people together, you tend to get very boring results.
For me, it's about the team. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you're right. No, I was just going to say, I suppose from my team in Elemental, for me, and again, we kind of feel a wee bit like imposters sometimes, imposter syndrome, because we've kind of grown so quickly. But the product team has come through the ranks of Elemental, so have started off, one was a developer, one started off in the training, and I think having those people who have a vast amount of knowledge and who are they're actually two are very, very similar, and they work really, really well together. And the ex-developer works really well with our development team. And so I just feel that, there's a really, really good mix within the product team, and it's more personal attributes as well as the knowledge that they have.
I like that a lot. I would say that for my observation has been, were we clear on what we want to be done? What is the purpose of what we're trying to do? And in doing that, it's building up the one thing that really determines the success, and that's the passion of the team. You can teach technology. You could teach it all day long. You can't teach people to be passionate. And when you have a group of people who are firmly bought into what the objective is, who are firmly bought into the purpose of what they're doing, and they're passionate about what they're doing, they will figure out how to get there. The biggest mistake is telling a group of intelligent people who are passionate about something, not only what needs to be done, but how they're going to be doing it. You've eliminated that flexibility and that diversity of thought. And I don't just mean what people are focusing on in terms of diversity. That's important, but it means everything about diversity. People with different perspectives, people with different backgrounds, people from different views on things is what makes a high-performing team in my mind.
Brilliant. I agree with everything, and I'll summarize it with, there is a bit of science behind high-performance teams, and as you might imagine. Anyway, there's three things: purpose, and we've talked about that, and that kind of common, team bond, and then there's mastery. So people within teams feel that they're getting better at what they do, and that fulfills and drives them. And then there's autonomy, so that everybody feels that there's something they own and they can drive. And if you give your teams a sense of purpose, the why, a sense of mastery, and a sense of autonomy, that will drive high performance.
Yeah, and I think it's important, that people can see their range of growth and where they can go, and that, they're part of a journey. And it's just not kind of, the mundane, everyday, just getting the job done and moving on, like the checklist. I love a good list, but it's not always a good thing when we come at the end of the day. So no, I think you're right. So that will draw us to close, unless anybody has any final points they would wish to add. I'd just like to. Emad's looking. I'd just like to thank you all again for your attendance today. Some good key points in terms of getting out there, speaking to your customer. Those data-driven decisions are really important, and clarifying our perceptions and our assumptions, as well as giving the team's opportunity to grow and basically get on with the job. We don't hire good people to tell them what to do at the end of the day, and there's lots of different types of innovation, and I think COVID's enabled us to power that through in some ways, although nobody ever expected it, and I don't think it was anything anybody envisaged or wanted. But every cloud does bring silver linings, and there has been some benefits, especially for us in the tech industry. So I'd like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
And
thank you.
I'll see you later.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, folks. I find that very interesting, very fascinating wrap-up of the conversations we've had throughout the day and yesterday. So thank you all for your time and coming here and taking the time early in the morning, Emad, for you, and Denise for dialing in as well. Appreciate that very much. So that pretty much marks the end of the track of talks for today, but we're not done yet, so don't be going anywhere. Stay tuned. We have a couple of things to do just yet. So before we do that, I just want to have a word of thanks to Conla and the extended team at Ashling Events and Tom Gray and the team here in the studio, because without them, this just wouldn't happen. And they've brought a level of professionalism to this whole event, which I find is something we should all be proud of. So thank you. In a few minutes, we're going to hear a talk from Sam Gibney. Sam's Executive Director of Creativity and Motion at Homebrew Agency in USA. He's got a really good story, and we're going to hear from him in a few minutes after a couple of short videos. So thank you very much, everyone. Have a great day, and stay tuned for Sam.
Hello, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. I want to start off by saying thanks to BelTech and for inviting me to speak today from Los Angeles. So just a quick rundown of me. My name is Sam Gibney. I'm the Executive Creative Director at Homebrew. We specialize in servicing the entertainment industry in Hollywood by way of digital promotion and social media. I run a 17-person team creatively, and I oversee the leadership, along with 3 other people, of some 40 people in our agency. I am also on the exec board at the parent company, THA and Associates. So just watching those videos, by the way, it was really, really inspiring, that last talk, and I really appreciate it. It makes me feel a little homesick as well, hearing the familiar accents. Anyway, I want to speak today about the impact and adaptation my company went through during COVID for an in-house office environment to a permanent offsite workforce, and also how we changed technology and workflows innovatively, and how we introduced cloud-based systems and security in a remote setting, which was tricky, but we did it, and how we adapted to new strategies for outputting our creative product to the client. It's also a human story, and I'll touch on that later as well, which is an integral part of how we survived as a company, because for a minute there, when it went all bad, the company actually nearly went bust because the whole industry shut down. But I'll speak about that later on. So let's get started. So this is pre-COVID for the company that I'm working at, for our workflow. So the day-to-day was in office environments. We had VPN, we had Slack, which is a system allowing us to communicate in real time just via text and sending imagery and stuff across the servers that we had in-house, which was all hardwired, and the security was all there as well. And it was all signed off by a lot of different companies for us to be able to do this work that was highly, highly sensitive. Our usual clients were Universal, Warner Brothers, DreamWorks, Sony Pictures. And as you can see on the left here of the slide, these are the types of movies we're working on. Each one of these we actually did execute a lot of social for. We did kickoffs, we did brainstorms. It was a very human thing, bringing everybody together and just spitting ideas out there and creating strategies. And then we would have keep kill, or what we call tissue sessions, where ideas were, passed around and killed, and or else, some would survive and would go all the way to pitch. We had security servers and VPN for client-sensitive material, such as screeners, behind-the-scenes footage, as well as key art work in progress, which only ever is shown when it's actually finished. But there's a lot of different types of key art that people go through in these companies before they land on the one that they want. Also, it's all on location, like I said. When we had to go to studios, we did in-person studio screenings, which was always very fun, because sometimes celebrities would come and you get to talk to them about the movie they made. Also, photo pools were always in-house. We always had to drive down to Warner Brothers or Universal Studios, go on the backlot and find a secured server, and they would set us up, and we would pull all the photos and stuff that we would use for all the social media that we'd be doing. We also did special shoots. We're all green screen. That has changed, and I'll talk about that now as well later on. But we did a lot of special shoots as well, and that had to be on set. Everything was always on set or always secure, and we had to physically be there. Also, we did live social executions via press junkets and red carpet events. So we'd have teams to go down there and live tweet all that stuff that would go on for a premiere or a press junket that would be going on. And then our clients were predominantly theatrical and television. Big thing for us at our team was company morale, and always keeping that up, always having, happy hours and team building excursions. I remember one time we all flew at the end of the year as a bonus to Vegas, and we spent the whole day there, and we stayed overnight, and we had a great time, and it was all team bonding. We also do events and celebration. And remember, this is pre-COVID, so it was all in-house, and we'd all meet at bars, as you can see from these photographs. But we had a really well-established company morale. And then, obviously 2020 happened, and COVID. Overnight, that changed everything for my company and the industry that I've been working in for the last 17 years. Overnight, it went from 100% on-site company to a completely remote workforce almost overnight. And everybody was shocked, as the world was, but also the industry was shocked, and the industry grinded to a halt. And that was very, very scary for a lot of reasons, because nobody really knew what to do with the content that they had built up that would always be going out every year, to a complete stop, and then everything still being made, still being created would all stop. So just this big juggernaut stopped. And our industry, which, you know, catered and provided the clients all the creative to sell their movies, that also stopped too. But what we had to do is face the challenges, and the challenges were a lot. And I'll go briefly through some of them. We switched from an existing operations to a complete and secure cloud-based system workflow. That was an amazing feat for the programmers and also our digital team on the security side. But our remote workflow looked a bit like this. So we continued using Slack, daily communications between teams, designers, AEs, but we're all remote now. All the producers and stuff, all in real time, which, you know, never really changed. But we also created an in-house ticketing system. So an account executive would get, along with me, the creative director, a brief. Once we'd sold the idea to the client would come back and say, this is what they want. We would debrief all of that, and then we'd give people through this ticketing system their brief on what to do. And then the designers would do that and then send back the ticketing system. When they'd finished, I would review it, make changes. So it was a really, really robust ticketing system that we had. A bit like a fast food, where you get your ticket of the food, you make the order and you send it out, and hopefully everybody's happy. Screenings now all changed because we couldn't do it in-house, which was not fun at all, because you don't get to go to these big studios. But we had to use a system called PIC Systems, and they had a two-way Google authenticator. So everybody had to get all set up. And remember, there's like 40 of us, so everybody had to get up to speed on all of that. So there's a lot of quick tutorials, understanding of all of that. And it became the 100% way for security. So that was really a challenge, but we managed to get it going. And then all the client-facing meetings, you know, the pitches, everything was done in-house. We went to those studios and we sold our ideas. But now it was all, you know, like what we're doing now is it's Zooming, and each company started to have all their own systems. So, you know, Blue Jeans was a system that Facebook, I believe, wanted to use. And then Chime is another one that Amazon uses. And then we had the Google Hangouts and stuff like that. But my favorite was always Google Hangouts. It just worked better for me, but we had to adapt to everybody's needs, every client's needs and what they wanted. We also had Aspera systems for client content. So that was very, very secure, enabling us to get all the content that we needed to fulfill the needs of our clients. We also used Dropbox initially to get all of our servers that were all hardwired in the offices up into a cloud-based system. So we could still trade off PSDs and AE files and Cinema 4D files and everything that we were creating, and obviously all the content that we were using, that was all through Dropbox at the beginning. And then we all had to come up with new workflows, because as we'll see in the next slide, things did grind to a halt, and the whole industry had to rethink the process of the cinema going public and how they can get that content to them. You know, a complete theatrical shutdown. Our company, to be honest, nearly went bust because there was no business. Basically for 2 or 3 months, we had to rely on the US government to give us a PP loan, which we did get, and a lot of companies did, to survive and keep people in jobs. But unfortunately, there were some furloughs. And but we are very proud in the fact that we never let anybody go. We had the furlough, but we never let anybody go. That was a great feat for us as a team to keep the lights on, basically. But again, almost overnight, the theatrical movie making world grinded to a halt. So pitches stopped, which was a big thing for us. Release dates and windows pushed. They just kept pushing and pushing and pushing. James Bond. The latest James Bond, it's still not out right now. I think it's coming out, but they would push the first 3 months. And then as COVID got worse, 6 months and then a year. And when we started to see that, we started to really get nervous, because again, our whole business was digital and for the film industry. All the cinemas closed, which was very horrendous. And unfortunately, a lot of big cinema chains went out of business, including the one here in Los Angeles, which was my favorite as well. And it was called ArcLight. And unfortunately, the main one, the famous one, closed. So it was such an unfortunate thing to happen for our industry. And then also, as you all know, movie studios stopped production. So we're all in that place where we didn't know what to do. Do we have a job? And again, this is where the human element of everything comes in, because it's about innovation and adaptation with a team and thinking differently, thinking outside the box, finding new ways. And not just, for the first time ever, not just creative people or not a creative agency, but the whole industry was thinking outside the box. How can we make this better? So the task was given to us to innovate and find new ways for delivering product in this era and creating new business landscapes for the future, having a clear, precise understanding of what people may want in this COVID era, because nobody's going out. Everything's in-house, everything's by their TV and everything's by their phone. So AR, VR learning and creating an inner division called HomeLab was the first thing we did. We've seen where AR and VR was going, but now in light of COVID, a lot of people were starting to use lenses and use a lot of other ways to interact and share content with their friends. So we started that. We started our own little division, a lot of learning. Nobody's getting paid extra to do this. It was all innovation. And the team came together so well, from programmers to designers, to even, the leaders were investing in this time, which is so important when all the chips are down. We started using Unreal Engine 4, and that was an incredible new technology that we'd never even gotten into, and that was more for gaming, but we could see the whole landscape changing for that helped us innovate and look at new ways of showing. Sometimes the client knew what they wanted or were trying to find out what they wanted, but also they looked for guidance as well, because we were all in the big industry ship together. So we're all trying to help one another figure out a way. That's why there was so much turmoil for those 4 or 5 months in that business. So we also looked for work outside of the industry itself. So that was a really innovative thing as well. What can we do outside of this industry? We're creative people, we're creative thinkers, but how can we mechanize that into a structure that we can start catering for other types of brands that are not necessarily entertainment? Then came the savior. 2-3 months in, a huge savior to our company that single-handedly kept us afloat, which was HBO Max. HBO Max had just set up a streaming platform and we're about to go live. And it was through gained friendships in the industry, that one of our friends across the way in a company called Sony Pictures had been looking for someone because one of their friends needed somebody to do some social for this new streaming platform. And it was just in one conversation that led to our friend recommending us as a team. And then that led on to a meeting with HBO Max and led on to their first show that we worked on, which was, it wasn't the Muppets, it was Elmo. It was a show. And that was the turning point for our company. When we won that pitch, we just knew that we could survive, because we started to see, and the industry started to see, that streaming was the way things were going to go. Everything was going to go streaming. So you had this juggernaut that stopped and grinded to a halt, but what emerged from the ashes was a bunch of streaming industry. There was a streaming industry that started. So that was Disney Plus that came on. Hulu was already there, but they did a lot more streaming. And Amazon as well. And now we have Paramount Plus. A lot of these big companies started to do and innovate the streaming mandate. So new relationships were formed, especially with AR. We formed a relationship with Eighth Wall, based out of San Francisco. They did a lot of augmented reality, a lot of things that we didn't know, but they guided us, helped us. And again, human story, they give us what we needed, and we forged a great alliance with them going forward that has stood us in good stead ever since. New platforms for PVOD, we call it PVOD, it's Premium Video On Demand. We find different ways to work with that. We also started using Oculus and Stream VR. We started to get into AR and VR on phones, on mobile phones. So it was AR Spark, and that was for Instagram, and then a Lens Studio for Snapchat. So we started to learn and innovate inside with that company that we started, HomeLab, and we started to come out and see tried and tested ways and methods of creating great content, and then we started to pitch it again to all these streaming services. So Also, the streaming system started to merge with theatrical, and they started to decide, okay, we could actually release it all at once. And HBO Max and Warner Brothers were the first to announce that for the full year of this year, they would be releasing everything in tandem. That really upset the industry, and that really upset the cinema chains. But it was something that was needed to be tested to see what the clients and what the users and response would be. So there was a lot of impactful learning for us. Ability to cater to new clients' needs via new tech learning really paid off with VR and AR, and many other ways as well. We started to do, which I'll speak to in a little second, in-house shoots that we created from someone's apartment, an employee's apartment. We got all the equipment, and instead of shooting on set, we started to shoot these homemade videos for children's things like trolls, showing kids how to make things. We started doing that. That turned into a whole new industry for us, our little cottage industry inside our company, which was fantastic. And then interactive 360 experiences, we started to do that with Hulu. Obviously, I said Instagram, Snapchat, lenses, and gaming and live tweeting changed as well with all of this. And again, we were changing as the industry was changing. Nobody had a clear set view of how things would be, but we were all making sure that we're all like kind of in a line, and we're still going in the right direction. Anybody lost direction, it was kind of, this is where it's all going. It was maybe like very organic, but still very nerve-wracking as well. So the new business, just briefly to talk about that, these are some of the movies that from these new business acquisitions through HBO Max and new brands outside of even entertainment, Red Bull, these things started to come alive. Disney Plus with Raya, The Last Dragon, all these different new outlets formed new relationships. And obviously when we pitched, we knew that we were always good. We knew that we were the best actually in the business. We have got to believe that, especially when the chips are down. And, we started to really, really get innovative and more creative because it inspired us to really survive, which is an incredible feat when you think you get more depressed. It actually was on the contrary. So we worked on movies like Nobody, Zack Snyder's Justice League, which I'll talk to in a second because that was a big one, and Raya, The Last Dragon, Trolls, etc. So this is just a bit of the new business. The AR lenses went up into orbit. We did a lot of different AR lenses. We started to rig 3D animated characters from movies, like the character Tuk Tuk, from Disney's Raya. And then we also did a lot of work on randomizers for the DreamWorks movie Croods. And then also Elmo, we actually did our first karaoke lens, which was really, really cool. So again, this all was just innovative design, innovative understanding when we never had it before. And we never did it before. So everything, we basically created ourselves a new way to make an industry and make a living through streaming and new technology. These are the at-home special shoots that we work through. We shot, edited, and composited special shoots for home activities for Universal and DreamWorks, all from one home converted into a studio. So these are some of the pieces that we worked on and we shot, and it looked like it was in a professional studio. We really went all out to make sure that we meticulously made this as studio quality, professional looking as possible. And they came out, and all of them always got through DreamWorks, Universal. They loved them. And again, that gave us new insight for business. And it became really creative because a lot of the team in their own spare time were cooks and bakers and stuff like that. So it's amazing what all these skill sets that we all have at home come to the fore when we're asked and when we need it. Snyder Cut was a huge, huge win for us. I think that single-handedly got us over the edge and got us back into viability. And with the Snyder Cut, we closed out 2020 with the largest invoicing to a single studio in the company's 9-year history. It was an incredible feat. And this movie, although it's not my personal favorite, will always hold a dear, dear, dear place in my heart because it basically kept 40 people in a job, and it also kept us being innovative. So I'll never forget that. The company morale part 2. So we're still in COVID, but post-COVID morale, as we were getting out of it, the team adapted to new ways to keep people feeling connected because we're all remote. And it was so imperative for this company to be connected because so easily we could just have drifted away and it just fell apart. So a strong mind in those most difficult times was what was needed. So celebrating teamwork and team building as follows. We did digital happy hours, which, when we were down and out there was actually more than one a week. Trailer watch parties were great, really, really fun. I highly recommend doing that. If you have a group of people on a Zoom and you all watch one trailer and you can all sit and chat about it, it's really, really fun. Also, we started to introduce wellness and meditation and breath work for mornings. So we set up somebody to come in online and help people who were nervous, who were stressed about maybe home life or work life. And it went a long, long way to team building and getting the morale back up. And then we also did start to have guest speakers, which I think is really, really important. Whatever team environment you're working in, to have guest speakers coming in, maybe not even from your team environment or what you work at, but also from outside the industry, just other people to come in and spark inspiration, and it can come from anywhere. So we had everyone from creative directors to come in, designers came in, entrepreneurs have come in, and it really bolsters that, okay, we're still in it and we can get inspired by ideas. And that was what really saved this company, was innovative ideas and coming together. We also did tutorials and training classes to learn all of this stuff. We started create group tutorials. And again, people were learning skill sets that they could take no matter where they go in their life. They're building their career with these new skill sets. 1 second. Post-COVID and the future. So this is just based on my opinion. After we got through COVID, now we're looking to the future for this company, for this industry, and where I think technology is going to play heavily into what we all consume regarding entertainment. So first off, like machine AI, I think machine learning and aggregating, Netflix is already doing this, Hulu's already doing this. They have info that will dictate much of the layout of artwork by way of machine learning, understanding what people gravitate to online, what pictures they like. If a horror movie has more of a shocking look or more of blood, or like they can aggregate this information and really come out for that demographic to say that this is what the viewer, when they see this cover or this artwork for this movie, will gravitate to. So it's inspiring and creative in a way, because it really can still make you creative, but also there's a bit of machine learning in there. Some people, are hesitant to see how that will go, but I don't think you'll ever get away from human creativity. But this is a way to help navigate and streamline some of these big budgeted movies that are hundreds of millions of dollars, and they need to get as many people to see it or at least take notice of it for bottom line. So that's what I feel that's happening right now with machine AI regarding our industry. 5G is the big game changer. Higher bandwidth will definitely bring larger content, live AR, immersive and interactive initiatives, holograms, which I'll show in a second, that are going to come out, which I think will completely change how we interact with our phones. Live AR talent press junkets, if you could imagine, through a phone. So you could see your celebrity like Brad Pitt or somebody in a live setting being interviewed. You could actually have them in your home and you can walk around them while they're getting interviewed. It's an incredible thing that's happening with this new bandwidth. The AR Instagram via your phone will be really, really important and really game-changing too. Also, live and movie experiences via VR. I did go to one of these things at Disney Animation Studios where you could put a VR headset in and be inside the cartoon and watch the cartoon happen around you. It was pretty incredible. And I think all of that is going to become mainstream in the next coming years. And then obviously VR and AR live movie sets are completely changed, and I think forever. Mandalorian, the TV show, has really proven that that's the way things are going to go, especially with the era of COVID that just happened. It has really made us rethink green screen shoots and special shoots and how we can, cut down on costs and still make live VR environments using Unreal Engine and all these 3D applications in a real live setting instead of just being on a blank green screen, also bringing so much more realism to the actor's performance. So new cinema is another big thing. And I think streaming companies may end up buying up cinema chains and creating their own experiences. So you'd have the Netflix experience or the Amazon experience. And if you're a subscriber, you'll be able to go to these theaters and get in basically because if you have a premium account, you can choose either to watch it in a cinema going experience or at home. I think that's a big game changer too, what's going on. This is what I was talking about, the AR holograms. We've started to use this as well. And this is going to become mainstream to the point where users themselves will have software or apps that can allow them to, instead of a video message that you would send your friend or a voice message, you'll actually be able to, in the future, be able to do this and then send an actual live rendition of yourself as a hologram to your loved ones. Also, this is a game changer for a lot of things in the entertainment industry, in the sports industry. And you can, place these holograms anywhere and record them, Snapchat them, and send them to your friends. It's the way things are going, and how quickly this has taken off in the last year is incredible to watch and see. Eighth Wall, the company that we partner with, do a lot of this already, and they have studios set and ready for the movie industry. But it will at some stage get to a point where you'll have your own home studios to do this as well. So that's a really good innovative thing that's happening and coming out of the era of COVID. The other thing is MetaHuman by Unreal Engine. As you can see here, in live real time, you can create your own avatars. MetaHuman is set to change the avatar landscape with true real-time capture and send. Social media platforms will start adapting to this into their own app services very soon. And again, you will be able to create avatars of yourself, create your own. And I've played with this on Unreal Engine, and it's staggering what the capabilities are and what the future holds for, again, the entertainment industry or in general. It's a very, very exciting time. This is also the future of filmmaking, and looking at this, obviously I'm using the example of Mandalorian, but how they're able to do sets, and I've been on these sets, and I'll play this video on the right-hand side, but they have already these small little studios around Los Angeles catering to this. So no longer do you have to do all the special effects after the fact. You can build special effects now and put them in the performance in real time. This is a scene. I was here at a little conference in a small launched studio that does this. And as you can see, all the lighting's the same. It feels like you're there. It's, this it was about a year ago. And what has happened so far is just incredibly innovative, and everything's went so much faster and looks so much better quality now. But this is what the start of it, when I seen what was going on, I seen that this was going to be the future for filmmaking. So anyway, to finish and wrap up, thoughts. Again, it's a human story. The team adapted to new ways to keep people feeling connected as a team and strong of mind in the most difficult of times. I can't stress that enough about teams that you may be part of, that you're out there working with, that leaning into each other, finding ways to talk about new ideas, finding ways to present new ideas to better your team and bolster that camaraderie is so important. I feel what I experience as a human being, as well as an exec creative director, is the coming together of people. And it really, out of all that madness that happened last year, there's a beautiful thing that came and emerged from our team. We were always close, but something brought us just closer through that innovation and working together and leaning in on each other. So I would very much advocate that in any team that you're in, to really share ideas and open your minds to new ways of doing things, because no idea is a bad idea. And seeing genuine honesty in bringing those ideas together is such a wonderful thing to witness. Teamwork, celebrating teamwork and team building, innovating and learning together, leaning into one another for new workflows and learning, bringing together a team into a new era of entertainment and advertising. That's another thing. We entered into a new era together as a team. Nobody came from some other industry that already did this. This was a whole new learning curve alongside the industry that we're trying to cater for. Everybody was on the same page, trying to make a better way to bring out entertainment in this new world that we're going to be living in, and embracing that change. Entertainment consumption will bring challenges, but those companies that adapt to new workflows, technology, and social landscapes will ultimately succeed in the industry. And this company, Homebrew, is evidence of that. We designed new workflows, we created new ideas, we presented them, we listened as well to what the industry was doing. We listened to the studios and also the new streaming studios. And now we live in a time where the juggernaut that was the theatrical industry is starting to waken up again. And now there's more work than ever. And we see that we can all do this together if we all lean in on each other. So I see a really, really great future for the entertainment industry as it stands, and how we're going forward, because I think it all came together with such a tumultuous time in the human race last year. So anyway, that's my little talk. I really appreciate everybody that attended, And also thanks again to BelTech for having me. It was a true pleasure and very honorable as well, because I'm very honored, sorry, because I haven't been home for a while, and getting to talk to my home country, men and women, is such an important thing to stay connected. And it's got me homesick, and I'm going to be looking at flights soon. So, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And if anybody has any questions or any queries on anything I spoke about today, please don't hesitate. I left my my email up there, samg@homebrewagency.com, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions you guys have. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate it, and have a wonderful Friday. Mine's just starting.
Wow, Sam Gibney, homebrew, that's just my mind blown. And I guess that's just the capper on what was, I think, a fabulous day. And I guess with that, we've drawn BelTech 2021 to a close. Thank you very much for your time, your opinions, and your support. I think that this was another fabulous event. And I hope that you all learned something that you'll take back to your work or your project on Monday. I think that our curators have done an absolutely fabulous job. Rebecca Walsh, Brian Craig, Colin Duffy, and Jason McBride. And I'm sure you'll join me in giving them a virtual round of applause. Not an artist. Also, I'd like to give big thanks to all our sponsors, without which we could never do this. Kainos, Liberty IT, Allstate, Option IT, Red Hat, Uno Square, Explio, Belfast City Council, and Invest Northern Ireland. Thank you. And of course, BelTech could never, ever happen without the hard work of Conla McCann and the team at Ashling Events. And of course, in this virtual world, NIVAC have been brilliant in making this remote connected event absolutely seamless. So thank you all for that. But before we go, I'd like to say just how much fun I've had over the past 8 or so years with BelTech, and how much I value the brilliant, talented people that I've had the pleasure to work with. You've all been fabulous, and I've been fabulously fortunate. Thank you all. I think that what we have collectively done with BelTech, and with all the other activities and initiatives that have been instrumental in making Northern Ireland an increasingly dynamic tech scene. And you're going to hear that it's an increasingly dynamic tech scene in every newspaper and every magazine and every website. All that has allowed MIT to see Belfast as an ideal location for MTech Europe for the next 3 years at least. And that is a compliment to you all. So see you at MTech Europe on the 1st of July. Thank you very much, and have a great weekend.